Hey, everything actually kicked over nicely. Woo! I fear that skepsis. I'm hearing myself. Woo! There you go. Let's not hear myself. I fear that, about 2.5 months ago, I had my first old man pain, which I actually went out and got pain medicine for. Okay. Give me a second to catch myself. Where are we? I need to grab the post I just made. I need to grab the people I'm sending that post to. Nope. There we go. Got that one. Interesting. I cannot send that one. Hey guys. Let me just bring this over so I can see you guys easily. I switched to Twitch chat for faster responses. Yeah, so YouTube has about a 20-second delay. Sadly, because to get closed captioning, I need to have it delayed. I'm not happy about it. No one's happy about it, but that's what YouTube does. It sucks, but I guess the cool thing, Skeptis, that you showed me was YouTube has the pre-stream chat, which is nice, and I totally forgot about. Okay. How do I forward this message to this account? Because they really wanted me to do such. And it looks like there's no clean... Oh, wait, there it is. There we go. Okay, and then we have this one. Maybe we can find it. No, again, the only time I see that is I see it in her voice. Hello, the fool. How are you doing? Okay, let's go to hear ye. We're just forwarding out the notification to people. I forgot to do this last time, to like an hour or two into the stream. So, we're doing it the first time. Just ate some bacon, nice. And no bacon for me today unless you guys order me some. Then we got remote. Streamers. There's that one. Then self promo on Popeye. That's that. Send out. And now we got all of those sent out. Trying to mix it up so that every server isn't getting spammed every day. So that looks good. Let me just make sure things actually went places. Yep, cool. So spent some time thinking, did some research on where I want to go, what I want to do for the stream. And after some consideration, I've considered we're going to work on this GUI next. For two reasons. It's going to push me to start building cards in the game. And then we might push onto this one. But these corner cards, I'm not certain how they will actually work in the GUI land. So for right now, I'm avoiding them like the plague. And we'll work on this. This one should be relatively easy. It might be two different control modules on top of each other, because I'm seeing this is going to be some subset. Like if we start breaking this into blocks, we have this block right here, which you can just go across, and I put a spacer. Then we're going to have another block right here that just needs to be spaced big enough for a subset of cards, like that. Then we have the last block right here. So it's going to be a vertical one, very similar to the top one. And then we start dividing these in horizontals. So we have that, then we have this one, and then we have this one. We also could break it into horizontals as well, because it looks like we could go here, then this all be one, then this all be one. So we might break it into horizontals, but that's the game plan. Let's see what we got. I think 4 and Skipsis has been here the entire time. So I'm not gonna be too worried about catching everyone up yet. If somebody else is in the chat who wants to get caught up, definitely reach out. We have 7 hours and 55 minutes. I'm not going to try to stress about it, but yesterday was a lot. I did not talk all last night, so. Okay. So we need a new UI. The Tic Tacs, yes, the Tic Tacs are moving. I guess I'll show it. I'll show it because it was a pretty good success. So we got the TikToks are moving, the camera's been adjusted. So like this is roughly what gameplay will look like. So that will be great. And we'll be moving all throughout that as well. So let's get into a new, but we might just make them into one. We might just make them into one, yeah. So let's go into new UI, and this will be the card summarize, I think. Yep, I think we'll go card summarize. Or card preview, maybe. Card menu. Card menu. Yeah, we'll go card menu. All that looks good. Boom. Back to an empty board. The best thing ever. Okay. Let's see. What am I looking at? Okay. I don't need to hear you. Sorry. There we go. My brain's going blank. What was I literally just doing? I have no clue. We're back at the empty screen. Oh, that's what I was doing. I wanted to discard this. I don't care about the one change. This is no longer host GUI, but we're gonna create a branch off of host GUI. It doesn't need to be off host GUI. We can just break it off main. This will be the card menu GUI. There you go. And we'll create a branch off that. We will take our changes into this one. There we go. Sure. Discard. I don't care. Okay. There's some merge conflicts here. We can fix that. Can I fix that in here? No, of course not. It's gonna want me to actually open up Notepad++ to do the last little bit thing. You had a weird dream. What dream? Okay. So if you've never had a merge confliction, this is what a get merge conflict would be. So there is a difference on this line compared to this line, and it's asking me which one do I accept. In this case, neither of them really matters, but we'll accept the top one. Before I do that, I'm going to copy these equal signs, delete the lines I don't want, keep the line I do, and then we do just a quick Control F to make sure there's no other ones. So we're good there. Save this, close it out. There we go. And minimize this. And now we've fixed that merge conflict. This is not, so we're good there. And we're just label this to the beginning. I spelled it wrong. There it is. Beginning. Okay, cool. And we'll push this up so we don't lose anything. It was where Nintendo released a new console called the Nintendo Gorzlup. And it was only had one game, Donkey Kong Goes to Taco Bell. Interesting. That is a strange game, dream nonetheless. Okay, let's see what we can do here. So I'm thinking we're gonna need 2 control nodes. We're gonna discard local changes and reload. So now the host game and all that's gonna look different because we don't have details anymore. Could not save more things. Okay. Okay, can we don't save? And don't save. And let's verify that Git is happy with us there. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Things are broken, but they're not broken too bad. So we're going to need 2 control nodes. And we'll just set this to 4 scale. Woo! That's not what I wanted to do. I thought there was a pan. I was doing things yesterday that I apparently was not able to do today. Give me a quick second. Who's messaging? Give me a second. Okay, so that's our control node there. We'll duplicate it. This will be card specific. And this will be card selection. And then the fun part. So I think we are going to do some vertical V boxes. Or no, sorry. Horizontal initially. It can go all the way. And then we are going to do some verticals. There we go. There we go. And that's fine. That's set up right. That's all good. You can expand. Actually, you don't need to expand. Okay, so we need to create a button. How do we create a good button? I imagine it's going to be a panel. Yeah, I imagine we want a panel. And then inside this panel, we're going to have two text elements, I think. So I'm mapping it off of this. So, whoop, whoop. So right now, this is what we're trying to build. This one element right here. So I'm thinking a panel, one text element, two text elements, and then like a line in between. So maybe a panel, then a horizontal. Yeah, we'll go horizontal container again. Box container, horizontal. What's the vertical? Oh, vertical color picker. Okay. So now, in theory, I can now add text, which we don't have here. So let's go grab our label. Oh, that's experimental. I was like, what's that yellow thing? Okay, and for the time being, can I just get this copy paste thing? Yes, I can. Cool. That looks good enough. Why is the panel not fitting its children? Or it's the other way around? How do you GUIs work? How do one make a GUI? Because I want it where, because I feel like I need to do it this way. Is I grab this, I move this up, and then I go, here you go. But even that doesn't take the shape of the label. I don't know how. We're just not worried about panels right now. So we're going to have that there. And then we're going to have the next one over to it, which is going to be a duplicate of this, which is going to be how many filters have been applied. And then we need a line. Is there a separator? But I feel like separator is special in the sense that I think I can move it. But let's see, maybe it renders it nicely. That works. We might want some margins. So let's go grab this and add a margin one. Early morning, guys. Let's go grab a margin. Drop this in here. See, like this grew to its children. And that's what I expect Panner to do. And it doesn't. You're gonna expand to everything. And then zoom out, zoom out, zoom out, zoom out. Where am I? I'm down here for whatever reason. There we go. Then in that's all fine. Inside theme overrides, constants, we're going to turn all these on, and I'm thinking 5 pixels across everything. So now it shouldn't be pressed up against the edge of the screen. It's still pressed up a little bit, maybe 15. Yeah, I like 15. I just want to make sure that, like, if you accidentally graze your finger against, like, the edge of the screen, you're not pressing it. Okay, let's see if we can get this to have a nice little background thing. I don't think we can do anything here. I don't think separations really need to have any. So we need to put a panel on this. Reparent to a new node. We want a panel. But do we need a panel container? I don't think we do. I think we just create a panel. But it doesn't like that. So maybe we'll ask the ChatGPT how to make a panel. There you go. Let's go here. Okay, let's ask. In Godot, how do I make a background panel around a HBox container? Oh, I have reasoning on. I don't need reasoning on for this. I just need the answer. You don't need to think about everything. Okay. Does not draw their own background. You need to wrap them in a node that does. The most common approach are using a panel or panel container. Yep. In your screen, add a panel container. Make the panel container the parent of the HBox. Okay. So reparent to panel container. Or sorry, not panel container. Panel. Done. Customize the panel theme or that. Panel container automatically sizes itself to the children and uses the panel style. So I think panel container is actually what we want. So let's go panel container. That looks more appropriate. Hey there! I do not know how to pronounce that. Zonk? Zonk? Or I'm still here. Thank you I'm so glad you're here. How are you doing? How is life treating you? There we go. So now we got that. Then we can go to theme overrides, make a new panel. I think we want a flat for now. And then inside the flat, we can go to corner radius and let's just do 100, 100, 100, 100. There we go. And now we just need to add some spacers. That panel is on the wrong thing. That sucks for us. There we go. No, come on. Okay, panel there. There we go. And then we just need some spacers. So let's add I think the lowest is what's the lowest it's going to give us space that we can just easily manipulate. I feel like it's a container. And I feel like a margin container will be the lowest. We don't want it on the label. We want it there. And we want another one on the top. Both of these. I believe I can just go into here and adjust the margin right. And start. There we go. Put 5 there. And now we got a little bean. We got a little bean. See? And in theory, when you click on that, it will open up a filter to filter all the cards you want to see in the game. Theme overrides, and I think if we... There we go. I think if we make it a little bit bigger, let's go 30. That will give it a nice rounded shape. Fits that. Gets the little thing. That's all good. I like it. Okay. So we're going on the vertical here. So the next part is going to be doing some stars. So we've gotten here. Go down here. My name sounds like critters make when DK jumps on them. Zonk. Okay. If I keep mispronouncing it, just let me know and I'll keep trying to improve. Pronunciation is not my best suit, so I try my best. Okay, so now we can do the rating system, which we're going to have some odd spacing between here and here. We don't know what that spacing is going to be, so we're going to add another margin. Right now, whoopsie, not there. Here, there you go. And then we're going to have, I'm going to rename this to filter. Filter panel would be a clearer name. There we go. And now we need another. We want a V-box, another V-box. V-box. And then we want stars. And there's a couple ideas we could do with stars, because yesterday we don't have those items anymore. Well, we had stars. We could merge in the stars, or we could think of something different. I'm somewhat thinking of something different than the design here. And it's a rating system. So maybe stars is the right way. Just a heads up, if I don't respond 3 times, I'm just trying to play some Tears of the Kingdom on my split screen. So don't worry, I'm still listening. Oh, that's fine. I don't mind either way. The less you chat, the less the stream goes, and the safer my voice is. The more you chat, the longer the stream goes. Oh, that's what I didn't do. I need to do that real quick. Oopsie, not that one. I want this one. And then I need to, because YouTube doesn't update. So if anyone subscribes, I don't have a way to get an updated version of it. There we go. And settings, volumes enabled. There we go. So now I'll get a little ding on my computer every time somebody subscribes to my YouTube, and then I can manually update that data. Cool. Okay, so what I was thinking is instead of having this, unfortunately, I've already subbed and followed, so I can't quite test it out. It's all fine. I know it works. I just know we're about 10 subs away, 10 subs on YouTube or followers on Twitch, and we'll be teaching a coding concept. So what I was thinking is instead of a star system, let's say we had a progress bar here. And in this progress bar, we had like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We'll make the progress bar a little bit bigger so that all that fits. Something like that. That looks like it would fit relatively there. So let's say we have a progress bar like this. Okay. And then we create a little bar. Of course, the numbers would show up above, but let's say we had another little bar that went up here that was colored, I don't know, gold or something. Or go with that color. Would that be more appealing than the stars? I'm not certain. I'm not certain what would be the best way to get both values. Like the stars would be easiest. Um, or it wouldn't be easiest. It would be a little bit more complicated to code, but it would be clearer on what you're doing. If we go progress bar, that's easier on the code, but it's maybe not as clear. Any thoughts, ideas, opinions? Otherwise, I might go ease to code than the other way. Okay, I think I'm going to go ease of code. So we're going to make a progress bar with numbers on it. So we have our V box, but we don't really need a V box. We just need a new controller, which could be a container. Now we'll make it a controller. Or have a controller node that has some properties. We'll have it fill right now. That looks good. And then inside here, do we have a progress bar? Is progress bar a thing? Yes. Can we make it fill from bottom to top? Show percentage. That'd be nice, but I'd like to be able to change. Oh, I could do it that way. Because I could go 0 to 5 steps 1, no page, value 5. We'll do 3. It's quite small. Is there a way to make it bigger? Can I make you? Hello, Seal. How you doing, Saint? How are you doing, Seal? How goes the mixed stream? This mixed stream went well. Let's have you just there. We go. I don't like the percentage. I would like to. I would like it to show the value. Oh, that's cool too. So what? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Indeterminate? Oh, I think that's saying that, like, there we go. It's going well though. I don't have a scene. I guess I could bring it up on the other old one. Let's see. Let me grab. Well, I could bring it up on the current stream because we opened it up like quite early on the stream just now. But we did a lot yesterday, and it was really good progress. So let's go to channel. Let me open up this stream. We're gonna have a stream Seception where I'm watching my stream, watching my stream, watching my stream. And then we go back. Here we go. So we actually got some systems working where the my brain's going blank. The things moved. I'm taking so long to explain that. There we go. So we got it where this GUI shows up And then pieces move, cameras show up for player. Got a nice little above GUI that shows all your stuff. We got the camera on the board working, so a lot of progress. But sadly, we're on a different branch, so all that code looks gone. So now we're working on this card GUI system that will allow the player or you to go through all the cards in the game, including the alternates of them, see what the card does, see what your statistics are, rate the card, filter the cards, choose which set of cards you want. Maybe decks. No, we'll go sets. And then be able to search for a card specific. And right now we're working on the progress bar. We would like it rounded. I don't know what that is. If true, min value is greater than 0, value will be represented as an exponential rather than a linear. I don't need that. Rounded, we're rounded to the nearest whole integer. That's fine. Allow greater or allow lesser. Nope, we're good there. It'd be nice if we didn't show percentage like that. So I might have to throw a label on this guy that takes the value of this guy and shows it. Anchors, all of that looks good. Clearly the best label would be Mr. Bar. Well, this is going to be the rating system because otherwise stars becomes a little hard to do because we need to get shapes and then we need to color the stars in for the amount that you rated it for, which is a little bit more complicated. Right now, we can just do a progress bar, and then wherever you put your thumb is where the rating is. But it would be nice if it showed text. So let me ask the amazing ChatGPT. I have a progress bar that goes from 0 to 5. Instead of showing the percentage, I would like to show the value. Oh my gosh. Value of the progress bar similar to this. And we'll just put rating equals 5. This should be centered. Let's see what we get there. Put a label in. That's what I was thinking. I didn't want to, but we can have the label signal itself. We have the label signal to, or the progress bar signal to the label to update it, not like this, but using signals. So I just was wondering if there's a way to do that in the progress bar itself. But nope, we can just put a label. So we'll have a label. Right now, we'll just put it as rating 5. We want it to be centered and centered. Auto wrap, fine. Clip text. All that looks good. And then we want this to be in the dead center of this. Cool. that's going to be annoying because the text's going to have to be dynamic potentially, but that's fine. Then in our label, we're going to need to create a script. Right now, the script can be attached to itself. And we'll call this progress bar value. Oh, wait, sorry. We're not inheriting from progress bar value. We're inheriting from progress. We don't need to give it a name, so we can just go here. All that's fine. This needs to have a signal. Value change. Change. What's the difference between value change and change? Change emits when the min value, max value, or step has changed. Value change, okay. So we need to connect the value change to the progress bar. And it's going to receive a float. I don't think I need to do that. I think I can just go with the basic. There we go, cool. This program makes me feel like a piece of cheese in a sauna. It's not too bad. So, and if you have any questions, anyone can ask. We made a progress bar, which is just something built into the system. And when we turn show percentage on, it shows 60%, which is not what we want. So what we're making is we're making a label inside that progress bar that's going to say rating 5. It's going to be centered on the progress bar. So that's where I clicked this, and that's how it got centered. I also want it to be centered inside itself and centered vertically inside itself. Then we went to the script and basically deleted everything. But we want to have this, the progress bar, when the value changed, to trigger the function we just created, which is on progress bar value change. It gets a value and it gets passed into here. So now in the code, we can do, I think it's just text equals rating dash new line. Dash new line. There you go. Lost value. I believe we want int value. That's just to round it to be a whole number like 1, 2, 3, 4. So now, oh, it doesn't like that this is this. Okay. String. This isn't the best way. I'm certain I can find a better way. It doesn't like that. Dot string. No, it doesn't like that either. We're gonna just throw this in ChatGPT to fix it, because it will tell me the best way to write it as well. Label.text string. I don't like that. There's a better way to do string concatenation. Let's go ask Godot. Strings. There's a bunch of string. I think it's dot format. Yeah, this is the way I want to do it. Okay. So we now can go text equals the string rating. That's just my help triggering. Don't like that I have YouTube and Twitch, and when I help triggers, I see both. So, okay, rating dash N for new line, and then curly brace value, and then we do dot format. We give it a dictionary, we give it a name, we call it value, and we're taking the value, quite shockingly. So now, when we play this, if I change, this is not set up to automatically change. That sucks. Well, I get to code that up. But in theory, if I think if I make this a tool, I can play around with it in Engine. There we go. Let's save this. And then if I go into the TD ward, go into the inspector and change the value. Let's save the scene and everything, then reload the scene. Now if I change the value, there we go. So as you can see, now it goes from 5 to 0. So that worked. And the idea is people will be able to rank their cards per card. So nice. That's all good. Let's go to the margin now and give us what we're going to have as a card. Let's say a card is 300. That's a little too much. Let's say maybe 225. That looks better. That's like where I want the card to be. Yay, Forrester here. Woo! Okay, so we got this replacing the stars right now. So now we're going to work on the set and the description. So let's start getting that. So the set is going to actually be relatively easy because the idea with that is going to be another, not H box, another V box right next door. And then we want some spacing here. Let's put the spacing to be, I don't know, 20 pixels. I think 20 pixels would do. Yeah. For now, that would be good. And then we basically can copy the filter panel almost. Yeah, we won't do that. We'll create on. So we're going to need a filter panel. And then inside here is going to be a label. This label is going to say something like sets. When's the last time you had a cinnamon bun? 2 months ago, possibly. I like cinnamon buns, but I don't have them all that much, unless you talk about honey buns. If you consider a honey bun a cinnamon bun, then I had one like a month ago. It was on sale. It was a 2 for 1. Yes, I ate both of them at one time. So now we have set collection. And we actually want roughly the same settings here. So let's go save this as a asset. And let's call this rounded button background. Yeah. We'll call this a rounded button background. reason why we're saving this is so that I now can go to this one as I bounce back and forth. Turn the panel on, and let's do a quick load, rounded background. Ah, what is wrong? We had margins preset. Is there a way to do margins in here? Expand margins. Okay. So we actually don't need the top bottom margin on here. So we can grab this, turn off the 30. We might not even need the 5 either, but, and then in here, we can go here and put 30. Woo. Let's go 15 on top and bottom. That's still too much, but that's fine. We're moving places. So we can delete that, and we can delete this one. And then in here, we can go, it was 5, so let's do 2.5 on both sides. Come on, 2.5. There we go. And 15's still a lot. Let's get maybe 6 on both. Hello, Fizzy Potato. What are you making? I am right now making the card select. We're going to have padding more on the sides. But so the idea, Fizzy Potato, is, where is it? There it is. Yesterday, in our 10-hour stream, we got this system working where the GUI works. We have characters that move and bounce off each other somewhat. We have cameras for each character perspective, and everything was working. Nice GUI. And when I ended the stream yesterday, it was quite difficult to figure out what I'm going to do next, because the next portion was going to work with my phone. And we were planning to, oh my gosh, come on. Let me click that. There we go. We were planning to start working on phone previews to see which cards you will have on your phone, and selecting and moving and getting the actual player code working. However, we had such a difficult time working with the GUI yesterday, and I didn't want to jump right back into that difficult time working with the GUI. So I thought we'd make the card select and possibly work on cards today. So right now we got the filter thing button working. We've replaced the star rating with a progress bar because that was easier to code. And now we're coding up this button to show the default collections. Oh yeah, it's getting there. It's been a lot of work, but we are getting there. So we are needing to go, where was I? In the panel. There we go. And let's make this 5 on both sides. Does that look good? That looks relatively good. I don't mind that. I think we're going to put a little bit more spacing between the panels. Maybe double it. Yeah, I like that. I hate working on GUIs. I gave up on an inventory management system for my 2D game. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I will say GUIs suck. I don't like how Godot does it. What, in my ideal world of like a GUI system, would be just CSS. Give me like straight CSS from HTML, web framework type thing. Unity actually is moving towards that. If only a lot of the other practices were just as well. Okay, so we like that. The HBox is fine. This thing needs to have some spacing. So let's see what we can do there. I would like it to have a set size. Layout. There we go. Minimum size. I would like this to have a minimum size of something. We just keep increasing the number until. Shift is not working on that one. That sucks. Or make it 250. Just so that it shows that longer names can be put there. Eventually, we'll have this be translatable text, where set will get translated to sets in whatever language, and then this will just be a name you typed in. Favorite part of cinnamon buns? The cinnamon. I love cinnamon. I love the taste of cinnamon. Okay, so now we got that. We might have wanted a vertical. We're gonna have a lot of extra components because this is a horizontal. Do we change it now? I mean, we're gonna have the same amount roughly. Hey, thank you for the sub. Let me go into here to update that because I had to do that manually. There we go. We are 9 follows and subs away from actually teaching a programming concept, which is going to be how to do random weighted generation in a very fast and semi-efficient way. I studied it like last week and it was incredible. It's stupid hard to explain, and I'll try to explain it the best I can. But like, it's super efficient. I love it. I'm gonna use it in this game for sure. Okay. So the reason why I was saying it's gonna suck is we're gonna have to copy this margin container over and over again, which sucks because it doesn't need to be, but it can be. I'll give a follow on Twitch as well. Twitch is automated. That one I can pick up and automatically update. So that would be great. But thank you. Thank you for the potato. And if you want, you can use exclamation point link, the platform you're wanting to link to. So if you're on YouTube linking to Twitch, you put in your username, and then on the other platform, you do the other, and it will share your channel points across both platforms. So we got that. Then we need another panel. And I need to see what I'm doing. You guys are kind of stuck on one screen, but I need to see that I'm making this panel next. So. Gotta figure out my login to Twitch. That's fine. Probably I understand that challenge. I had some banking information or some banking issues, and I had to reset my browser last week and didn't realize that I needed to log into everything again for Twitch before the stream yesterday. So, okay, we're going to have a panel container here. It's going to do the same thing here, so we need it to have the same theme? No, theme override. I hear somebody coming on Twitch.
Filthy Potatoes is curious what's next.
What's next is 7 hours and 16 minutes. Boom! 17 hours, 16 minutes, and 22 seconds, unless you guys chat more, of game development. And then tomorrow, Tuesday stream is canceled. I'm not doing a Tuesday stream. I feel like tomorrow I'm going to pass out after work. So, the next stream will be Okay, You Have Time randomizer run on Saturday from 2 p.m. Eastern to roughly 6 p.m. Eastern. So, that will be the next major stream. Man, I'm gonna have no voice tomorrow. Okay, in here we want a vertical, vertical. Where is it? Where? There it is. And we want some labels. And in this label, we have the use and win versus loss, which actually might want to be an H box. I don't know, guys. Let's see. I wish I could have sub. I wish you could have subs. I would use my Prime. So I have the ability to do subs. I've looked into it. And the main reason is I have a lot of life issues coming up in the next year or in this year. And I don't want to complicate my taxes any more next year than they're already going to be. So I'm going to do that. If Cinnamon Bun and Honey Bun got into street fight, who would win? I mean, Cinnamon Bun definitely would win. Like, Honey Bun is like the cheap alternative to Cinnamon Bun. So, like, Cinnamon Bun's going to the gym. But I looked into it. I don't want to complicate my tax next year. So, possibly 2026, I'll have all that on. But thank you for the consideration. I would love that. Go find somebody even more awesome that you can sub to, though. I don't need it. Okay, so my question is, should we have it where it's like that or like that? Which one looks better? I'll do every other one. Like, do we want it where there's like space between the two? Or would we want it where they're next to each other? Any people's thoughts? Any people's thoughts, ideas, opinions? I personally feel like I'd like them next to each other, but I could understand why somebody might want them to be separated by a distance to each other. As you do that, I am going to hydrate myself and give you guys time to respond. Let's see. My throat is gonna be gone tomorrow. That's why we're not streaming tomorrow. I might not be able to talk. And I have to do stand up tomorrow. I have to tell them what I did. Luckily, I have not done much because I have a 3-day weekend. But okay, no one's responded, so I'm gonna stick with them next to each other. And we could do this as like 0.85, which is more like your kill to death ratio in shooter games. But I think having a space makes it a bit easier to see the information if you need a glance, but it's minor. Okay, we can do that. I mean, it's not too complicated. We just do an H box. Shove the label in the H box. Hey, Saucy Peachy, good morning. How are you doing? Yeah, we shove the label in here, remove the 85. And then we need to put a margin or a spacer. Margin, container, done. And this one just needs to have the expand. Yep, that works. Mentally, I was thinking maybe we could do that with these, but no, we want kind of a set value. And then we duplicate the layer, put it on the other side of this margin, on the other side of the margin. I have card selection in here. I don't want that. That can sit here for now. if your steering wheel was replaced with a cinnamon bun, how would you respond? I would be calling up my insurance and being like, I need somebody to come replace my very oddly shaped steering wheel, and then potentially getting the part back so I can consume it, depending on how clean it is. Did you eat breakfast? I ate a banana. I ate a bread. Yeah. I ate a banana, and depending on how fast people come and find my channel and stuff, let's see. Let's open up the Yap-a-thon poster. Depending on how fast people come and find my channel, if I can get, what is that? We're about halfway, so that's like 40 subs. You guys can decide my next meal. Otherwise, around like 10 or so, which is like an hour from now, I'll be eating a snack. I'm still here. What would you do if a house was made of cinnamon bun? That would sound very cool to be in for like a split second. What is up with cinnamon buns? Seal asked my opinion of cinnamon buns, and apparently that was the start of all of this. Okay, we want to add, not separation, we need to add some margins, which I guess we're just gonna grab the margin container. Or actually, do we need margins? Yeah, we need a little bit more margins. Let's actually just fix that up here. Let's make this maybe 8 on both sides. Oopsie, that was bottom. There we go, that looks better. Oh my gosh. They are the superior food item. I wouldn't say that. They are not healthy for you whatsoever. If you laminate a cinnamon bun, would you feel bad? Would you feel sad? I don't. If you laminate something, I wonder if the lamination would be very similar to like a proxy. And like, because no air would get into it, would it like stay somewhat preserved? Saucy Peachy, I know you deal with food. Is that a true statement? Would laminating a cinnamon bun keep it around like forever? The fool is making some face. If I hover over it, does it tell me what the face is? No. No, sadly not. Okay, so we got that label. We can just kind of duplicate this now. I still think 85% is better than like 0.8. Because even though 0.85, because I feel like 85% is clearer to me that I have an 85% chance of winning with this card. When I go 0.8 like KDR, I'm like, I don't know what that means. Garlic bread is good. I feel like I would choose in a typical meal, not like a dessert or a breakfast item. I feel like I would choose garlic bread over a cinnamon bun. I feel like that's a definite thing I would do. So let's duplicate this. This label becomes cost range. And the reason why it's cost range is because the cost will be randomized throughout all the variations. And I don't think I want to have it where you can choose to have the lower cost items exist more often than the more expensive items. I don't like how it's like squeezing in there. It's not how I like that. Like, let's get a little bit of padding there. And then we need the same amount of padding on the other side. And that means we need, if you blend a cinnamon bun and a garlic bread together in a blender, would you feel accomplished? I feel like you'd be making French toast in a very weird way. And I'd have questions. I'd have questions on why you have to make it in such a weird way. Okay, that looks more like what I expect. This one up here is kind of weird. So I might need to fix that. Why are you so weird? It's because... Okay, why are you weird? You might have to just be a different thing. I might have to have a special style guide for that one. Like, you might just have to be special. Or I just increase... This chat is cinnamon bun now. Very much. It seems like cinnamon bun is the topic of the chat. If you blend a cinnamon... Oh, I've already read that. Okay, we're good there. I don't like this button. Everything else looks good, though. But this button's odd. I could add more padding to it. It'd be nice if there was padding instead of margins. It'd be nice if I could do padding. Oh, am I adjusting? I think I'm adjusting the wrong settings. That might be why all this is bad. Okay. Yep, I was adjusting the wrong settings. So now if we go left 15, 15 here, drop this down to maybe 2 on both sides. That looks better. How would you approach making a cinnamon bun game? I am toast. I would just make I am toast. If you haven't seen I am toast and you really are curious, let's go show off some I am toast. I would literally make I am toast. You might be able to play as the cinnamon bun as I am toast. Gameplay. Sure. This is a commercial. This is not the game. Do not worry. This is not the game. Don't worry. It's a commercial. For whatever reason, this commercial is not being skipped, though, which is annoying. This is this. I would literally make this as, like, the game. Okay, guys, stop being annoying. Thank you. Oh my gosh, this is the most annoying cut. I just want the gameplay. Oh, why do you guys keep popping up? I can see you in the corner. I don't need to see you in the... I don't need to see you pop up. But yeah. I would just make this with a cinnamon bun theme. Would it be more difficult to do the cinnamon bun's dimensions? I don't think so. Because I would imagine what I would do is, instead of the triggers and buttons being controlling the cinnamon, the bread, I'd use like the joystick and you kind of just point in the edge. So I don't know. But yeah, that would be the gameplay I'd make if somebody forced me to make a cinnamon bun base game. Okay. We have movement range. Again, the same reason. I don't want it where you guys can just pick the movement range. you want. So we're going to duplicate this container as well. And instead of cost range, we're going to call it movement range. And the typical movement range is going to be 0 to 15. Looking good so far. I keep moving back and forth. I am so sorry, guys. We need buy from shop. Ooh, I don't like how that's curving that way. We can fix that in here. That's gonna be problematic. So this is gonna be where these two buttons differ. No, maybe not. We want corner radius, and let's see if I drop it down to 50 across the board. Does that look better everywhere? Nope. What if we did 20 across the board? That looks better there and doesn't seem to break too bad on the small buttons, so we'll keep it there. Okay, so for movement range, this now becomes 5 versus 15 in shop. I keep running a tab. If a superhero had a very specific power that was able to telekinetically move cinnamon buns, but nothing else, would they be relevant? I mean, in theory, if you can move anything in your mind, and in general telekinesis, it's shown as like a physicalist object. So, like, if I was to move this pen, like, generally, there's no strain of force. Generally, if somebody can move something telekinetically, they can move anything. There's no weight aspect to it. So if you could move a cinnamon bun with your mind without concerning yourself with the physics of that cinnamon bun, you become a very relevant superhero. Because you can now send a cinnamon bun at 1,000,000,000 miles per hour to a source, which makes it a projectile weapon. Like, yeah, you're only able to move cinnamon buns, but you can move them as projectiles. And being hit even with soft bread at thousands of miles per hour would definitely incapacitate someone, potentially forever. So, yes, I would consider that superhero not only relevant, but potentially one of the most dangerous superheroes of all time. 25%. So 25% of the time, when you see it in a store, you buy it. Cinnamon bun superhero would be unique. Order cinnamon buns, 100%. 100 so cured. News, yes. Man order cinnamon buns, 100 so cured. News at 11. It's true. It's one of the weird things I've never understood with the telekinesis powers in video games and in like superhero movies and stuff. It's just like, how are you guys not using this power to the extreme? Like, even if you consider, well, once they lose the telekinesis power, air resistance start becoming a factor. It's like, yeah, sure. But unless your range is very short, like let's say 5 feet, maybe 6 feet, COVID distance, even if your range is that short, you just project it even harder to them. And like even wind will eventually become a non-factor. Like when you start getting to the speed of light, and you can take any object, any mass of an object, and convert it to raw energy, thanks to Einstein's equation of E equals mc squared, you basically made a railgun of any energy source you want, of anything near you. By the way, E equals mc squared. That is the shortened version of a longer equation, but it basically says any energy, is equal to the mass of the object times the speed of sound. So if you can take any mass and convert it to the speed of sound, you have the maximum energy that object can ever produce. The ability to manifest and manipulate incorporate essence of a cinnamon bun. Yeah. We're creating an entire cinnamon bun universe in this shot. I guess so. I'll have to come up with something with cinnamon buns. I'm fairly certain. Let's go to Cynthia. I'm not doing any game development. Also, the YouTube video was still playing. Cynthia's search. Let's see if they have anything cinnamon bun related. Let's see if we search bun. That is not a bun. Can I expand all these? These are all not buns. There's noses. There's hair buns. There's some bread buns, but those are like, there's a hot dog bun. Dynamites. I get some low quality hot dog bread buns or burger buns. Cinnamon minigame. Yeah, I think we might do it. I mean, if I grab like this like top of a bun, I could do it. I also have other assets, and I think one of them is bread specific, so I might have actual cinnamon buns. Telekinesis cinnamon bun minigame. I don't know about that. I don't know what I would do. I guess I could do it like snowball fights. Weird. You guys are weird. You need a 3D model of a cinnamon bun shop for the board. So I do plan to have a mall. I could do a cinnamon bun shop. I don't know what it would sell though. I don't know what it would sell in the game. Cinnamon bun food fight minigame. Food fight minigame could be done. Let's put that in the notion. That would be something that could be done. And that would be something that actually wouldn't be too bad to code. I don't know what the audience would do. Let's go quickly add that. It's going to be all the way down here. Food fight. It's now shuffled somewhere right here. Okay, it's going to be a free-for-all. We could do teams. I don't think it'd be fair for an asynchronous. We could do half on half. We could do 2 for 1 and 1 for 1. Can't really do an all for 1. We could do norm, we could lose or wins. Gameplay. Players throw food at each other. Least covered in food wins. What can the audience do? You can roll cinnamon buns instead of dice. We have cards. We don't have cinnamon buns. What can the audience do? They can choose what next food the player has. I don't know what else the audience could do. Maybe you guys could think of that. Could make the audience hit a button to place an order for a number of buns, and the players will need to deliver that. We have that. I don't recall the name. I think it's this one. Fast food line cook, where the audience can choose a specific recipe, and the players must make 3 meals, be it burgers, pizzas, or tacos. Recipes shown on screen, so on and so forth. Nice. Hey, you can draw cinnamon buns instead of cards. No, keeping the cards. We have the food fight. The food fight is going to be a good one. I can see that working. That one would be relatively easy. I could see it like a top-down, maybe 3-dimensional, where you're throwing food at each other. Guys, it's been an hour and 30 minutes, and we're just crossing the 1 hour mark. So you guys have already added at least 30 minutes to the clock. Okay, back to actual design and not cinnamon buns. Buy scene shop 25%. That means 1/4 of the time you will buy it from the shop. Actually, this one I feel like would be better as a fraction. But it could get big, so we'd just go 25%. No, we could round it to the nearest whole fraction. That seems like it'd be complicated. And I was outside for 20 minutes. I know! It's insane. You literally did not miss anything. The chat added enough time where you did not miss anything. You're still going to get your free 8 hours. Okay. I think we're going to stick 25% because if I do fractional, I'd have to do a lot of math to figure out how to get the average fraction. So buying and seen in shop, you've seen it about 4 times and bought it once. That means every time you see it, you buy about every 25% of the time. I was listening on the phone. I heard the cinnamon explosion. Yeah, I was not expecting that. Thank you, Sierra. Hopefully you're feeling better, Sierra. I know you've been kind of not having the greatest of times lately. Okay, number of times you've drawn it versus the number of times you played it. And this one will be 50% as well. There we go. Would you go to a cinnamon bun yoga class? I feel like those counteract each other, but like, yeah, I'd totally do yoga and then eat cinnamon buns. And then the common phase, hand phase. This is kind of a weird term. I don't know if you guys understand it. So I'm going to ask you if you understand what I'm saying here. When I say common hand phase and I say late, what do you guys think that means? I would do very little for a cinnamon bun. Oh, would I go to a yoga class? Okay, I thought you said, would I go to a yoga... Wait, would I go to a cinnamon... Oh, yeah. I answered it correctly. Okay, so... Do you guys understand what common hand phase is and what it means by late? Think of like in a card game, what would you think common hand phase means and what late is in association with that? Okay, next we need to make a table, which that can be done with a grid element. To deal or pass? No, it's not to deal or pass. Not a card player here. Okay. It's something more like a programming thing that I was like, oh, I could do this. How do grid containers work? Give me 1 second. How do the grid containers work? Actually, we can shove it in ChatGPT and it could be telling me. I need to make a table in the dot that is a grid container. Grid containers are cool. They are cool. I just need to figure out how to make it into the shape I want it to be. Would you ever have a Wii Whoa. Oh, all my help messages are coming. Okay. Would you ever have a Wii Sports Cinnamon Bun party? The winners get cinnamon. Oh, I would do a Wii Sports party anyways. I am still hunting, and eventually I'll find it. A cinnamon. You guys are corrupting my mind. A Wii Fit and Wii Fit Plus collection that's in relative decent quality and not super expensive. Okay, I need it to be a grid container with 3 columns. The first column contains one item that spans the entire column. Then the other 2 columns contains 2 rows. The cinnamon is strong with this one. Yes. Yes, it is. Okay. Grid container, set the columns. Add the necessary ones. Use set column span to make the entire height. Ensure all columns are filled and expand. This is programmatically. I don't want to do it programmatically. Can I do it not programmatically? So if I do, oops, that's 3. I need that. And then if I add, I guess I could, because I could do it as like a horizontal grid. I mean, that isn't great. I would rather have grid, but like, I guess I could do it that way. Because I just have 3 columns, and then I put the 3 elements I want in each column. So yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so we have the label here. Ooh, what is going on? My bank is showing me I have no money. Nice. My favorite food place wants me to eat at them. I think somebody tagged me in a post. Give me 1 quick second, guys. No, they were just commenting on a post. Facebook is so begging for relevancy. It's like, please come visit our platform. Okay, that's it on my phone. Okay. So this is going to be called the impact score. And I want it to be left, and I want it to be centered. And it should word wrap on word beautifully. Let's do it smart. No, that's not do it smart. It's dumb. What would you make the background of your phone? Would you make the background of your phone a cinnamon bun? Yeah. I mean, right now I think the background of my phone is just the default because it broke. Yeah. That works. So this is the back. Whoop, there you go. This is the background of my phone right now, which is just the default because I used to have an animated background, but it broke, and I don't know why. Why are you yelling at me? Auto wrap must be contain a minimum. I don't think that yells at me. Rename the stream to Cinnamon Bunathon. No, we're not renaming the stream to Cinnamon Bunathon. Even though that would be humorous, we're not needing to name it. Okay, you need some minimums. Minimum would be 60. There we go. Now it's happy there. Put a V-box, and we just need some things. It'd be nice if I could get the lines, but I don't think that's gonna be easy to do. Hello, Yuki! 2 4s now. Yes, there are 2 4s. These are my chat. And both of them are amazing. So primary, and then we need another label for 0.03. These need to be centered and centered. They're not going to word wrap. That's all fine. We are going to we're going to duplicate this. And in here will be the secondary. Come on, expand. Thank you. How are you doing, Yuki? Up. Hey, Yubi! How are you doing? I have arrived. Yes, you have. How are you doing? Here's 100 points for you guys. Thank you for stopping by. I need to stop hitting enter there. Being an idiot and making the code worse. There. I should lurk on my way to the gym. Nice, you're being healthy. My chat's not. Would you link a bunch of cinnamon buns together to make a suit of armor? No, not really. I feel like it'd be very. Nah, I would not do it. There's no good answer I could think of that would make it actually good. So how has life been for you all? How has life been for you all? For me, it's been pretty good. I'm skipping work to do this, and hopefully no one yells at me about that. This needs to expand fully, so all these elements should expand. Oopsie, not expand that way. Expand this way. There we go. And then it really kind of needs like grids. It kind of sucks that it doesn't. My life is lacking in the cinnamon buns. We can get you some cinnamon buns, Seal. Just DM me your address and we'll get you some cinnamon buns. Don't do that. Keep your information private. But I'm certain it is possible. We could add some containers and then make some borders that way. We'll do that. Let's do this properly. We can do. Can I do it across all these? That'd be awesome. Will this do it across everything like I hope? No. Why? That's gross. I have to do it manually over and over again. And it puts it at the bottom. Why does it put it at the bottom? I don't want it at the bottom. Okay. Theme override, styles, painters. We are creating a new one. Flatbox. It can be gray, that's fine. The borders, however, are going to be black right now. And the border widths are going to be, say, 3 every direction. Would an evil cinnamon bun be a sin? That actually would be a humorous store. I don't know what else you'd sell, but like cinnamon bun. You want the cinnamon buns? Have very religious people coming to protest you. And we're gonna add some internal paddings. We're gonna put it just like 2 on every side, just so that it has some room to breathe. Maybe 4, maybe 4 on each side. Yeah, 4 on each side gives that nice room to breathe area. And we need to save that panel setting because this is going to be for tables. Save it. It's going to be um, table, or just save it as table. Yelled at me, but that's fine. I don't care about that. We have it saved. Cool. So then this just needs the same thing. Reroute parent, theme override, styles, quick load, table. Nope. Okay, we need this inside this. So each one of these needs their own panel and their own table. Reparent to new node. Panel. Theme. Override. Quick load. Table. Done. It dropped down, but that's fine. We can actually fix some of this stuff. Okay, we're one by one we do all this and everything will be happy. If I was more confident in Godot scripting, I would have this as a script to do this. But I'm just not confident enough to code up a script and just run it randomly. But like this would be perfect opportunity to have a script that goes through and set all these up correctly. Nope. Quick load. There we go. Cool. You have no spacing restrictions, so that's fine. You have no spacing restrictions. So the spacing restrictions, I believe, is coming from you. No. Where are all the spaces coming from? No, we can't downgrade that. That's the border. That's all fine. I feel like the grid must be having spacing. Yep, there we go. That fixes that one. We could actually make this -3 and -3 here. And then you guys have spacing concerns as well. We'll do -3. That looks good. Looks a little aggressive. The grid might be a little too aggressive. So if we maybe make this 2 pixels, I think that will look better. Yeah. So that is your impact score based on your primary and secondary goals. If a cinnamon bun was intelligent and capable of speech, what sort of things would you teach it? I imagine I would teach it the general aspect of intelligence. I would make it where it's a relatively self-automaton, where it can be a being. Depending on its needs, I might put it on Twitch and force it to stream constantly forever. Okay, so you guys apparently didn't really grasp the late hand phase thing. So what the late hand phase was is when you use it. in your hand? Is it the first card you go to, or is it the last card you go to? So what's a good term for that? As you guys think, I'm going to ask ChatGPT as well. I'll create a new one for this. What is a good term for when a player plays a card from their hand? My idea was common hand phase, but that wasn't all that clear. And we're turning reasoning on, and I'll show you guys what ChatGPT does with the question. Let's see. Card play terminology. My phone's dinging. Okay, took 18 seconds, but here's a suggestion. Play phase, card play phase, play step, deployment phase. None of those sound clear. Each of these options are clear and widely understandable. You choose the one that best fits. So the term should be used for something like this card you play on average as the fourth card out of a hand of 5. However, the hand size is dynamic. So I'm thinking a early, mid, late hand phase to indicate roughly when you would play. It's going to reason. It's thinking of hand terminology. Okay, hand timing window, hand cycle stage, play slot, activation window. None of these are good. I don't know. I kind of liked what one of it was in its generation phase, but it doesn't say that anymore. I guess hand timing. Time when played from hand. I guess that would be good for now. It's when it's in the late hand play. So whenever you play it from your hand, it's generally in the late phase of that hand. This is an abstract thing to put words to. It is, but I think it's a valuable thing to statistically know about. Because if I had a card, I don't want to use that card because even though it's deactivated, it's important. I'll grab this. Sorry for that noise. So let's say I have a card. If the card is an early card, and I have another card that I use that's a late card, knowing that ratio, I feel like would be valuable. Maybe it's not as valuable as I thought. Like it's something I can easily track, but I thought it would be valuable, like knowledge-wise. Maybe it's not. Maybe this could get removed. Okay. So here's another question for you guys. So this little bar down here, this table. What I was thinking this table was going to be is showing you when you have this card, when its effect is applied. So like maybe it's a effect that only happens when the player lands on something. Or maybe it's a beginning of turn effect. Whenever you pick this card and select it, it does something right then and there. Or maybe it's every time you move across a spot, this card does something. So some cards have advantage to your first play versus saving later. So your hand is set. So when you get, let's say your hand is 5 cards, you get 5 cards. That is the 5 cards you'll get for the entire 5 next turns or so. And you get to decide which cards you're playing first, which cards you're playing second, and which cards you're playing third, and so on. So I think it could be beneficial when you're looking at your stats to see a card and go, oh, this card I play very, on average, very late in that hand phase. So when this card gets drawn, I already know I'll play it late because I've looked at the statistics and that's what I play. But maybe that's not as valuable as I thought. I thought it would be a valuable thing. But there shouldn't be any advantage. There should just be a fear to it. Like there's just some cards you just don't want to play. Like example, for basic no card effects, you have some moves. Your moves can range from 0 to 15. So give me a second. Let's go generate some random numbers. Sequence generation. So let's generate some sequences. Oh wait, I don't want secrets. I just want numbers. I am a human, I swear. I swear to the Lord that I am a human. Okay, integers. Okay, so let's generate a hand of 5 from 0 to 15. 5 columns. Sure, generate. So let's say this is your hand. You have an 8, a 12, a 10, and a 7, and an 8. So these are just movements. You're able to play 2 at any given turn. So sometimes you might be far away from your goal. So you might go, I want to move fast, quick. So I'm going to do the 12 and the 10. And I'll get 22 right there, rush me to the goal. Other times you might be right next to the goal. And you might be like, I just want to play a 7. So I feel like knowing what your average play is could be beneficial long term. I just don't know if that actually will matter, and it's hard to define it. But good question. Very good question. So the question I had was, so all cards have movement. Yes, all cards will have movements. Not all cards will have effects, and not. Sorry. There are 3 types of cards. Do you have modifier cards? Yes. There are 3 types of cards. Let's open up Notion. I'm in mini games. Let's go to cards. I don't have the 3rd type because it was implicit until recently. So let me add the 3rd type. Let's see. Travel. Just movement. Nothing else. Nothing else. There we go. I didn't have travel because there wasn't anything fancy with it, but Why can't I zoom? I don't know why I can't zoom into this. Hopefully this is good enough clear to read. Some information can put into details or statistics menu. Well, you're in the details and statistics menu right now. That's what we're designing. So there's 3 types of cards. You have tricks that will affect you or will affect a player directly. This would be like in Mario Party, a boo. A boo card would go steal coins from a specific player. Then you have traps. These are things that you'll place on the board, changing the board's spots. This would be like placing a Bowser spot or placing chance time or something like that. Traps will generally only be able to be done once. You won't be able to play 2 cards if you have a trap, just because of the long-lasting effects. Then you have travel, which do nothing. They are just movement. You're just moving from one to the other. But traps and tricks will have movement as well. So, travel is now added. Thank you for clearing that. So this is the statistics. This is where you'd go to see the statistics and what the card does. In the actual game, you'll be able to see what the card does, but you will not be able to see the statistics. You'll also be able to see your rating. Rating's kind of a middle of the line type thing. But the question is when you can use that card a statistical thing or a description thing? I feel like it's a description thing. I feel like this table should actually be over here, showing you when that card actually gets used. Or when that effect actually comes into use. I guess that answers the question, is it does show when that effect comes into use. So I think this will be that. So I think we're done here. I do want to add a little bit more of a space between the last one and the grid table. So we're going to create a new margin. And whoopsie, not inside there. Right there for now. But it's actually going to go right there. And it's going to expand poorly. Why aren't you expanding? Oh, because the V-box is set. But once the V-box is not set, it will expand poorly. Maybe this should also expand poorly. Or I guess it would be this. This needs to expand poorly. Yeah, there you go. Just so that there's a little bit of space. Yeah, actually, I don't like the margin. I don't like the spacing either. Can I have it where it like spaces evenly? I guess if I set all of you to fill and expand, that will get you guys to space evenly. I don't like that either. We'll just have it like that for now. Until I can come up with a cleaner solution. Okay. So we have, that's how I zoom in out. That's how I move that. And then I just don't have a left or right. Okay. How's everyone doing? That one panel was a lot. Okay. Where were we? We are gonna do this side now. So we need the search bar and the effect description area. Okay. It is 10 a.m. here. It's been streaming for 2 hours and we got about 35 extra minutes. Okay, so we don't need this table to be shown anymore. We don't need this table to be shown anymore. So we got this and this. This is very similar to what we want, so we're just copy paste. This is going to be different. This is going to be more similar to this one. So we'll copy and paste that one there. Drag this all the way up. Oopsie, a little bit more. There we go. We're not gonna delete it just yet. We're gonna play around with it a bit. But there we go. So you're going to take in this label and you're gonna delete this one. This panel now can get deleted. There we go. And this needs to be a search icon, which I don't have a simple copy paste search icon. Let's see if I can find one real quick. Magnifying glass, icon, copy, and paste. And does this work? Hey, that actually worked. That's nice. Center it, please. Let's put it at bottom. We'll keep it centered, actually. There we go. So that actually came out really easy. So that's a margin here. I don't care about that one. We got that. And then this one will be the card name. So card name goes here. And that will be the search button that you'll eventually click to do a quick search on that. Then we have a space for the card. Then we have this panel. I have to go for a bit. I got something to do. That's good, bro. I hope you have a good rest of your day. And I will see you when you come back because I have 6 hours and 30 minutes of this. Okay, let's do some things. So here we're going to have the vertical table still, but all these hrefs basically get removed. The grid table is going to remain for right now. And I might actually put the grid table on top. I feel like if I put it on top, it balances a lot easier across everything. So here, this isn't the grid table. I don't care about that. I need to add a label. And this label is going to be left align, top align, auto word wrap on word. And that's good. This will be where the card effect goes. The card effect goes here. Cool. Why are you yelling at me? It's because you need a minimum thing. I wonder if I can have you get those qualifications by doing that. No, you still need a minimum, apparently. I'd say 200 at the minimum. It should never need that minimum, but it's yelling at me saying it does. So then in the grid container here, we are going to have unknown number of phases. I put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we're going to have 7 phases here. And then inside here will be just the panels. So we can delete all of this. And we're just going to have inside here, we'll just put 1, and then we'll just copy and paste this a couple times. There's a problem. Problem is this label is too aggressive. It shouldn't need word wrap, but we'll keep it there. It could be a little aggressive. We'll keep it as a little aggressive. Because we'll put like, put 7 there. And that expands that fine. That all's fine. Good. Cool. We are getting places. So now we get to work on the more tough solution where we're showing up cards and stuff on the thing. But this looks very familiar to this. Let's see if I can put them both side by side. Zoom this out a little bit and minimize this portion. Let's zoom in a little bit, move it. Can I just have it where it fits page width? There we go. And then if I hit play here, and let's just, whoop, that doesn't look great. We'll just put it right here for now. And then we need this. These look eerily similar. Yay! So now, thinking on your phone, you have your scroll bar down here, buttons at the top, and another button in the middle to search. So now we need to show all the cards and have it where they can scroll up and down. We are getting there. I'm going to move the impact score table up, because I think having the tables at the top would make it a clear distinction. Yeah, this is nice. We're going well. How's everyone doing on your guys' projects and stuff? Okay, so we need this one. We need this one, and we grab the grid container, move it all the way up here. Yeah, I like that look better. Okay. So the card specifics have been finalized. Living in Krita? Right? And Blender as usually. Is that where you live? Or is that like a show or something? I don't know what that is. Okay. So now the card selection, it is a drawing program. Interesting. I've never heard of it. Hopefully it works well. Connecticut. Okay. Cool. So I need to create a scroll ball that scrolls. Free feature rich, great program, been using it for years. Oh, nice. I will have to record that because I've been asked a few times of programs and stuff that would be good to use. If we align this centered, this should be aligned centered as well. So this is centered. This is centered off that centered. It shouldn't be aligned that. It should be aligned off the top. And then it should be positioned. Nope, 20 is fine there. It should be positioned right about there. We'll go 50. And its minimum size should be 215. Its width should be like 190. Nope, that is far too big. Go 100 for now. And we'll keep increasing. Actually, we can increase that by here. We want this to be wide off the top. Wide off the center. Wide off the top. We'll do right off the top for now. So now we can get it to 215. This down to about 50. And then the minimum size really shouldn't matter. Why are you? I want it off the top centered. I guess we go that way. Can you be 50, please? Oh, wait. No, we want you to be 0. Can you be 50? There we go. Yeah, we'll go off that. Why is it off the... Why is your anchor there? I heard a ding. Let's see what's going on. Oh! Ah, Skip says added it. Nice. Let's see this. Let's see this. Let's see this. See this feature-rich program. Open source. Let's see its features. Ooh, it looks nice. I like it. Yeah, this looks really nice. Vector text. Might have to grab this and just play around with it a bit. Because I used to do some art. I lie to people and I say I don't do art, but I used to do a little art here and there. That is nice. PSD supported. Very nice. Awesome. I would love to see some of the art that you've done or you're doing. My go-to art program for years now, and Blender, of course, for all three. Oh yeah, Blender's the ruler of the 3D world. Okay. Inherit position. Like 50 on here. And then I want it where, why is it stretching that way? There we go. I don't know what I'm doing differently, but there we go. Oh, is it because I had it at 0? That's why. Okay, so this needs to be 50 down here. And then it's 215 here. And then, yeah, that's why. It is the anchor. The offset is here off. Which I don't like. It'd be nice if it was centered. But I don't know why. Oh! If it offset. I don't know. or just do this and then we'll just reset it. So we're looking at 680 there. So if we do negative 680 here, too far, too great. Okay. Actually, we do want a little bit of hangover. We want roughly a card's width. So we'll do 800 on this side. And then we'll just add 800 on this side. There we go. And we want some hangover on this as well. So right about there looks good. Let's see. Yep, that's help. So this will be where our cards live, the main cards. And then we just need to have some way of detect it when it's in this area that it disappears. We'll have to figure that one out. Okay, what do I need for the container scroll? Intend to work with a single child control. Use a container or VBox or HBox, etc. Okay, so we want a HBox. There we go. And we want you to just expand all the way both ways. There we go. And then for right now, we'll just put cards here of some size. So that could be just a colored rec. And we'll make that color like a light blue, maybe. Oopsie. Maybe that. And it needs a minimum size. You're going to be, let's say, 200 by 100. That's not the correct thing. And you're stretching it anyways, so this doesn't matter. So how wide should a card be is going to be determined by that factor. 140 sounds like a good number. And then we put a bunch of you across. And we need some spacing. I want like 20 pixel spacing. Maybe 40. 40 pixels sound good. There we go. And I would like this to begin at the end. I don't like how the scroll ball is that way. I would like this to be flipped. It should never be a vertical one. I also need some padding. That's steps. We do need to do steps, but that's fine. This lets me scroll it, which that's fine too. But I would like it actually to be set so that there's bleed over. So I need to add bleed over. So let's actually do this with one card. Let's start with one card, get the one card where we want it. So it's starting the right side, which that's good, but it needs bleed over to do that. So we actually want it to start at the beginning, and then we need to add some bleed over. So we want a margin container on the other side, and it's going to need some margins. It's going to need, like, let's say 1500. Nope, too much. We want it to line up roughly there. That's good. So that's where that is. And then we should be able to duplicate cards now. So now, if I play, this card is the current card selected. And then I can't scroll. I don't have any scroll controls yet. But we have that card currently selected. And then as I scroll, I can move the other cards into selection, and that should work. But this doesn't have the loop. I would love it to loop around. That would be nice. So I'm wondering if there's a way to have it where it loops. I don't know what follow focus is. That's a quick, easy way to test, right? No. No. Okay. Cool. No test. So that is where I want that, but I would like it to loop. I wonder how I can make it loop. We'll ask ChatGPT. Okay. Let's see. I have a scroll container that contains an HBox container that contains a bunch of color graph. I would like it to scroll around to the beginning again when I reach an end on either side. Let's see if ChatGPT can give me a good answer. I have reasoning on. I don't need to have reasoning on, but okay, fine. That is what I want to do. It seems like this might be a script side of the house. Yep, I predicted. Okay. H bar, current score is H bar, max scroll is that, loop around. Okay, so this one might be a little bit more code to get working. So we're not worrying about it too much. So we have this, which I just realized this is going to be a lot more complicated actually, because I want I guess it's not. I'll have the current variation selected here. Okay, let's go into the current prototype phase. Okay. So I have the different cards here. That's fine. But what I want to do is if you go to a specific variation, that specific variation is saved and represented in here. And what I was thinking was I would just have two different scores. I would have your vertical here and your horizontal here, vertical here, and you just scroll like that, here and then here. But as I'm thinking about it, no, I can still do that because I just update the card when you scroll off of it. Do maybe some animation chaos later to cover up that change. So yeah, so if we were to go card specific, we have this. We need a colored rec, which, all right, that's card specific. We have this. We grab this one, just drop it in here. It needs to be positioned. Let's give it some depth real quick so that we know roughly how big it needs to be. And then we need to position it. We'll move it over. This one should be also aligned to the right corner. We need to move it over. About done. Yeah. Let's change its color to be red for now. It needs to go down some. It's gonna be 50. Yep. And then this needs to keep growing until we get to 205, 206. Let's turn off the scroll bar for a second. We'll never show that. There we go. I predicted it was hiding a little bit more. I think it's going to be 215. So 140 by 215. Let's add 20 to both of these. And then let's add 10 or minus 10 to both of these. I did something wrong. Maybe plus 5 here. No, why is it? We want it about centered. Oh, we did not do plus 20. We did plus 2. We need plus 20. There we go. And then this card's a little too low. So it just needs to be set to 40. There you go. Because I want it to be bigger, slightly bigger than everything else. And I think we can make it a little bit bigger without too big of an issue. So maybe another plus 10 here. And plus 10 here. And then minus 5 here. And minus 5 here. There we go. That looks significantly bigger. Because the idea is the card you selected should show up bigger and clearer here compared to everything else. so that you know which cards you have selected and which cards you're still sorting through. So I think that is good there. And just to kind of show what it would look like, what's going to be the horizontal step? If the card is, what's a card width? If a card is a size of 140, so the width is 140, so the step has to be at least 140, but then it has a spacing of 40. So that means the step has to be at least 160. So I wonder, can I? Nope, I have to do it 160. Nope, that did not step well. Maybe 180. Oh, and then we'll do this times 4. So that's roughly what I'm looking at there. That looks good to me. Nope, we don't want a video. So why are you not this? Do I need to turn off the step? Let's turn off the step for now. Nope, it still is just not behaving. 180 at 0. Is that fine? Okay, that looks right. I wonder if this is actually step. Nope. Let's try 180. That should give us one card over. And it's not. It's like right in the middle. So let's times that by 2 for whatever reason. Still, one card in the middle. I don't know why it's doing that. But as you can see, if we did 180 times 3, we get the view I'm kind of expecting. This is going to be a lot of work to get it to right, but that is kind of what we're expecting here. Is all the cards will show up here. You can swipe through them to get the card you want. This is actually going to be even smaller because this isn't showing the mini cards underneath each of them, but we're not worrying about that yet. There's a lot more things to tackle. I've been streaming for 2.5 hours. I'm going to go get some breakfast. As we do that, I'm going to save all of this. And we're going to play that little bit that was playing last time. Let's make sure we save everything. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And this all should be fine now. Yeah, that looks good. First, few steps into card selection. Oops, knocked off my head. Let's commit that. Let's push that up. Cool. And let's go to a different branch. We should be able to just go to host game, and it's going to yell at us. We're going to discard a bunch of changes. We're going to discard this. We were working on that, but we got that working. We want the Host game preview. Yes. And inside this code, we don't need all those print statements. Why it is there? We'll save that up when we get back. But what we want to do is inside the test code here, we'll do what we did before, which I have the code somewhere. I undid it because I didn't want to actually save it, but give me a second to just find the code. This is talking about labeling and stuff, readied. Camera stuff. Viewport. Okay, come on. There we go. So we need to add the toggles here again. And then we need to add in the process this bit of code. And then this bit of code goes down here. Grab all this code. Drop it. Yep. Grab all this code again. Copy it. And drop it in here. That's fine. It's yelling at me for tabs. Is there a way I can just like quickly unindent, unindent, indent, indent. Oh, oopsie. Unindent. There we go. And then trigger becomes this. Whoopsie, whoopsie. There we go. And now if we play the host game, it should play on itself. And you guys can watch how that is going. For the split second, I'm going to get food and I'll be back. It should play soon. There we go. This is what we did yesterday. So I'll keep the mic mute so that I can keep talking and keep the BRB screen from not coming back. Ugh. Okay, let's see. Okay. Grab this food. And we'll grab this food. I'll most likely not really get another snack for a bit. So we're getting there. We've gotten some development done, so we're going pretty well. Put headphones back on. You guys can keep watching that. If you have any questions, just ask me, and I will try to give you some answers. There we go. I'm gonna cut on something for me to watch real quick, and we will just hang out for a bit. A little bit. It might be like 20 minutes. Just of us hanging out. Actually, you know what? We'll watch some development stuff together. I can't play audio of this, potentially. Trying to think of what to watch. We go to the game design. That's watch later. I don't care about that. Game design. Yeah, I was trying to figure out some aspect ratios. We might watch some clips.
The aspect ratio of a rectangle is the ratio of the length of the longer side to the length of the shorter side.
Thank you, Alexa. Watch some of the video of the playground. Mario Party, perfect Mario Party boards. We'll watch it in shuffle. There we go. I'll put captions on. Take your time, bud. No worry. Thank you. I was actually kind of shocked that he started making these videos as I was starting to like start coming up board games. So I'll put it a little bit faster. So that there's no question on like me just stealing his content.
What are noise detectors?
I don't know if I had the idea of a similar thing at the same time or after I watched this, but I did think about putting a gate that switches depending on how many times that board has been played. So basically, every time you play the game, it changes which board parts you're playing on. Sorry for not talking. I wonder if I can turn that off. I can turn that off. Give me a second. There we go. Oh, so I can kind of mute myself. I won't do that. Oh, really? You guys don't mind light eating noises? If you do, you can mute myself. You know when I'm done, YouTube will be showing.
What are noises happening?
Welcome back, for I'm having like a midday lunch, and we're watching some inspiration videos. Almost done. Right now, seaweed. I ate two Nutella bars and seaweed. Oh. Okay. Let me turn the BLB back on. There we go. Let me clear history so we don't have lags yet. Okay, and I'm gonna share this playlist to everyone. 2 map, which I think is in the Mario Party like best described. World War 1 map. Nope. Oh yeah. So there's this asset pack for World War 1 where I can build these like rooms and stuff. And I was thinking it'd be cool to be able to build this and have shops and stuff and everything working out pretty well there. So that's the game plan. Is what I'm thinking. We have these and then have like wood or something covering up them between each one and not having any dead ends and stuff. That would be a fun one and a difficult one to do. Let's open up the asset pack portion of this. Why did I move this to its own thing? I have no clue. I never understand why I do 90% of what I do. Okay, let's go to Cinti store. And then we wanted to look up World 1. Maybe War. Yeah, there we go. Here's a war pack. This is not the map, though. I wonder if we go to the map. Yeah. So this is kind of the idea around this. I guess I have to open up in YouTube. There we go. So I think it'd be cool to have like a Mario Party board where the objective is to find like these people, the soldiers and stuff. You're like a medic. And your board is like this, and you have to trace through it. So I think it'd be cool. And having the board somewhat dynamic, generating new pads and stuff would be cool. If I could get this type of overlay as well, that'd be awesome. Having like bullets go over and all that. So that's just an idea of a future board. It might be the same one we work on, but there's a lot of math behind it. Like that pullout. I think it actually shows it here. Yeah. Like think of a Mario Party board like that. Like I agree, it'd be really cool. I'm not taking this because I do need a path connecting the two, or at least a couple paths connecting the two. But nonetheless, this would be something you definitely would not see in Mario Party. I don't think Nintendo would approve of a World War I themed Mario Party game. If they do, awesome, but I don't think they would. And what I'm thinking is where these like wooden panners are right here. Let's see, can I click? Nope, that's not good. I'll click here. So like these wooden panners right here. I was thinking I'd cover up the rooms you're not in with the wooden panners, and you'd only know what's near you and what's near the other players. So, fun stuff. Did just give me an idea. I want to log this idea down before I lose it. Notion, that's cool. This is the old one, so I'd like it to go into the new one. I called them boards now. One and idea. Call it. Having 2 trenches. Hey, J baby, how are you? Imagine it's like evening for you, so you most likely just finished up all your day stuff. How's everything going? How was today? Are those ice cubes? Were you frozen? Having 2 trenches and then some special event spots, which will be ways to travel between the two. And one might be crossing no man's land as a mini game. So we'll see how that goes. But that'd be cool. And yeah, and there you go. So I'm thinking like the objective is you find metas or forces and those kind of as your stars. Woke up late, 4 p.m. right now. Caves, waterfall so far, about 2 hours or less in sunlight. Oh, wow. I'm hoping you're taking great pictures. I'm excited to see them when you get back. So that's a good idea for World 1. But we're not there. We're on a different branch that I need to go to now. Okay, that's all fine. We deleted that, that's fine. This is changes we don't need. Yep. So we can discard these changes. We can update this change. Removed extra print statements. And we can commit that to the host. Push that up. And then we can go back to the card menu. It's going to yell at me. We're going to discard a bunch of stuff. We're going to not save this. And then we can go into card menu. And we can see what we have for the card menu. Yep. So we can basically do the exact same thing we just did, but for the vertical side now. So where are we? We're on, that's card specific. We don't care about that. We care about this scroll model. Because this is where cards going to be. This is where cards will live. So then we need to create another scroll container who is centered in the corner right here and needs to be offset by a bunch. So it's going to be offset by so much. Why is this 100? Make it 80. Thank you. And actually put the card behind it so that I can roughly place this correctly. Okay, so keep scrolling. Can I shift this? Yes. Looking at 175, roughly. 375. And then Y is going to go all the way down. There you go. My mouse dropped. Keep going. There you go. Could I have been done better? Potentially. Potentially, we could have had it like, nope, nope. We messed up. We done messed up. Okay, this can be 170. This was like 375. Nice. And the cards are 140 difference. There we go. So that is that card. And it needs a V-box container. And this V-box container can take both expansions. Okay. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Don't care about that. Oh my gosh. Everything keeps triggering. There we go. Okay. So we got the cards. And in theory now, we could define the minimum height based on what we found out. Sadly, we forgot what we found out. But it looks like the size is 240, which is too big. But if we go grab this min height, do 240, that's too big. But if we keep chunking it up, 215. Yep, 215 was the number. Cool. So now we can grab this rec, paste it in here, keep pasting, keep duplicating these. 215, please. Thank you. Delete all these. Duplicate, duplicate, duplicate. And we want the scroll bar to not show up. So disable and disable. I guess never show is, I guess disabled is fine. No, we want it to be enabled. We just want it never to be shown. There we go. Which means this could actually be shortened to. Why is it so big? Oh, because the scroll bar. Yeah, we could make this shorter. Because this is never show. Disable turns it off. So we want it never to be shown, but still locked in there. We can fix that later. So let's duplicate cards a couple more times. What was the separation? We did separation of 40. Let's do a separation of 40 here too. There we go. Let's move some of this stuff around. There we go. And then we also need, somewhat like we had before, a margin container at the very top. Come on. There we go. That allows us to put an offset at a good distance. It's likely 10. There we go. So now if somebody was to start scrolling it vertically, we move the card up and we keep moving the card up and we keep moving the card up, and there we go. Cool. And it looks like the rec might be off by 1 though. There we go. Zoom in. Yeah, I felt like it was off by 1. It should be 374. So that is the idea. And then we shove this one back here. So in theory, this is the screen you're going to see, plus or minus. These scrolls are all messed up. I don't know why the scrolls are messed up, but that doesn't look too bad. Like, thinking of this like on your phone, you have your thumb scrolling up and down here. You have your buttons. The search is somewhat of a long reach. I don't like that. Maybe I'll have like a little search button down here to just have a quick and ease. Any thoughts on adding a search button down here so that you don't have to reach your thumb all the way up here? Here it's not too bad because it's just these 2 buttons. Overall, it looks pretty good in my opinion. So now we get into my favorite part, a bunch of code. Okay, so what do we need to have happen? I feel like the easiest code bit to tackle right now is the rating, which this is a margin container for all that. That's fine. This is an HBox container for the main. That's fine. This will be filter and rating. Filter / rating. Can't do slashes. Filter underscore rating. This is sets underscore statistics, sets and stats. And then this is search and description. There we go. Inside the filter, there's a button that should be relatively easy to code up. We don't have anything for the button to do yet, but eventually it will be on. Bring on the coding! Yes, 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 yes. The coding is the fun part, I've heard. So that's the filter, but this is the rating system. In the grand scheme of things, I don't think we need. Yep, we do. Or maybe we don't. If I go here and go boom, boom, and then delete this, there you go. We don't need the control. Too many layers. This is the rating bar, and this is the rating label. The rating label we shouldn't have to worry about. But now we need to figure out how to code up touch. which I want to say touch is relatively simple, but we'll have to see. Touch controls. How to handle touch controls. Solution. Here's a code to make a 2-line entity wherever you drag. Okay. Input screen touch. Input screen drag. This looks like it's going to be nasty code. So let's go ChatGPT and ask it simple questions to give me a good leeway. There we go. And right here will be good. Put myself over here. Thank you. Okay. I have a progress bar, which I would like to be able to. This will be a vertical progress bar. Vertical progress bar. I would like to be able to. I would like to be able to change the value on swiping my finger up and down on it within the Godot engine. Let's see what it brings. Oh, I still have reasoning on. Turn off reasoning. It doesn't need to think through every little thing. Thank you. Okay. Set up a vertical, got that. Ensure it receives, set the mouse filter property to mouse filter stop or do encode so you can capture input events. Okay. That is an easy thing we can do. That is down here, mouse filter. Mouse filter to filter stop. Okay. There we go. Override the GUI handle in the handling to swipe, which is part of this. Okay, so we can drop into the code. Sadly, the progress bar doesn't have code. So here's a refactoring thing we could do. We could make the progress bar signal down to the rating label and say, hey, here's what the thing is. We can separate the code, have a rating label that's independent from the rating bar, or we can make every ratings bar need a rating label. And I feel like we should keep them independent. Primarily because the rating bar might, behind the scenes, be what you're interacting with when we switch to using stars. So we're going to do that. By the way, BRB, I need to take my dog out. Okay. Yep, take your dog out. You just actually told me what I'm doing the rest of this week. So thank you. I'm not taking a dog out, but I need to code up new bot stream commands. BRB was going to be one of the new ones. So let's add a script. Wherever I do that. There we go. So this is going to be a progress bar script. It's going to take node. We're going to define it. For right now, it can be defined in scenes, but we're going to move it out. So this will be the rating bar. There we go. I should have picked none because we're deleting all of this. We don't need a ready, but we do need a function GUI input event. Okay. Respond to touch or drag events. Okay, so if actually we'll do this. We can do this better. We can make changeable inputs. This is a variable. It's going to be an array. It's going to be an array that contains input event screen drag and input event screen touch. And I imagine these are considered input events. There you go. Nope, it did not like that. These are GD script native classes. GD script native classes. I don't think it's going to like that either. Yeah, okay. These are just arrays. We might change that anyways. So now we can go if event if changeable inputs includes as event, then we now know it's a changeable input event. At which time the ChatGPT says get the relative position to the progress bar by doing var local position, which is vector2, equals get local mouse position. Okay. Yep, that's fine. Okay, so then var percentage equals, I don't know why that's that way. That should be float equals clamp. We need to give it some value. I'm just going to copy this. Is that right? That doesn't feel right. Yeah, that doesn't feel right. You're lying to me. You are lying to me. What's in the progress bar docs? Godot progress bar docs. What is here? We have editor preview indeterminate. That's fine. Fill mode. Okay. Indeterminate. Show percentages. Font. Outline. Font. Background. Fill. That is all the properties. We have a couple enums. We have that. We have that. We have that. We have these properties. There is literally no functions. Okay. We need. How would I set the here show percentage? I guess it's in the range. Yeah, here we go. Okay. So we have step, we have value. That's what we want. We can get value change, we can get shared, unshared, that's all fine. We have a bunch of properties. Methods, we have value change, set value no signal, sets the value to the current without emitting a value change, shared, binds two ranges together, unshared. So not much there either. And I got a ding on Discord. Let's see what is going on. Oh yeah, if I was just pumping up everyone. If they come, I will give them a shout out. I think 4 came. 4, are you still around? Twitch fool, not YouTube fool. All the fools. Calling all fools. Okay. Rounded page. Nope, not you. Wrong fool. Sorry, fool. Okay. So range doesn't get us anything new either. So what does control get us? Does control get us a... I want to know what the size is, because it's like saying get rect size, and I don't think that's a thing. Because let's see. I can get a rec. I can get rec. Let's print get rec. So theoretically, whenever I touch the screen, I should get a rec. Nope. There we go. When I touch the scroll ball. Yeah. Actually, whenever I'm hovering over it, I get it. Okay. So we have position and size. So size is 65 by 403. Does that sound right? I might have to go to remote. Might have to go here. Specifics, Hbox, filter and rating. 65 by 430. Okay, so we got it. We got a way to do that. So it's not rec size, it's get rec size dot y. Okay, so if we are doing an input event, we get the size, we do raw percentage, and we clamp float, we clamp int, we clamp by int, the rec size, which is get rec dot y minus the local position of your hand dot y. They're wrapping this in parentheses. Divide this by the rec. Sorry, the get rec size dot y. Then we give it a minimum of 0 and a maximum of 5. Actually, 1. Which I guess makes this needing to be clamp and need to make this a float. 0.0, 0.0. Y cannot be found. Yes, because it's S and then Y. Nope. Get rec dot size dot y. There we go. So that's that. Can I do I int? But I don't want it to be I. I actually do want it to be a float. What's the difference between clamp, and clamp F? Clamp, a value returns a variant, none more or less that. F returns a float. No, better type safe, clamp F, clamp I, Okay, so we want clamp F. Keep it type safe. There you go. So we clamp the F, that gives us the percentage. And then we do value equals alert between the min value of 0, or actually I can do min value, max value, percent. So in theory, that code should do everything now. Nope. Or it does nothing. Why does it do nothing? Because I bet I'm getting a different event. Print event. So this is a mouse hover. So I get a bunch of mouse input events. So I'm going to need to parse that a little bit better. Which means I should know. We'll have a function is changeable event, which takes in an event, input event, and it returns a bool. The first one's easy. If it's one of these, then we just return true. Else, return false. Actually, not else. There we go. And then this becomes is changeable event, takes an event. And the reason why we're doing this is because if event is input event mouse motion, I'm guessing, then we're going to print or actually we need to do this kind of logically, which is going to be a little hard. So did the button ever go down? Okay, we have this where what has happened? Velocities change. The relative, the position, that's fine. Okay, so here we have the button is pressed down. So we have a button pressed event that is, let's see if we just grab the button press event and we just print the event then. If I go run a simulation of this, I press the button and then I drag it down, drag it up. Nope, I'm only calling it once. So I get it was pressed, and then I get it was an unpressed, but I don't have the in between. So that is not what we want. So let's just do not this. So we have hover, but then we have a click, we have a click, we have a click. I'm clicking, clicking, and then off. Let's see if that gets us something. Okay, so we have a button mask equals 1, which shows that the left button was pressed. So we want to do if event is input input event mouse motion. So if it's that, we also need to check and event dot why can't I do an event dot? Event dot accurate device strength get is action press, is action release, is action is pressed. Maybe is press is the right one. We'll try that. We're doing the motion right now. And then print event dot is press to see if that gets us every time we're holding the button down, if that does anything. That's all false. Still all false. So that's not getting us anything. I don't even think there was a true in here. No, there was no true. So is event is not what we want. Let's ask ChatGPT. This is cool, but how do I do it with mouse press mouse forward on the element and moved up or down as well? How do I do that? And it's still reasoning. Turn off the reasoning. You don't need it to think of everything. You just need to give me a quick answer. The reasoning is not quick. Okay. Mouse motion, mouse mask button. Okay. And then optionally handle the initial button press. Okay. I thought it was a mouse press thing, but okay. Fine. So we can just go if event dot, actually it should be if event dot button math. That did not show up last time. And with the button underscore mask left, we are going to return true. And that should handle quick clicks as well. So let's see how that works. So if I click and hold, I can do it. But if I don't move it, it doesn't respond. So we do need to do one more. We need to do if event is input mouse button, if event dot button index. We have a button index here, don't we? Can I print? Sorry, event dot button. No, we only have a mask at that point, apparently. So, okay, that sucks. Equals button left. Mouse button left. Go. And event is press, which we could go, that's fine. we didn't get too far in that. We can return true as well. So now, when I click on it, I don't have to move the mouse. It doesn't carry the label through. But we should be able to do mouse on the label, not step, just pass. Right, pass through. There we go. Okay, stop will receive the mouse and click through. Mouse enter. Okay, pass will receive the mouse, click through. If the controller does not handle the event, the parent control, if any, will be considered. So on until there's no more parents. Stop, they will stop being there, and ignored will block other controllers from receiving these events. So we want pass. And then on the rating, on that mouse, we want stop. So now when we play it and we click on the label, it should pass right through. Yep, look at that. So now we have a way to rate cards easily. And if I was to put this on my phone, I imagine the touch will work as well. So let's clean up this code a little bit. So that's fine because this isn't easy. It has it for right now. This one and this one are different ones. They don't carry properties from each other. So if we were to do a match, let's see about writing this code in a match form. So we did match event. And then I think it's case. No. How do you do match again? Match. See match. Match. Oh, it's just colon. Okay. So if the event is input event screen drag, can I have it fall through? Is there a way to do fall through? Let me pour this over so you guys can see what I'm looking at. Okay. I'm looking to see, there's a thing called fall through where you can have multiple ones. Separate matches. I do commas. Okay. So if the event is that, or it's an input event screen touch, then it's going to return true. Else, we're going to have a we can't fall through. That sucks. So I can't like do, well, I can't fall through anyways, so it doesn't matter. Anyways. Okay, so in this one we do input event mouse motion. Inside here we do our if event dot button mask and mouse button mask left, return true. And then here we do input event mouse button if button, oopsie, sorry, event dot button index equals mouse button left, and event dot press is pressed, return true. Which these can just become return, because I don't need to return true, because if these are true, then they are good. They don't need colons at the end. And then anything else, we could just do return false. But I don't like that. I rather do the underscore, I think, is your wild card. Yeah. So anything else, return false. And now I feel like this code is simpler than that code. So we delete it and go with the simpler case. Because this one, it goes, here's the screen stuff, here's the mouse motion, here's the mouse button, and then otherwise we throw it out. And it should still work with a rating system. Nope. Nothing's working now. Why? Because what would it be? Type of event? Would that work? No. Let's ask ChatGPT real quick. Because I know what it's yelling at me. Event is not technically that. Why does the match in the first half not work like the if below? Match if event equals it's a class does not check for types, where if is checking. How to fix the match? We do .get class. That's why. Get the class of the event, and if it is one of those classes, do that. There we go. I knew what it was. Nope, still not working. Oh, I need to put strings around all this. Yeah, we're going with the if statement. Because that is the thing that breaks me, is when I have to put strings, that means it could be anything. And that's not going to help anyone. It's just going to make me upset. It's going to make you upset. It's not going to make you upset. But we could optimize this. We can make these returns as well. So now it's just checking if it is, and then if it is, it's returning. So, which we can't do a return on this one because I need to know if it's actually that one. I mean, I guess we could flip it. We could go if the event is any of those, otherwise call this and return it. But if we do that, we should kind of put the definitions can sit at the top. That's kind of a C style of coding where you have your variables at the top and then your behavior at the below. Okay, so this one now goes, if the event is a input mouse movement, do it else if. Actually, we don't need an else if because we're just returning over and over again. So if it's this, return this. If it's this, return this. If I haven't gotten anything, then check to see if it's in the changeable inputs. We'll change this to screen inputs. If screen inputs have it, then we drop it down and say, hey, you've made a good job. Continue on with your life. So that should work. And it was working before, so I'm 90% certain. There we go. Look at that. We can still click on there. It would be nice if the progress bar had like little markers or something. What's page? Use for scroll bars. Scroll bar length is its size. Okay. Indeterminate, I don't care about that. Percentage, I don't care about that. Let's see. Is there a way? It'd be nice if there was like little markers on the progress bar. I know of a way to do it, but I don't want to do it that way. But yeah, this isn't gonna help me. Godot progress bar is there a way to make marks on these steps? I imagine the way is to use a custom draw function. Yeah. Take a step, draw. Yeah. Could do that, but I'm not going to. Sorry, guys. So we got the rating system working and it fires off whenever the value changes. So that's good. These are buttons. This is technically a drop down. We could start coding that up. I don't want to code that one up. We're at the 5-hour mark and I'm kind of like at the point of like, I don't want to code anymore. Okay. We're gonna start doing with the sets. So we got the progress bar working now. That's good. It's mostly green. I don't know why you're not green. I don't know why you're green. You're not green for what reason? Is it because the look needs to be a F look? Yep, that was because there's no F look there. I don't know why you're not green. If I did var return out, or var out or equals, and then you did out, would you be happy? You're not happy because of the logic. What is wrong with the logic? I think it's because event is not technically declared. Let's ask ChatGPT. How would I make the returns type state? Oh, it's because I'm returning. Or no, this one should have been type save. It's saying for whatever reason this could return a non-zero, so saying if I did that, it'd be type thing. No. Because what I imagine it is event is not a known type here. So if I was to do like, if I was to like cast the event as an input event mouse motion object, and then check to see if it had a mass, it gives it. Because basically what it's yelling at me about is initially I say the event is an input event, and then I unsafely go, hey, I think it's a mouse input movement event. So I don't know how to fix that. So we just call that's good enough. So if it is, we update it. Can we change this any? We could get the rec size once and just clean that code up a little bit. But that would be the only place I could see it, and it doesn't really help much. I mean, it reduces the call for the get rec, but I imagine the get rec is a constant, and that means it should not be calculating. There's no. I guess it does calculate, maybe. So I guess we could optimize there just to have it where it calculates once. So we just do var progress size equal will be a vector2, which equals get rec dot size. And now we can just do progress size and progress size dot y. I took too much off of this one. It should be dot y. There we go. That just reduces the call to the get rec. It stores it into memory. So we increase our memory usage for just a little bit. We technically could reduce the memory usage by doing this, because we only call this once. And then to clean up this, we should break it into parts, just so that it's easy to read and understand what's happening here. So we get the progress size, divide it, minus it from the total size. We have a minimum and a maximum, and we float it. In theory, we might even be able to just multiply that by 5. And then we just set the value to that. Because the min value is going to be 0. We're LORP it still. LORP is expensive, though. And we don't really need to LORP it. We don't care about the animation, I don't think. Get wreck makes me think of get wreck. Yeah. We don't need the animation. It's not animating anyways. So I bet if I replace percentage but times 5, that would give us the same answer. Yeah. Which, if we're going to do that, we might as well just reduce this all down to value equals this. And then just multiply this by 5. Which we should do up here since we broke the clamp out. And we should do max value just in case we change it. And then as long as the min value is 0, this code works perfectly fine. Yep. Cool. That all works. And that's clean code. This is clean. That's good looking code. I like it. All that to continue trying to ignore the idea of what I need to do next. The sets. So I actually want to test something because there's a control node that looked promising when I was scrolling through here. There was menu bar. Creates a menu button for each pop-up menu item. No, that's not what I want. Tree creates a tree object. Nope. Maybe menu bar would work. Let's see. Let's see how crazy menu bar is. Start at the 0. Hey, Yuki! Can you make my face the mouse cursor for your game? I could make it where you could do that, but it only really show up on the host game because on the client game, it will be on your phone. But you have unlocked an Easter egg. You now know where my mouse was. So let's add some labels as just some placeholder stuff. And let's just call this test. Test. And then let's get this to fill and expand. There we go. So test 1, 2, and 3. That menu bar isn't really menuing. Doesn't look like it's menuing all that much. Yeah, that's not doing what I thought it was going to do. That's fine. That is why we test things, guys. Okay, so we have set and we have this. It needs to open up an internal dropdown. You should make an Easter egg. You should always testing. You should make an Easter egg room that's just your name backwards, like an old SNES game sometimes did. Maybe I might put some people on there. I have some requests to put Easter eggs on the boards and stuff. So I do have plans to do such things. I don't know if I'd just put my name backwards. I'd just put the name in the credits. Back in the day, they did that because developers didn't get credits in the old games. So we need to have this pop up another menu, which can't be inside the project container. So I'm wondering how one would do that. So ChatGPT. I have a button which is composed of a panel, container, and a label. its parent is a VBox container. I would like when this button is pressed to have a drop down menu appear. How can I modify this so that that behavior happens? Let's see what ChatGPT says. Pop-up menu. Add a pop-up menu as a child of the as the bonnet of the button. Pop-up will contain drop-down. Position the pop-up menu correctly. Handle the press. Display the pop-up. Okay. Sounds promising, but I don't think there is such a thing. Pop-up. There is. Pop-up menu. Pop-up panel. Okay, so maybe I was a little too quick to judge. Maybe menu button is what we want. Menu button contains the menu thing. Nope, it doesn't look like that's behaving like what we want. Put a Pikachu as an Easter egg so you can see how long Nintendo takes to DMCA you. I'm gonna avoid that. I think I'm already gonna be playing it risky with Nintendo DMCAing, as this is a Mario Party inspired game. Let's see. Godot, 2D, not 2D. Canvas, nodes, explain. There's a video. That's R200. I don't want R200. Loki is a really good video when it comes to Godot. Like, they went through all the nodes ever explained. UI nodes, 12 minutes. Let's go through this. I hate this commercial. This commercial is the worst. Yes, I'm not playing the audio because I'm nervous about playing videos on Twitch and YouTube of other Twitches and YouTubers. So I'm just watching this. He doesn't have it in chapters, which sucks. I don't care about the container node. Don't care about the aspect ratio. Don't care about the VBox. That's core, don't care. Grid, don't care. Yeah, I don't want the split, that's fine. Nope. Scroll. Tab, don't care. Label, rich, rec, separators. Okay, I need the H separator there. Menu buttons, there you go. Okay, I'm using the menu button incorrectly. So, wait, this is the menu bar. They added a menu button. Okay, I don't want a menu. Well, maybe. Maybe I could do menu button and that would work. So if we take the menu bar out, And what the menu button looked like is there's items here. So if we had an item that called add new set, we could give it an icon later. It can't be checkable, has an ID of zeros, has a separator. And then let's just add this as a example deck or example set, sorry. It doesn't need a separator. Okay, there goes items. And then here we can just have right now let's turn there's a lot of things here. Okay, let's just call this set for now. And let's just see how all that works. Okay, so this is the separator for that. Okay. So if we added another element, moved it up, and this is add new set. Clear this. This is nothing except a separator. So now if we were to go in here, click this, we get the example set and we get the new set. Cool. That is more what I was looking for. Now, what happens if we duplicate this a billion times? It looks like it's going to be a nightmare to duplicate a billion times, but okay. Yeah, we're not going to worry about it, actually. Yeah, this is game nightmarish. Or we'll write a script later to do that nightmare test of just, if I had a billion sets here. Okay. So we got a set. Switch on hover. I don't know what that means. I don't get what switch on hover means. When the cursor hovers above or another menu button within the same parent. Oh, I don't care about that. Okay, so we have the text. You don't need an icon. If we do flat, that's fine. Text behavior centered. We had it align left, I think. Yeah, we had it align left because we had it set default collection. Trim, word wrap, clip text, that's all fine. Icons, we don't need an icon yet. I don't know what that is. We want to keep a toggle on button press, action mode, left, right, keep press outside, button group, don't care. Shortcut, don't care. Okay. Layout, that's fine. Localization, tooltip, focus, mouse, input, theme, overrides. Now, in the panel, we have a thing called style. So hopefully in the overrides, we have a thing called style. We have a bunch of styles, though. Oh, we have a boat ton of styles. And for right now, I'm just going to set the normal one to be a rounded button. Just so it looks the same, we can worry about getting special stylers set up. So now, when I click here, it changes the style, but that's what we're looking at. That's not bad. Yeah, I like that. So we got the menu. I don't know what mirrored and focus and all of that. It's gonna be a bunch of styling stuff later. Okay, so here it needs to have some code though. Because it needs to have a way to add to a list and a way to select. So for right now, we're going to worry about the select. So let's attach a new script and we will call it selectable dropdown. Well, actually, we'll put it add and select dropdown. Because it will eventually be its own class object that does that. So we're going to need an internal array. Actually, it has an internal array. We don't need an internal array. We do need a check to verify there's a first element. So how do we do that? We can do it like we did on the other one, which I don't have anymore. So let's go ChatGPT real quick. And somewhere in here, I believe we put a warning. Yep, that's how that gets done. And I believe I had better code than ChatGPT had there. So let's go find and file. Yep, here it is. That's how I do that. That's how I do this. And then I return the errors. Okay. So back in here, we're going to do here. And we're going to return errors. There we go. And the first error I can think of that we're going to have to deal with is if item, how do I gain access to this? Pop-up item. So if I do pop-up item, nope. Okay, what does the menu button have access to? I have an item count. I can get pop-up. So I think I want to get pop-up. Okay, so if get pop-up item. Nope. Okay, so we're getting there. Pop-up equals get pop-up law, and this becomes pop-up. Yep, all that looks good. So now what's in a pop-up? Borderless, pop-up window, transparent, pop-up hide. None of that's what I want. What's in get pop-up? Get pop-up returns a pop-up menu. That's what I needed. This needs to be a pop-up menu. Now, if I do pop-up dot items, nope, I still only can get access to the count. I don't want the count. Allow search, allow hide. Allow search would be a nice thing to have on. How do I get the items? Get item icon. Is item, set item, scroll to item, set is item, toggle. Up, menu. Okay, it can be used. It's limited by Windows max size. Its length is a scroll container. Okay, that's all fine. Incremental search. Okay. IDs used for items are limited 32-bit, not the 46, which that's fine. If you have this many decks, you need to think about your life. So it looks like I can't get an item. That sucks. Like, it looks like it doesn't let me just list out all the items. I don't like that. That makes me sad. So it looks like I have to do item count and then do checks off that. So if item count is less than or equal to 2, 1 less than 2, then we have errors dot append. Yeah, if you have that many sets, there's too many. I think that was like 2 million sets. Let's see, 3 digits. Boom, boom. 2.1 billion sets. If you have even built 2.1 billion, I will ask you if 2.1 billion are unique. I will also thank you for playing my game that much, because putting that many, even just adding that many times is a ridiculous amount of times. Okay, so if it's less than 2, there's going to be like a lot of checks. And if any of these checks are bad, then it needs to report that you need to add the 2 elements. I could also hard code the 2 elements. Because basically, one of them needs to be the text, and one of them needs to be a separator. I guess we'll go just assume that you have it, and if it breaks otherwise, no. If it's less than 2, then I don't know how we do this error. I do want this error, but this error is going to be a to-do. To-do. Why are you not highlighting? Oh, there we go. To-do. Need error slash hard set of the first 2 elements being an add and a separator. Cool. So there was a way to search, and I don't see that option in here, nor in the items. So let's try to do function ready get popup dot search allow search equals true. See if that works. I don't need the colon at the end. I don't know what allow search does. It's not working for me, so we're just taking that off. Okay. So we need to know when something gets selected in the pop-up. So there's methods. There's a bunch of add items, scroll. There's themes, signals. ID has focus, ID is pressed. ID pressed. Menu changed. Okay, so there's 3 signals. We have emit when the user navigates to an item with some ID in here. Or we have emit when an item of some ID is pressed or its accelerator is activated. I don't know what that means. Note, negative IDs explicitly or due to overflow will return the corresponding ID instead. Okay. ID press. Emit when the item of some index is pressed or its accelerator is activated. I don't know what its accelerator is. Let's see what we can find out about the accelerator. Provides events against pop-up and its accelerators. Accelerator, font accelerator, set item accelerator, get items accelerator. Right? I bet items accelerator. Given index. Item accelerator is a keyboard shortcut that when pressed triggers the menu button even if it's currently not open. That's what it is. I don't care about that. So what's the difference between these two? One gets me the ID, the other gets me the index. I want the ID because I don't think I can actually do anything with the index. Because I need to or I guess I don't want the ID. Never mind. The ID doesn't matter. I want the index. Because this ID is all confused. It's not giving me it, right? So, okay. So, we want the index because ID is stupid. So, we want to make this have a signal that, nope. Nope, that is not the signal I want. I want the internal signal. That sucks that this isn't showing me the internal signal of the pop-up, which means I'm going to have to do signals the old-fashioned way, which I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to write me that way. I have a menu button that I would like to get the signal when its respective get pop-up menu as a index.pressed. which means the menu button should have a knowledge of itself, but that's fine, that works. If I looked up the menu button, no, it just has an item count. I don't know why it just has an item count. Like, I have to literally do everything outside the item count anyways. It's like the lamest way of getting this details. Okay, so we got some code. Let's see if this code works relatively. So we need to do function ready void ball pop-up is going to be pop-up menu. This can all just be stored away. No, it can't. It can't because the git, oh, yeah, we can't because the git config needs to have everything coded in at runtime for that. Equals, we are looking for git pop-up. There we go. So now we need a new function that will be function handle pop up item press. And popped up item press is going to take an index, which is an int. It's going to return a void. And right now it's just going to pass. So now in the pop-up, we go index.press.connect and then handle index, and we just give it the passable object. There we go. So now in here we go if index equals 0. We could do this as a match. Index, if it's 0, then we pass. If it's 1, then we pass. If it's anything else, then we pass. So now to kind of code up this stuff, the user wants to add a new set. This is a non-clickable object, such as a separator. This is a actually I need to do new line. The user wants to update the current set they are seeing. So now we got that code kind of coded up. So if it's this, we can pass right now. We need to, actually we can do, what would it be? We need to create the pop-up menu again. But it only really happens, I think it's going to happen everywhere. So we need to create the pop-up. And we go pop-up dot add item. It's going to have a string. And that's going to be it. We're just going to put new item as a string. Everything else can be blank. Separator, we literally just pass. We don't care. And then this one, it's going to be text equals pop-up dot get focus item dot text. Get focus item returns an int. So I imagine it's going to be like pop-up dot, what would it be? Pop-up dot get item at index, get pop-up dot, or not, sorry, pop-up dot get focus item dot text. No, that's get item index. It should be get item text. There we go. Then pop-up dot get focus item. So in theory, this should work. So we should be able to go here, go to example, and it didn't get it because of some reason. The adding works. That's good. We're getting somewhere. What if I do index? Hey, look at that. We add one, get one. There we go. But we want it to say a little bit more. We want it to say set curly braces dot format curly braces dot set name equals everything here. Close this, and this becomes set name. So now we have set now, and now we have example set. And we add a new one. We got new item set. Yay! We add more. Just keep adding them. We'll just do that real quick. We'll do the bad tests. So this will be for I in range. We'll do 100 just to start out. Pop-up dot item dot format square brackets, or not square, curly brackets, index, and index I, new item I. So now when we run it, we should see 100 drop downs. And there it is. That's not bad. I put the wrong thing there, but that's fine. And that's fine. You'll be able to reach your thumb over. We should potentially disable this if this is enabled. Just so that if you have your thumb over it and you accidentally hit the rating, you don't change the rating while trying to change the set. So let's make this index so that it's readable. And then rating needs a thing because we need to create a batch pop-up. How would we do that? Is it part of the pop-up menu? ID focus, ID press, ID menu change. No. So I guess it's going to be pressed or toggled. maybe toggled. Let's try toggled. So we need to connect this to the rating bar. Yep. And we'll call this sets. Actually, we'll keep the name here on set toggle. Sets toggle. And it's going to do that. Connect. It's going to bring us into here. That's fine. And for right now, we just do print toggled on, just to see what happens. So we don't have it. We toggled it on. We still go through. We toggle it off. Okay, cool. So that is what we want to do. And we want to disable this. So disable. Nope. What is it? I think it's process mode. Disabled. And inherit. Maybe. Actually, if I click away, does it even let me? Oopsie. Sorry, give me the pass. If I click this and then click away. I don't know. I feel like it should disable this. I feel like it should disable that because, like, I'm thinking, like, on your phone, you reach over and, like, your fat palm, like mine, presses against it as you're trying to choose the next set you want to choose. So, like, I feel like it should disable it. But the question is, how? Maybe we could do mouse filter instead of stop, maybe ignored. Yeah, we'll do that. So if toggled on, then mouse filter dot equals mouse filter ignore. Else mouse filter equals mouse filter. Okay. Stop. So now if we try it, we have this pop open and yep, now it won't change it. So if your fat palm touches it, it won't change it until you get off of it. Yeah. Which is a little bit of a reduce, but I think it's a good reduce to have. Because I feel like that's a common issue that would occur. So we got the set relatively working. We have it where it adds an item. Eventually, it will have a little pop-up that appears that takes over everything and does everything with that. I need to work on that eventually. But for right now, we're getting there. We never tried the separator. Oh, where is the separator? Oh, there it is. Yep, I can't click the separator now, which is good. Which I might have not been able to click anyways, but just for the case. So that's all good. That's all good. That updates right. This needs to eventually get translated, but that's fine. We don't need the 100. uh, transition fires. There we go. Let's save all that up. Cool. So that's working. This is going to be dynamic, but I don't want to work on that until we get the card selection working right. Because then I can put like the card name and we can actually verify it's rendering the text as needed. So I guess the next part would be the search, which I don't really want to do either. So I guess the cards will be the next part, which I don't really want to do either. Nothing I want to do. Okay, so let's go to card selection and try to get this where it scrolls on mouse. But I only want it to scroll left and right on mouse here. So let's get ChatGPT to get us some rough, quick code to start us up. I have a scroll container that I would like that when you touch and drag or mouse press and drag, it moves the scroll container only horizontally. While ignoring the vertical movement. Let's see what you get us. Get us that rough code so we can start up. Is drag, turn the drag function on. Need it AFK for about 20 minutes or so? Yeah, that's fine. You just added 30 seconds to the clock, so you're good. Okay. Yep. Okay, fine. Let's see what we get. Detect drag movement, both ignore vertical by manually. Yep, okay. Disable the default vertical scroll behavior. Okay. Okay, I think we got it. So let's start writing up a script for this. And we'll have this as a draggable scroll container. Okay, so it's going to inherit from a scroll container. That's fine. We're going to delete a lot of this. And it's saying to get some movement. So it's want us to have a variable called dragging, which is a bool, which is false. And then they want a variable called last x, which I'm going to make this last value because I'm going to make this more dynamic and make this where it handles both vertical and horizontal with like a float. Sorry, float equals 0.0. And because we're making this dynamic, we're going to have an export variable. We're going to make this an enum, so I need to remember how to make an enum. Enum. Cool. So right up here, we're going to have an enum called orientation. In orientations, which is going to be just two values. You're going to have vertical and horizontal. Horizontal. There we go. And then inside here, we're going to have orientation, which is going to be an orientation of orientation. There we go. So you can choose vertical or horizontal now. This one is going to be horizontal. There you go. This one's going to be horizontal, and that allows us to determine the last value and stuff. Okay, so that cleans up that code a little bit. Now we get into code. We're going to have a GUI input value. If the event is an input mouse button, and that's a lot of logic. I'm going to break that into a couple of lines. If the event dot pressed and event dot button index equals mouse button left. Edit this so I can easily see. Yep. If all that's true, then dragging is set to true. And last value equals event dot position dot x. But that is going to be debatable on the orientation. So this becomes if orientation is orientations dot vertical. That's not how you use an if in an enum. I don't want to ask ChatGPT to do that. Why are you not liking this? Doesn't need to be indented. Oh, this guy need to be indented. Cannot find vertical under nested. What do you mean? Did I spell it differently? No, I spelled it the same. Yeah, that's not it. Orientations dot. Okay, we're gonna remove this for now. If I wanted orientations dot vertical, yep. If orientation I feel like I haven't changed anything. Fine, cool. If it's vertical, we want the Y. Else, same code, but the X. Not the Z, the X. There we go. Cool. If event, or now this actually has to be an elif. Elif event is input event mouse motion and dragging then var delta equals event dot position dot x minus last value, but that's going to be differing. So really, just ate lunch. Nice. I'm actually not hungry. My little snack scared me off, so I think I'm going to be held off for a bit. Hopefully your lunch was good. So we're going to have var current position equals 0. And then we're going to do basically this, but for var current position, which we've done this twice now. So I think we're going to break this into its own function called func get event position relative to orientation. It's a mouthful, yes. The position's a vector 2, so we'll take a position. The vector 2, and we return a float. And what this will do is basically this bit of code, but instead of setting anything, it's just going to return. But this position's uncleared what it is, so we're going to name it event position. We just return this. So that code can now get replaced. So instead of doing this weird if statement, we can now do last value equals this dot event dot position. And we can do that in 2 places, because we can do it here as well. We can do get this and event dot position. And that cleans up the code. So that's good. So we need the scroll delta, but then scroll horizontal minus equals delta dot x. And then last value equals current position. So that gets us mouse dragging. And then I don't know why it says for unhandled event. It's saying unhandled input will do something different, and I don't like that. Why is touch being handled in the instead of the GUI input? Touch handler is handled instead because the GUI only triggers if the control node are the receiving the GUI input events. Okay, kind of makes sense, fine. So that is for the mouse. And then if we are doing a touch, we do unhandled input. And if the event is input screen drag, And then the scroll horizontal is minus equals event dot relative dot x, which isn't great, but we can possibly look into this. This is a vector 2. Yeah, perfect. So this becomes, whoopsie, get event position, and instead of that, we do event dot relative. So now that is handling that, and now the only thing that is not being handled right now is setting the scroll horizontal versus scroll vertical. I don't know why delta. Why is this why is there an X? I don't. Oh, it's underscore X. I don't care about that. It's the delta. But this becomes different. So we're going to have another super function because we're going to have it in 2 places. Set relative scroll value. And it takes in a float, which will say the delta. And what this does is very similar to this. Checks the orientation. If the orientation is vertical, then we're doing scroll vertical minus equals delta. Else scroll horizontal minus equals delta. And now with that as 2 helper functions, these become as simple as set relative orient delta, and this becomes equally set relative orientation. But the delta is not defined. The delta is actually coming from here. Which this is a long function, so we're going to break it up a little bit just so that it's easier to read. This delta can be not stored. We're already storing a lot. The current position can be stored still because we're using it at the end, and that's good. So now that all makes sense. That all should theoretically work. Let's go test and see. Nope, nothing's happening. Great. First things first, are we getting detection? Print event. Nope, nothing there. Nothing there. So what I imagine that's telling me is the mouse should be on stop, maybe? Yeah, something's not working. Okay. Is it because you are stopping? No, you're not. Oh, wait, you have mouse. You have stop. You should just ignore. Okay, that works. This works. This isn't working. Why? You are on top level, so it should be layering itself. Force pass on scroll events. Yeah, you should just be ignoring anything. Or actually, you should just pass. Nope. You're still working and you're still working. That's great. Why am I not getting anything? ChatGPT, tell me what I'm doing wrong. Let's see. Close. That's all fine. Is there any tips you had here? You gave code. You have a scroll element. Ignore. Okay, that's fine. Mouse movement. On left, press left. That's all fine. Scroll enabled. Is that something I don't have? Vertical scroll disabled. Horizontal scroll enabled. We'll have it always show just to see if it's doing something that it's not showing. Yeah, it's not doing anything. Not great. Not great at all. We'll keep that as always scroll for now, or always show for now. So the scroll container isn't scrolling with mouse inputs. Hey, Daniel, how are you doing? How's things going for you? I'm so glad I figured out how to stop ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, StreamerBot from just going crazy with the lag. At work, oh no. Hopefully the workday's going well. I have 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 55 seconds until I'm off work. Depending on how much you guys chat, though. Let me clear the history just so that I'm good. Going so far good, nice. We've gotten not as much progress as yesterday. We did a lot of progress yesterday, but we got this menu working that's going to be where you're going to see your cards. And think of this like on your phone. So, yeah, I took off the work today for the Yap-a-thon. So, I'm experiencing the dream of an indie game developer. It's very boring, very tedious work, and not not as enjoyable as one would think. But yeah, this is the rough prototype. The idea is your current selected card will be here. You'll be able to slide cards to the left. You'll be able to choose variants of that card up and down. You can search for cards. You can have different sets of cards, which the sets are only going to really matter about the current rating you have. And then you'll be able to see your current stats and the current effects. Or at least we chill in, except if you enjoy your job. I enjoy my job. I do enjoy my job. I just wanted to do something special, and Miss SirLegna said it was a thing I could do. 1 second. Heck yeah! So we got nice little things. We got it where you can add sets, which it's not working perfectly yet, but we'll have it pop up a window and allow you to type in the name of the next set. We technically need a way to edit the set. Thank you for reminding me, Daniel. Let's quickly add that so that I can avoid this scroll bar nightmare. Okay, that's in the card specifics. Sets and stats. Sets right here. This needs to handle the first 3 elements now. And the next element on here will have to be a edit. That will be below the separator. And this will be called edit current set. And then we can add a new one that called example set. And then this one is going to need to be, one's going to become 2. And now there's going to be a 1 here that doesn't do anything yet, but will need to be eventually coded up to handle allow the user to change the name of the currently selected set. We're not going to code that up yet because that requires me coding up a pop-up, and I'm not doing that yet. So now we have these, and then the example, you choose the set, and then you can edit your current set, or you can add a new one, add an item, edit current item, so on and so forth. That's fine. In the grand scheme of things, it would be a good design would have like a little pencil icon where you can edit any of them, but I'm a bad designer, so Yep, it hydrate. I need to fix that. Why is that doing that though? YouTube did that. Hello, bye-bye. 1 second, let me drink this water. Bye-bye, bot. See you later. Bye, Inside Financial. Okay, let me get some water and let me figure out what I did. Okay, who triggered this? This was triggered by YouTube. YouTube, command, hydrate, blah, 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 hydrate. Example. So I think the hydrate is just broken. So let me drink the hydrate and then we'll, I'm doing my own hydrate because my bot broke and triggered it. Then I'll try to figure out what's wrong with it. I am so trying to avoid fixing this scroll thing. It's going to be nice. I think it's a good UI. But it's one of those things, it's super easy to design, super hard to code up. Okay, let's figure out what went wrong. Open up StreamerBot and do some StreamerBot stuff right now. So we have commands. We have a hydrate. We have some regex. Enabled includes. I believe that says at the start, because every one of these says it. So why did it trigger it at any location? It should not have done that. So let's go into the action queue. This was relatively recently. There's a hydrate. Triggered. Broadcast. Input raw. Stay hydrated. Yes, that makes sense because that is an alias for it. So that means this regex is not caring about an exclamation point beforehand. So let's open up my regex explorer and see what this regex is doing. Yep, there's a bypass. You see that? You do not need the exclamation point for that. So where do I need to fix that? That's at the very beginning. Is it this extra question mark? It was that extra question mark. Cool, we fixed that. No more triggering my hydration accidentally now. Cool. Is there any other ones that had the question mark? Ooh, look at that. That clear has a question mark. That's not good. Question mark, question mark. Points, quotes, floats. No, it looks like everything else is set up right. Yay, we fixed hydration! Okay, that was a fun break. Let's get back to actually doing this. Okay, so we were at the point of asking ChatGPT what's going on. Isn't scrolling with mouse inputs. The code is implemented like this. I need to give it a lot of context. So, nope, that is the menu button. That's not, it's going to be like I didn't code that. So, yep, that's all fine. Cool. And then we need to set the hierarchy. So, and the hierarchy is right now. I don't know why it keeps scrolling me back around, but the hierarchy is card menu that contains a card selection, and that contains a we scroll collection container, which has the attached. Okay, and we're turning reasoning on. I don't trust ChatGPT to do this. Let's see what we get. Okay, separate branches. The mouse button is handled in one branch. Mouse movement is handled in the other. This ensures that when the mouse movement occurs, it's checked and processed independently of the mouse button. Dragging state flag is set to true when the mouse left is pressed. Set flag to false when it's released. With this modification, your scroll bar should be able to do it. Okay. So it took 8 seconds for it to figure it out, and let's see what really changed. Let's make this full screen again. And then let's drag this over here. Okay. Oopsies. Clicked one too many times. Okay, let's make this always on top. Nope, I did something wrong. Let's make this always on top. There we go. Okay, so we have the scroll container, it kept the orientation, that's fine. Kept the export, that's fine. Drag is false, yep. Okay, it didn't mind this was all fine, good. There we go, it didn't mind that's all fine. Orientation vertical, event position, yep. Set relative. That looks the exact same, so it didn't mind that. So it only is having issues apparently with this. We got void, it does separate handling. Oh, I'm an idiot. I think I'm an idiot. This should be back one. There we go. And then it has else dragging equals false, which is what I was gonna question eventually. Because I remember thinking about that when I saw it, and then it just did the same thing there. So that was the only issue. You gotta love that. Okay, let's do window control T to remove the top. And then let's hit play and see what we get. Nope, still not scrolling any. Okay, but are we getting events? Let's just try that. Print event. Are we getting even any events? No, the scroll container is not getting any events. Okay, ChatGPT. What did you do? Okay. Separate drag, fine. Okay. I just put a print in the GUI input. I think it's called GUI input. Yeah. Function at the very top. And that event isn't even being called. Or that function, sorry, isn't even being called. Is the hierarchy doing something with it? How would I even test that? Be smart. Hey, Skepsis, how are you doing? Welcome back. Okay, let's see what we got. Okay. All right, just pour this over here for now and just go through the steps. Scroll container mouse filter. Make sure the scroll container is set to receive inputs. For example, the mouse filter is mouse filter stop. Okay, mouse filter stop. Okay, let's try that and see what we get. Nope. I still have the print statement, so it's not triggering anything. So that's not it. Children or parents consuming inputs. Children intercept input events. If your scroll container has children, or it has its own internal children like scroll bars, they may be consuming input events before reaching the container. Check the mouse filter property of these children to ignore if you want the parent to handle the events. Okay. So, all of you, please go to your mouse and set to ignore. Nope. Still nothing. Curiosity killed the cat. What if I have this order backwards? What if I put it that way? Nothing changed on the GUI end, but I'm curious. Yep, I have the order backwards. Look at that. Look at that. can't do that. This still works. That still works. Good. This is great. Like, this is exactly how I imagine it going. So this card does take priority. And that card is inside here with this. So now I guess it comes to a question on who should have priority here. And I feel like vertical should have priority over horizontal. And then card should have no priority whatsoever, but it needs to be on top. So its mouse needs to pass. That's working, but when I start on the thing, it doesn't. It works when I'm carrying over it, though. What if I did ignore instead? There we go. I want it to be ignored. There we go. And then inside here, I think I just changed all these to be mouse input ignored. Let's reset that to pass and see what happens. Yep, I knew I didn't need it to do that. There we go. So for right now, that all works. Now we're going to get the vertical working, and then we're going to get it to stop at the place we want, because that's going to be the special code. Okay, that is looking good. I'm very happy with that. So let's turn off the never show, make sure that works. Look at that. That is beautiful. Okay, let's go get some code fixed. Take this out. We are going to make this a class. So class name equals draggable scroll container. And the reason why we're making this a class is we're about to detach it. Because we're going to detach this script. And instead, we're going to change this tired to draggable. No, that's not how you do that. Oh, yes, it is. I just haven't saved. Save this. Save all of this. Now we're going to change this to a different type called draggable for container. Hopefully it kept everything. Why do you say your scroll container? Let's save and let's reload. That's weird. It's saying it's. If I do draggable scroll container, I get a vertical. So it did not like that. Let's change type to this one. There we go. Now it's there we go. And if we make this horizontal, everything should work the same. But now we have a class object we can set, which means this one can now have its class. Oopsie. There we go. Change that. This can be vertical. That's all fine. And we should be able to hit play, and it should work as well now. Nope. The vertical still does, but this class is not. Why is it not? I bet it's no. They're contained. Why are you not scrollable? You're ignoring this. Oh, do you have, no, you have stop. You do not have stop. There we go. Nope, still, oh, there we go. It's because this one has priority over that. Maybe. Why is it not letting me scroll that little bit down there? Don't know. We're getting there though. I want to flip priority because I want the vertical one to have priority over the other one. See, like this one works. This one works fine. This one's being particular. Like it works, it's just being very particular about when it wants to work. Let's add a few more elements into this just to see if that helps. Like, like it's literally just letting me grab that margin or like the in between. If I grab the card, it doesn't. And that's because I bet if I go to mouse, yep, I want this to pass. Because I bet these pass. I bet that's the reason. Yep, look how smooth that is. So now you can do vertical easily. And if you want to do horizontal, you need to grab it from here or grab it from here. You cannot grab it on the card. Which isn't too bad. I don't think that's end of the world. Because I think most people will grab it from the corner or they'll grab it from here. So cool. Now let's try to get it where these guys have. Can I attach another script? Yes, I can. I just need to inherit from draggable. There we go. And this is going to be card scroll. This can actually be built in because this isn't going to do anything special. And it's going to be, it's going to be not relative. It's going to be card scroll. Because it's going to have a couple of different things. Because what it needs to do is it needs to snap the card to a specific break, which I thought doing custom step size was going to do it. But this only does it for that. So let's see if ChatGPT can get us some rough code here. Cool, that worked. I don't need the reasoning anymore. Man, cool, that worked. Awesome, good, cool. Now I would like it where it will step even when dragging so that it stops every 180 pixels. There we go. We get a drag, we get a step. We get some of that, we get some of that, we get some of that. Snapped. Value and step size. Where did you put that in the code? Snapped here when we're doing set relative. So Maybe we don't need a new one. We can just close this card. We don't need it. Inside here, we just need a snap export. It's going well. I'll show you. I'll show you, Jay baby. So we've been working on the card menu. Looking good. Let me show you the rough prototype. Here's the rough prototype. Very similar design. And if you see, we can now do rates. We can do rating. We also can do it by clicks. You can add sets, create sets, edit sets, add new sets. And this, all it does is store the rating. So like you might have like a family night one. You might have a pro edition one and have different ratings for how often you want the cards to show up. We haven't coded the switch search bar. We haven't coded the filter yet, but we just finished coding up, or we're still finishing up the coding up, the card selection. So think of this like, woo, on your phone, you'll have your right thumb over here, and you can move up and down or left and right. And that will select what card you're viewing at that moment. How is stuff going for you, Jay baby? And we have about 3 hours, 30 minutes. So we're about, what, an hour ahead? 2 hours ahead? I hope not 2 hours ahead. What is 3 hours and 31 minutes from now? We're about an hour and 11 minutes. So that's not too bad. So what were we going? We are coding step. So we're going to have an export raw step size. It's going to be a float. And it's going to initially start at 0, 0. And then it's saying, when we do this, we snap it. So after we do the delta, we do scroll. Actually, we need to do this for each of these independently. That sucks, but scroll vertical equals snapped. Float snap. And it's going to be scroll vertical dot step size. Going to be very similar here, except instead of vertical, going to be horizontal. Horizontal. We could actually grid this. So let's see, that would be scroll horizontal custom. That wouldn't be the horizontal. That would be the vertical here. And then this would be vertical. Custom set size. We're trying to see a geyser. Wow, nice. I'm guessing a long line. Okay, so which script is this? We can just delete this script right now. It's still using that. Can we detach it? But it's now not defined correctly. So change type to this. Still not defined correctly. Change type to this one, change. It's not taking the change. But we can just attach a script for now. We're running out of sunlight, but we're still trying to see it. Okay, good luck. Hopefully I'm not hoarding up anything. Where's the draggable scroll? We'll just attach it that way. This is horizontal. That's vertical. Let's see, do we get snapping? We kind of do. It's not as ease. Let's save all of this. We have something that popped up in Discord. Let's see what's going on. Just for letting. Oh no, that's not that. I don't know what it was. Who knows? Not me. I know that much. Okay. So let's see if that helped fix it. I don't like that it's so snappy, and it's not snapping on the vertical. Why is it not snapping here? Snaps there, doesn't snap here. It's because we don't have the vertical. I think it was, how much is the card? 215 plus 10. So that's 225. It's so weird. I don't like it. And this is still not setting nicely. Oh, we put the scroll at that. This should be 225. Yeah, now everything's acting weird. That's good. And it's not snapping at the right location. So we'll keep that off for now. We'll fix the horizontal. Let's see what we got. You're saying snap. We did that. That's kind of hard. Would we be able to look it to be smoother snapping, but still end up at snaps of 180? Snap interval, snap speed, warp speed. Warp speed away! Okay, so we need a export for snapping speed. That's not how I do that. There we go. This would be a float, and for right now, we'll put it at 10. Okay, and how do we do the snapping with a float? Okay, so now they're asking us to put a process on it. Okay. We're gonna have a hidden var need to snap, which is gonna be a bool equaling false. Not a lot of info on using graph edit and graph nodes around the internet, and it's always marked as experimental. We never know if it's staying or going. I want to explain these nodes to make a levator sort of thing, so people can take all the different rooms and find in game and make it better maps to run. Yeah, I noticed that. I don't know what they are supposed to do. Let's see. Does he talk about the graph nodes? It really sucks that he doesn't have. I wish he had chapters. 9 edit, range, progress, spinner, scroll bars, menu, table, reference, add. Oh, there we go. Graph nodes. So even him, he just says they're being a big update, so I wouldn't recommend learning or using them. So, shrug. I feel like it'd be safe not to touch them yet. Even though that sucks, I feel like that's the safest option. So I'm gonna have a need to snap. And anytime we do this, we have to set need to snap to true. Which is fine because we can just go here, need to snap equals true. Take out these snappers. Actually, we don't want it there. We want it at the parent. That does suck. I think that would be great. I think they would be too. But if I remember right, if I'm thinking like how they would work is a lot. And I imagine they're trying to code them up mostly from scratch. And there's a lot of headaches with that. I did that in industry once. Never again. Never again. Okay, so need to snap becomes true there, and need to snap becomes true here. And then we need to create a process function, process if need to snap. Should we? Yeah, if need to snap and not dragging, then we know something needs to get processed. Which, in reality, this set current is important. It is important. We need to keep that. I guess I need to make it from scratch. What are you trying to do with the graph? Like, you're okay. I want to explore these nodes to make a level editor of sorts, so that people can take all the different rooms and they find in game, and make better and better maps to run. Okay, so let me kind of gather what you're trying to do and see maybe we can help. Let's create a new thing. So what I'm guessing you're wanting is you want some room object. There you go. You want some room object like this, and then you want to be able to like graph pointers to the paths they can take from room to room. The idea was to have a map that you can add rooms to. That way people can make custom maps. So are you wanting like puzzle pieces where they connect to each other? Or do you want like lines? I'm guessing you want lines. Because I imagine the code's dynamic enough to just map out teleportation room from one, or teleportation portals from one to the next. So I imagine you want something like this. Maybe. Make a map that you have to add rooms to a way. Connecting lines I don't really need. I was going to code my porters to whatever rooms. Okay. So for a temporary like debug way, you could have it. This is not going to be the greatest example. Or just draw two boxes for right now. Like for a temporary debug way, you could have my first room. All right, you have n number of drawers, don't you? I mean, you could still do it. You could do my first room up, and then my second room down. Have it where you can add rooms. It gets the doors and an indicator. So this would be room name, door ID, or whatever. And then when you add that, it adds the appropriate number just for debug purposes until you can get your graph and do the design you want. So this could be door ID 1, 2, and 3. You could also make this into a tree. That might be an easier to the user. So might have something like this, where a room can go there. And then these can be drop down menus, kind of like my sets right now. These could all be drop down menus, and whenever you set one, it takes them from a pool and it eliminates them from all the other ones. Or you can make it where it overrides the other ones. And then you take all this and have just a laundry list. It's not great. I'm not saying it's great, but it would be a somewhat easy way to code up to get a rough prototype. I don't know how close you are in the design phase to know if a rough prototype is good enough or not. I just know when I do the randomizers, this is one of the ways it can show like where the teleportation ports are. So if that helps, awesome. If that doesn't, I'm sorry. Okay, so I have the float. In the grand scheme of things, that position doesn't need to be done. It just needs to get the last point. Or the delta, total delta, I guess. Right? We're just let the code show me, or ChatGPT show me. Okay. So we have get relative, that hasn't changed. We have get scroll value doing the delta, yep. We have get GUI doing the press, if it's true, if it's false, yep. And then if current position, get the relative, set the relative, last position, okay, that's all fine. And this is still doing that. So that's all good. So now in the process, we go, if it's not dragging, if orientation equals orientation dot vertical, then it says scroll vertical is equals to the warp f of scroll vertical, comma, all this. I'm just going to copy all of this. Or just deal with the code as it comes. There you go. Because this is a lot. There's a lot of math. Okay, so the scroll vertical is going to equal to the round of the scroll vertical to that step. That makes sense. Times the step size. Yep. Delta lerp speed. And it's yelling at me for step size because I don't have step size. I'm going to have scroll vertical custom step. And I do that in 2 places. There we go. It's still allowing at me lerp speed. I called it snapping speed because it's going to be shown to the developer. So how this is working is that. Some things to think about for sure. I think I'll post something in your Discord later that better explains the goal for it. Thank you, though. Sounds good. If you want, you can post it now if you're able to. I'm fine with interrupting and not worrying about this chaos for a little bit. Okay. So orientation, vertical. So what this does, it says get the current and then round the current to the step. I put this at the wrong place. The closest step. Okay, cool. Awesome. And then this is saying how fast to get to closest step. So that's how that works. That makes sense. The rounding is just so that we get an integer and then we multiply that by the step, which gives us the closest step we can get to. So then we go else, and we do the exact same thing, just with one slight difference. All those verticals become horizontal. And this becomes a horizontal as well. And that makes sense. Basically, it's saying wherever you stop, we're going to get you to closest thing. So let's see how that looks. And it doesn't look like it's doing anything. Okay. Why is it not doing anything? We set next need to stop to true. And dragging is not true. Need to snap should what does this look give us? Let's do some printing. This is not running. whatever this is not running. Let's save all of this. Yep, both of those are going to the same thing. Both of these have a setting side of 10. Hey, Kitty Toe Beans, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Hopefully your day's been good. Mine has been game development. Yeah, it's not firing, which I find weird. Print need to snap and print not dragging. Comma. What am I developing within the game? Ready to go home? Oh, hopefully you're getting off soon. We are developing the card selection. Hey, we're at least getting stuff. I'm never setting that to true, apparently. That doesn't make sense to me, because I go, if the event is dragging, oh. Yeah, let's just get rid of that. But we're looking at the card select. Give me one quick second. I'm sorry. I was trying to be more fancy, and ChatGPT told me I don't need to be as fancy. Okay. So there you go. So we're looking at the card selection that allows you to look at all the cards in the game, as well as rate them and put them into sets. So the idea is we're selected on this card. The vertical steer isn't working, but we're selected, let's say, on this card, okay? And it's going to show you the card stats, all of the stats you're currently playing it with. With the cost range and movement range is not a stat. It should be here, because these are game stats. So the cost range and stuff should be here. We need to move that. And then it shows you what your current rating is. So you can be like, hey, it's a rating 10 or a rating 5, which means I want to see this card as many times as I can in my game. Or you might go, I hate this card. I never want to see it again. Generally, all cards will be rated at 3 unless I've determined like this is a BS card I'm putting in because it's can be fun to play with, but I don't recommend players who don't touch anything to play it. And then you'll be able to add sets. So you'll be able to add a new set, and this could allow you to have like custom ratings for when you're playing with your family versus custom ratings when you're playing with pros, or custom ratings when you're playing with the CPU. And it's just a nicety to have, so you can go like, hey, my family, this card, definitely play. It's super friendly and stuff. I just yanked my headphones all off my head. Hello? Yes, I can hear myself, which is good. Or you might have it where you're like, hey, when I play with family, when I play by myself or play with pros, this card is easy to explain. People understand it easily. But when I play with my family, my mom cannot understand this card. I never want to see it. I don't want to see it when I play with my mom, ever. Which means when you're joining a game, you're going to be able to choose what set of cards you want. Set's not necessarily the best word, because you're not actually removing cards from it. You're just changing the likelihood of that card showing up. So that's what we're working on right now. And just recently, we were getting it to where when you get in between, it snaps to one of the cards that you've chosen. So we need to get it to do that in the vertical. But I turned off that because the vertical was wrong. So let's do some math here. Oh, yeah. And remember, all of this is going to be on your phone. So, like, scrolling's going to be right thumb and, like, rating's going to be left thumb. Oh yeah, it's great job on the progress. Oh yeah, did you see yesterday's stream? I don't recall if you were there. 10+ hours has been a lot in my mind of keeping track of stream. Like yesterday when I caught off stream, I just was like, shut everything down. Everything can go down. I don't need to see a screen anymore. I just watch some other streamers and call it a day. So I don't know how much you saw. Okay, so we have 40, so that's 20. And then the card size is 215. So in theory, 235 should be the scroll rate. I was busy most of the day, so I was in and out. Okay. I'll quickly jump into showing what we had before. Do I even have it up anymore? No, I don't have that up. Give me a second. Let's quickly show the best products of all of this. That's the current Yap-a-thon. This is the previous one. Is it going to jump me? No. Where was it? That's us working on cards. That's me looking serious. There we go. That's the bottom. I want where I got lunch. That's us talking about that. That's us getting the camera working. Oh, no, it wasn't in this stream. I guess you can see it here. So this is what we did yesterday. We got the host GUI, which will be like what people put on streams or what you put on the TV. Oopsie, I crashed it. Let's go back to this stream because this stream was where it started at. Wasn't there. Yeah, we were going to show it right about here. So this is what we had working yesterday. The GUI is kind of a rough prototype still, but we got the camera at a good angle for the board game and a camera for each character showing up pretty well. So that was a good concept. That was 6 hours ago. Oh my gosh, guys. Guys. My throat is going to be gone. It's going to be so gone by the end of all this. Okay, so 215 plus 20 is the vertical. 215 plus 20. So in theory, that should snap the card at the right location. Nope. We're off by a bit. Maybe plus 40. Oh yeah, I feel more and more confident the further I've gotten into this game, which isn't my typical thing. Okay, 250. Typically, as I get further into a game design, the less I feel confident with it. There we go. Come on. It's like eating it. Eat the card. Eat the card. There we go. Uh-oh. See you soon. Cool. That works. This works. And I just don't like the margin. That's the only thing now is to make it where it loops upon itself, which I don't know how easy or hard that's going to be. So we're going to ask ChatGPT to do that for us. Okay. I wish I could get this to hide. I know I hit my limit. I don't care. Cool. All that is working now. Now I would like the scroll container that contains a single, let's say H box. container to loop back upon itself when it has reached its max pause. What I think I have to do is I kind of have to fake it. It's not accepting. Why are you not accepting? Are you? I have to do a new chat just to have you accept. Okay, cool. Scroll card count. Once the number of cards reach, you move the first card to the end. Looping logic is here. Scroll change. On scroll change, check to see if we're at the max or min. Loop cards, get the card count. If cards is greater than or equal to the max, that doesn't work in both directions, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, initial scroll. Okay, so you take the scroll position, the container width, the total width, and if the scroll plus the container is greater than the total, then the loop cards at end. If the scroll loop cards at the beginning. Okay, I think we're gonna push to the cloud before I go in and do that stuff. So let's go to GitLab and see what all has changed. Version number, that's fine. No one cares. We added the add, select, and drop. That's actually some good code. It's in the wrong place, but we'll move it. We changed the menu stuff a little bit, a lot. That's fine. We added some good code for that. And we added some good code for that. So coding up the logic now. So we'll make a commit and we'll push it to the cloud. Cool. All that's done. Anyone watching, you want to pop a hydrate? I'll give you 30 points. You can get 30 points right now. Otherwise, I will hydrate and no one gets points. Let's see. What do we want? Do we want drag scroll containers to loop? Yuki, you poked me. You should have hydrated me. That should. You did a weird quote. Just do exclamation point hydrate. I made them all exclamation points now. Skepsis took it. Okay, we're gonna give you the points. Here's the points for you. Special sound effect. You are now the Chief Officer of Liquid Dynamics Administration. So we're gonna dynamic these liquids into my mouth. Thank you, Skepsis. There's 30 points for you. And I'm gonna take my pill. I really wish I added sound effects to the alert to tell me to do that, because it'd be nice in the sense of what's the word? Having like an ambulance sound whenever somebody does that. But then I would know somebody did it and everyone would get 30 points. So sorry for that, wreck it. I need to have like some support on the side for that table. Okay, so now that we got our hydration, thank you, everyone. We are going to start coding up the loop, which I think I'm going to extend the script and call it looping draggable That's a long name. I don't like that, but we'll call it that for now. Okay, so for the loops, we need to get our H box, so we need to get the child. So on ready, I don't think we can get child on ready. So we need to get we need to do a function process. No, function ready. There we go. We need a variable called my not my this is going to be somewhat generic, so we need this to do generic things. How do we make that generic? Subbox. Yeah, we'd call it subbox, which is going to be a box container. We just don't know which. And we'll find out when we do subbox equals get child 0. So now we got the child of 0. Max cards. We should be able to ask the H box its match cards in theory. So let's do var max cards equals 0. And then we could do subbox dot get children count. And we can do max cards equals subbox. There we go. Card width will be consistent. So in theory, we can go var card width equals 0. And then in here, we can do card width equals subbox dot get child 0 dot width dot, I think width should be, I don't know. So we're just set the width for now. It's gonna be 140, but we'll call this card dimension. Card dimensions. And it'll be vector 2. It'll be 140 by 225, I think. These cards have none because they were postcards. These are new cards. 215. I lied. 140 by 215. There we go. And these don't have types. We need to give them types. Max cards. These will be an int. And max card dimensions will be a vector 2D. Cool. So that's all good. It's wanting me to do a connect on itself, which I guess I do need to do it here because on a generic, it will have weird things. So scroll changed. That's a thing on the scroll, right? No, it has scroll end and scroll start. There is no scroll changed. So I guess we'll just do scroll ended on itself. It doesn't have a self. It just needs a callable. So we just need to go func on scroll ended. And now we can do on scroll ended. Cool. And that gives all of that. Okay, so we can do var scroll position equals scroll offset. Nope, that's not a thing either. I don't know what it's coding this in. Please code this in Godot for GD script. Because it's like half coding it. Okay, so we extend, we got the HBox, we got the float, we got made the connection. Scroll offset is not something here. We don't have a scroll offset. Maybe it's scroll. I guess this would be it, is the vertical and stuff. Because it says scroll offset and then it says gets the X. And this is your scroll position. So I imagine it's scroll vertical is what I actually want. So I need a function to do that. Function get scroll position. And this will have a vertical and orientation. So this becomes very similar to everything else. If orientation equals orientations dot vertical, not values, dot vertical, then we want return or horizontal. Else we will return scroll vertical. Is there a weird buzzing for you guys, or is that just in my headphones? I hear like a weird buzzing as I speak, and I don't know if it's just like the vibration of my table or what. So if you guys hear a weird buzzing, please let me know. You should not, but if you do. So now we can do scroll underscore position equals get scroll position. There we go. Container width is going to be rec size, which is not that, it's get rec. Yep. So var container width equals get rec dot x. Nope. Nope. Size? That's not right. Oh wait, size dot x. There we go. Okay. Total width is the HBox's minimum position on X. Okay, var total width equals my subbox get rec dot position dot x, I guess, plus subbox dot get rec size dot x, which those are gonna be redefined as well. So I believe we can return multiple things. No, it does not like that. So this is going to return float. And then we're going to need another function called get container width, which is also going to return a float. And it's going to be nearly identical. The only difference is it's going to do the get rec once here. And it's going to do it either way once. So I guess it doesn't really matter. Less memory storage. Get rec x size. Get rec y size. And this gets container size relative. And then we're going to have another function called get order size relative. It's also going to return a float. Now here we could actually optimize slightly. That's not what I wanted to copy. This is what I want to copy. So here we can go, actually, it's going to get the sub box position or get the sub box rec. And we'll do that here. Var sub box rec equals that. And I think we can do this to rec2. Yep, that looks good. And then we can just do here, take your sub box rec, get the position, get the x, minus the same thing, which would be sub box rec size dot x, and on this side we do dot y. There you go. So then getting the total becomes relative to just calling get total size relative. Container width can still be, oh no, I need container width. Container size, there we go. This becomes get container size relative. And this becomes container size and total size. So there's that. So now, if scroll position plus the container size is greater than or equal to the total size, then we need to loop odds to end. That's a function we'll create. Else, oh wait, no. If scroll position is less than or equal to 0, then we need a loop odds to start. So those are two functions we need to create. Sounds easy enough. We'll see how good this functions are. Function loop cards to end. If the H box get cared card count so card count is not the H box. Card count is the maximum cards in the entirety of it. So I think we need to change something. So this actually will become an export. Max cards. It will be an int, and it will initialize at 0. And it needs to be a variable. Because what they're saying is if subbox.get children count is greater than or equal to max cards, this is basically checking to see if we have more cards off the sides than we have in the center, I think. Move the first card. I don't need that. I know what that does. Okay, var first card equals subbox dot get child 0. And then we haven't used card dimensions yet. Hopefully we use card dimensions somewhere. We have not used that. They have it defined as card width. Have they actually used card width and I just haven't? Not highlighting it. Card width, card width, card width, card width. Okay, I'm gonna copy this and put it in Notepad because I can't see card width anywhere. Card width. Yeah, it defined once. We don't use card width. This is stupid. Can't believe ChatGPT trolled me like that. I was like, I guess card width makes sense. No, it doesn't. Okay. So we get the first card, and then we remove the first card and add it? What are you doing? Okay. Sure, I trust ChatGPT to my life. So we remove child. We remove child first card. Sub box. We add child first card. Which I think does rotate it. And then optionally reset the score to the start so that it continues from first card. Oh yeah, I never code up anything without some diagram to lead me off of. Primarily because I'm a bad coder. I'm a horrible coder. I don't know how people hire me because if you threw me at anything and was just like code, would not be able to do it. I need to visualize what I'm doing on a whiteboard or in PowerPoint or something so that I can go, oh, this wouldn't work. This is a horrible design. Why did I even think this would work? Like, this is not the first design. This card is still being redesigned. These are still being somewhat redesigned. So, like, we're good. You need to add that to the quotes. Exclamation point, quote, add, I think. It's been a while since somebody done any quotes. Exclamation point, add, quote, and I don't think you need new space or anything. Actually, we can just use help. What am I doing? Help. Add quote. It triggered twice, but that's fine. It actually only triggered once. I don't know why I only triggered once, but add quote. Add quote to add quote. Yep, costing nothing. There you go. That's how you add a quote. You should add it. I am a horrible coder though. And it even timestamps the time I set it, or roughly the time I set it, so.
Breathe the air.
Yeah, breathe the air, drink the water. It timestamps when you add it, not timestamps when I set it. Valentine plans? I may or may not have Valentine plans. You don't need to know. Little nosy Amazon. There we go. Okay, so we're adding and removing, and then it says optionally reset the score to the start so that it starts from the start. I'm gonna say no to that, but I'll put it as an optional. I'll comment it out because it's saying I need to set relative to 0, which is not true. That's not how you set relative, but we'll comment that out for now. Actually, we'll just remove it. We won't worry about that until later. Thank you. Nice. Now, anytime I need to reference that, I can just go quote 2. Let's do that. Quote 2. Hey, look at that. Oh my gosh, look at that timestamp too. And it doubled. Stop posting twice. And it doubled it, but look at that timestamp. That's incredible. 24,000. That may be one of the longest quotes for the longest time. But in theory, you'll be able to click this link anytime and go straight to it. Go straight to when you log that. You'll be in history now. Yeah, that's the great thing about streaming on YouTube is I can do that. On Twitch, you couldn't do that. There'd be no way to link back. You could clip it, but then you'd have to clip it. You would have to clip that minute, clip that last 30 seconds, then store the clip, which Twitch takes an undetermined amount of time of that. Somehow detect when the clip has finally been stored, which I'm certain you can do. Then post, hey, the quote has been stored. Here's the link and the quote. So it's possible on Twitch. It wouldn't have context, though. That's what I like about this, is it has context. It has the entire stream. So if somebody wants to watch the entire stream to get context of why I said that, they can. Okay. Sub, add, force child, done. Then we need to code the loop to the start. Function loop, not child, cards to start. And here we're doing something very similar. Oh, because we need to check to see if there's more cards in the elements than there are. Cool. And then we var last card equals sub box dot get child sub box dot get child count -1. So that gets us the last child in the list. And then we're doing something very similar again. Except instead of first card, it's last card. Last card 0. And then we can set the offset if we wanted. Let's see how bad this code is. This is only on the horizontal. Yep, there's problems. What do you connect? I think it's ended. Dot connect. There we go. And then we give it the callable, which is on for ended. There we go. Okay, we got another one. Connect cannot convert argument 1 to null. From null to callable. Oh yeah. There we go. And this should clean up this code with void. This also should be void. I like type safety. It's nice. It's the one thing that makes GD scripts so much better than Python in the sense that I can do types and I can be safe. These aren't safe, but these aren't safe because card's unknown. Card will be a control. So now that's safe. What makes this not safe? I don't know why this is not safe, but and same here. Going to be a control of some type. So that is making that safe. I don't know why line 23 is not safe now. Oh, because I can't confirm that get child is being a control yet. The sub box is defined, so yeah, you have to cast it, and I don't want to do that. The rest of this is safe. Green is good. These aren't safe, and I don't know why. Oh, because these aren't floats. I want to say they need to be floats. There we go. Now line 16 is defined. So we only have line 23 and 29 that are not defined, and I don't think I can define them easily. Cool. It doesn't loop, but that could be problematic to me. Let's set the max cards to 5. Or we're clean it up. Let's clean it up. Okay. So let's say we take the margin out. So now we have a bunch of cards everywhere. They're not starting in the right location. So that kind of sucks still. But let's duplicate all these cards. So now we have a boat ton of cards. And let's try to get these scares more appropriately. So now we want to scale this. This is a local transform, and we want to scale this down. Or scale it to right about there. And then we'll set this to -400. Nope, 400. -400 is too great. Uh, 640 sounds good. So this should be 640 times 2, theoretically. Cool, we got that working. But it's not spaced nicely. How many children do you have? You have 20 childs. What is this max going with? The max is the amount I can see, right? I think that's what the code is saying. This is max cards. If the sub count is greater than max cards, then you need to do stuff. So this is the maximum number of cards I can see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Or do 8. No, we'll do 7. We'll do 7. So let's see if that logic does things. Oh, somebody's calling. I can't pick up. I will have to say. There we go. Nope, it doesn't scroll infinitely, it looks like. It doesn't scroll infinitely either way. And a lot of other math is broken. Are we triggering it? So let's do a print as ended. Okay, so do we get any print messages out? Yes, we get print messages. We get a bunch of zeros. Why are we getting zeros? Why are we printing numbers? Oh, we have BS print statements somewhere. Print. Can I filter? Or is that in the new thing? No, that's a new thing. It'd be nice eventually. Don't want any of these add-ons. Don't want any of the assets. Don't care about the place. Don't care about debug. Don't care about debug. These are the prints I care about. Don't care about this. We fix this. Cool. So now we're not making a movie here. Yeah, it's not working. But it has an idea, and that's good enough. Okay, so it's not triggering on scroll end, which is weird because I am ending the scroll. So that's interesting. On scroll end, emits when the scroll stops when dragging the scroll area with a touch event. We're not doing that. Dang it. Okay. How do we determine if a scroll container has changed? Let's go into some Godot docs. We want scroll container. I didn't need to open up a new one. That was an accidental click. Okay, we got some properties, we got some methods. We have scroll end and scroll started. Both of these are for touch events only. Scroll only emits on Android iOS for on when emulating touch from mouse is enabled. I think this is for debug purposes only. So we have a container. That doesn't help us either. What did Discord ding me at? Let's see. Now mention and not there. So don't know why Discord is dinging me. So I really wish there was a better way of keeping track of where Discord has and has not message. So sucks. Sucks to suck. Okay. So we need a process that's going to tell us when the content of a scroll ball has been reached or changed. Which you'd think a scroll container would have, but nope, it doesn't. Control doesn't either. So let's read these docs. Okay, vertical scroll mode. Where does that even get set? Controls whether vertical scroll bar is to be used or shown. That's cool. That would be potentially nice. There's no. Oh, there it is. Horizontal scroll bar. Okay, I see where they are. We can get the scroll bar. Can we get like the ratio? Somebody dinged it again. Nothing on Discord. Thank you, Discord. You're the Rio champ. Okay. That actually is going to show something. That shows that I missed a call. That's fine. And that was it. Nope. There you go. Winter warning. Nice. We are getting some bad weather. Scroll dead zone. I don't care. What is this? This is the current scroll value. If you are setting this value, the node.ready earlier need to be wrapped, blah, 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 set max. Deferred, okay. But what if we just had a process and we're doing the horizontal, so we'll just do scroll horizontal print. And let's see what we get. We should get a bunch of zeros. Yep, and then as we scroll across, we should get to a value that is the maximum. So that's the maximum in total. I wonder if I can get that from like the size. I wonder if I did something like either total size or the other one and see what happens. So we want the number to be, the number needs to be 2280. And if we do get container size relative, we should get 2280. Nope, that's 225. Why is that 225? No one knows. That's a looping one. That's not a looping one. Do I have the logic backwards? I have the logic backwards. If it's vertical, we want the vertical one. If it's horizontal, it might actually work. Or no, it's not. It's not triggering the code. I don't know where I thought X was the valid one. Oopsie. There you go. It's not triggering the code anyways, but that's 180, which that's fine. That makes sense because that's the container. But if we get total relative, Interesting. The total relative is a negative number. That's weird. Because the total relative is the sub box is y, or the sub box is x, and minus the size. But the sub box is x is negative. So should it be plus the size? But it changes. That doesn't help anyways. So what I need to do is I need to print the horizontal scroll. Dang it. Horizontal scroll at 0 or maximum. So that's my variable. That's the thing that's going to change. Then I need to know when this is at 0 or when it's at 2280. So let's see what I get for scrollable container size properties. I'm wondering if there's like a overarching size. Because so the scrollable container, when we go here, has this fixed size. But the child should have a length of the actual size. So let's try to get the child size here. So if we went print get child 0, and then we went dot where is it? We do get sub get box, and then get the size. So if we just did this dot size dot y, dot size dot y dot x. No, dot y. This would be dot x. So there we go. Do we get values? It says it has a lot more than what it actually contains. Why? Why does this say that the width of this is so big? And saying the width of this is that in pixels. We get the max of 288. So what's the difference we're looking at here? So 3560 minus 2280. 128 or 1280. That somewhat makes sense because that's the screen size, which would be the size of my current thing. So if we did this minus get rect dot size dot x, then we should get 280. No. Or no, we are. What's these other values? What's the negative? It's coming from here. Oopsie. Okay, so that gets me the total width of the container. And what we want to do is we'll ignore this because this doesn't do anything. I don't know what's... We don't care about that. So right now we're just doing it as a process. You'll almost always do nothing, but for right now we don't care. So what we want to do is get the current position. That's valid. That's an okay code. Then we need to get the size of, not the container. We don't actually care about the size of the container. We care about do we even use max cards? Yeah, we do down here. Okay. That's fine. Could we cheat it? The idea I'm thinking with cheating it, okay, is there's a thing called, is it a signal? I don't think it's a signal. Is it a... So there's a thing called an on-screen enabled 2D and 3D, but we're not in 2D or 3D, so I don't think we can fake it. Dang it. I was thinking we attach that to the first card, and we attach that to the last card that's visible currently. We could just have it where anytime a card gets pushed off, we add another card over. But that's not going to work as nice. I had hope. So what we need to do is we got the current position, and we can get the current size, which this is going to be equivalent to that portion. So that this is going to get container size. So that is this one. And then this is going to get relative size, which isn't anything. I need to get the sub box size. So we could change this to the sub box size, which would just be that. But we don't want the sub box size. We want the relative to. So it actually is going to be sub box size and get container relative, which is going to be this minus these two. So we want the real size, which is going to be get me the container size, gives me an X and a Y, so I should be able to just go minus that, minus this. That gets me the real size. 4. So I don't need the container, I just need that. I get the scroll position, and I get the folder size I'm in. So, and I still need the container because it's a helpful function here. It's not really all that helpful though. So we'll just take it out entirely. There we go. Because in the grand scheme of things, I'm calling a bunch of other things twice just to do that math. There we go. So now I go, get me the sub box rec, take that size minus that, and that gives me the total size of the container. So we'll actually rename this container size. Container size relative. And we'll just drop that right there. And this becomes container size. Okay, so now we can go, if the scroll position is greater than or equal to, this becomes offset. So we need a export scroll offset or loop offset. We'll do loop offset. And this will be a float, and it will equal 0 initially. So if the scroll position plus the loop offset is greater than the total size, what that would mean is we've scrolled to the end, I think. If it's 0, we go to we move to the start, and I think that works. So let's just try it and see what's the worst that can happen. Let's do an on scroll ended, even though that doesn't actually do anything. Let's see what happens. Okay, identifiable is not. Oh yeah, I need to make this a ball. Thank you. Why total size has been changed. Yep, it's now container size. Max cards have been discontinued. We'll just make this true for now. Because this is going to be a little bit different logic, but for right now, it can just be true. Let's see what we get. I can scroll up, up. It's like weird. But it doesn't seem to be working, which that's not great. And I think the reason why is, I don't know. Let's see. So on the process end, we get these two values and see. So let's do a print here and here. Print and print dot. So in theory, we can test that and see if that logic was working. Okay, we're at the end. And then we're either at both or at the end. We might need to make these have labels. Let's go to 2D so that we do this correctly. Label. I don't know why you just got thrown down there, but that's fine. Not really where I had you, but put you right here. There you go. Your transform got messed up, didn't it? There you go. We'll say card 1, and we want it to be like dead center. There we go. And then we need to do that with all these, which we'll clean this up. We'll write a quick script to just grab your parent. This is going to be a built-on test script. This is going to be on ready. Text equals get parent dot name. That should be good. And that should save me a lot of time and effort there. Save scene. So now I should be able to duplicate this a billion times. Do 24. Oh, we did 25. That's fine. All of these are going to be big. I really dislike that. It'd be nice if they were smaller. All you guys are just the same thing with a label. Let's make sure that code works. So when I play, I should see color Rex all the way around. Okay, so that's what that's doing. So this is automatically scrolling you through all the cards in your entire deck over and over again, exactly as you expect, right? No, that is not what we expect. Okay. So that at least shows me things are happening. We're going outside for a few minutes. We're still watching mobile, but I won't chat during that duration. That's fine. That's fine. We got about 2 hours remaining, plus or minus how much you guys chat. So, okay, let's see what we got. Okay. So the math is not mathing. That's the problem. We should be able to add a debug right there and see what we get initially. Cool. So initially, we get a container size of negative 31,000. That is incorrect. I think I have these numbers flipped. Okay, that's a fine number. Cool. Let's turn off this and continue playing. I hit the wrong one. Okay, so we have color rec, and then we have 2, 3, 4, 5. That's all good. We keep going, keep going, keep going. We get to 24, 25, and we are looping through the back. So it did loop it, just not smoothly. So if you're at the end, we don't smoothly loop. We don't need to do that one thing that was an optional thing. What was that one thing that was an optional thing? Set offset to that. So we need to, whenever we're done looping the card to the end, I guess it's only doing it because of that. So maybe we don't need it. Maybe we can trick it with the process. So instead of calling it when it's done there, we should instead There's a few ways I'm thinking we could handle this. Is we could fix it and have it where it doesn't do the loop as fast. Or one of the thoughts that kind of blossomed in my head was if we could do percentage thing, we could just relocate the percentage based on the offset, which isn't great. So what did Dragable do? Okay, Dragable has a not dragging. So we could check to see if not dragging, then we do that. Let's see how that works. So it doesn't work that way. Oh, I need it the other way. If we are dragging, then you could scroll. So we are dragging. It doesn't work on the 0, but let's see what it does on this side. So it needs to only do that if it's relatively on the outside. So let's see if I do the loop offset. Let's say we have a card. It's like, I think 140 plus 20, so that's like 60. Let's see what the loop offset does there. So we get to 24, and we it kind of works. If you hoard it, it kind of continues indefinitely, which isn't great. And if you hoard it long enough, it kind of gets in a confused state. Does the loop offset work on this side though? No. So 0 is still broken. If 0, we do the loop. If the last card is greater than the number of cards in count, remove the last card and set it to 0. That should theoretically work. If scroll position is less than or equal to 0, I bet scroll position is not 0. But I bet if we minus the offset, then that works, I bet. No. No. 0 is still broken. Like, it is getting there. It's just there's like a small glitch that isn't perfect. But like I can relatively control it. And like it loops. Like, look at that. I wonder if it's the float. Because we had this snapping speed, and the snapping speed is off by a little bit now. So I'm wondering if we adjust the snapping speed to 160 now. It's not snapping at all. Yeah, that's not snapping. That should snap. Why is it not snapping? Who is... It's because we overwrote the process. Dang it. Can we call parent? Or how do we do that? How do we call the parent? How do we call process of the extended? Like calling the parent we inherited the code from. There has to be a way. super. So let's try that. If we do super dot process delta. So now the snapping should come back. Yep, but it's off. Is it off because of me? I think it's off because of me. Nope, it's still off. Let's try 0 and just see where we go. Okay, so 0 is about it. 180 was about that. So let's try 180 divided by 2. So that's 90 pixels off. So 90 doesn't seem right either. Let's try 90 plus 45. Like it seems like it needs to be like almost double, like 180 times 2. Or maybe it's 180, but it's now offset because the thing is off. I bet it's that because these are snapping. Now it's snapping perfectly aligned here, but not here. So one way we could fix this in relative ease is just taking the position and increasing it until we get to where we want to be. I think 710 would be that. Yeah, 710. So now I bet it snaps perfectly. Yep, look at that. We can go all the way to 25, and it starts breaking. That's not good. It fixes itself if we don't loop. And if we go all the way back, we're offset there. Like it works until we get off. Why is it off by that? Because of the parent. If we set this to 0, where it get off on the loop, I wonder, I bet it doesn't now. 18, 24, nope, it's still off. Let's try 40 and see if that does anything. Okay, so 40 seems close. Let's try 80. Okay. So loop offset, I don't think actually is doing anything. Let's try 0 again. And when we get to the double digits, it's just putting that set off by a little bit. Yeah, it's not doing anything because when we get to the double digits, it's off. Okay. So we got that working. I wonder if it's because, oh, that's weird. That's not right. We need to add the apparent. We need to offset this by the apparent. 350 seems good. Is that the underlying issue? Yep, that was the underlying issue. Cool. So now we just need to get the 0 working. And then we would have infinite looping thing with a small bug where if you hoard it, you can kind of, I guess that's not really a bug. You can scroll through and then stop where you want. You can't really control the scroll speed, but we can work on that later. Let's try to get the 0 working. So it is working for this case. Is not working for this case. Let's see why. So in the grand scheme of things, we should be able to just do an else here and do a print row position. So right now, it is believing that it needs to loop to the end, it seems. Oh no, it hasn't done anything. So that gives us 0. And this is saying if it's less than or equal to 0, then do it. That's minus the offset. The offset is 0, so this should be hitting. So let's do a print hit to verify that that's working. Yep, it is hitting. Cool. So that actually is all working. So now in the start, again, we don't need this because we do the check beforehand. So in the start one, we need to see what it's trying to do here and why it's not able to. So add a debug right there and see what happens. We were calling it. It should be hitting this debug line. Let's do a print start right here. So we are printing the start. Continue. Continue 1. Continue 2. Continue 1, 2, and 3. Worked. What is going on? It's not debugging either. How about we debug that line? Maybe it's not debugging because it's literally just not debugging. Is my debug off? That's why it is. It's not debugging because I turned off the debug. Okay. Let's see what we actually got going on here. If we play this, we debug, perfect. Okay. When we do get count, last card is null. So let's go step into this. We have last card now. Last card is this. It contains no tour text. It contains no text at all. It contains a color though. and we can get that it's 25. So it grabbed the last card. It removed the last card. And then it adds the last card to 0. Does add child do that? No, it doesn't. That's why. It's adding it back and forth to the end. Thank you, ChatGPT. So we need to figure out how to add a child to the start. And that should fix that. Add child. Oopsie. It will be part of the node. Add child. Okay. Add. Force renamable. No. Top, 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 top. Oh, there you go. Input, 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 input. Add child. Child nodes are automatically deleted when the parent node is deleted. Okay. For entire scenes can be removed, deleting the top. Yep. Let's breed. Okay. Internal. Okay. But how do I add to? How do I add a child node to the top of the children? Move child. That is what's needed. Stupid. Stupid, stupid, stupid. So we can do, actually, why are we removing and deleting? We could literally just do move child. I'm fairly certain we could just do move child and that would work. Let's just try it here. Last card, or actually, no, subbox dot move child. Last card is the 0th index. Oopsie. Does this work? Let's turn off that and let's continue. Look at that. Look at how smooth that is. I bet it's more efficient. I'm fairly certain it's more efficient. So this should be subbox dot move child first card to subbox dot get your child count -1. There we go. And let's make sure we go both directions. So there's that, and then there we go. We're going in both directions. Woo! Now I am curious. We're gonna do a quick test. I'm gonna delete all these and just give us 3. Curious what it does. We're not ever gonna have this case, but okay. It doesn't look pretty and it doesn't behave nicely. But that's fine because we're never gonna have that case. We're always gonna have at least enough to cover one screen. Welcome back inside. Okay. So now we can scroll in both directions. Now I would like it not to be as fast. So we could put a little timer out on here to time it out so that it doesn't go as fast. So I feel like the easiest one is just a simple count up timer. So we'll do export var frame triggers. And it will be an int. And we'll start with 20. And then there's like a end frames. I think it's engine dot us frames. Get frames per second, get physical, get process frames. And then we do percentage frame triggers. So you have to be dragging it, and it has to be every 20th of a frame. That's still a little fast. Let's make it every 30 frames. So that's every half second. Still a little fast. Let's double that to 60. That's once a second. That seems fast. Let's go to one. One frame. Every frame, if you're dragging, we keep counting. Okay, so this is when this equals 0. That's the underlying problem I had. Yeah, that looks better. And then I could decrease that the longer you hoard it down if I wanted to. But, and then this is, ah. Need water. I have something like in my throat. Too much water. Yeah, I'll give you a hydrate. Here's a 330 points. Thank you, Chief Officer of Liquid Dynamics Administration, the LDA. Yeah, that was an emergency hydrate. I have no clue what was that, but something was like right at like the tickling point of your throat. And I'm just like, I can't handle that. Okay. Need loop. This should be called need loop. I need to loop. And need loop here. And wait, sorry. Where is need loop? Need loop was here. There we go. So box get chired. That's all good. Oh yeah, it's crazy, the human body and how we survive. So now you can loop this way. You can go back. There you go. I'm going to increase the speed just a little bit, because it took me a little time to notice. That looks better. There we go. I could have it scale based on the delta from the previous calculation, but I don't know how that easy access that would be, because we don't actually store the delta. And we do need to do some. I guess we don't need. It doesn't look clean if we don't. So let's try to do this LORPing stuff. So I know eating and drinking was the same tube, and we taking it. Oh yeah, that's kind of weird, especially since like we don't eat and drink through the same orifice. We have noses and mouths. Like you could just separate them. It's kind of weird now that I think about it. Like, especially like in your throat, like you could. I guess the issue, and maybe why evolutionarily we didn't, is like you theoretically could still cut off your. Well, we already do that when we eat, though. We already cut off while we're eating. We don't breathe and eat at the same time. So maybe it's an efficiency thing where, like, hey, it's already there. Like, it could. What is the part of the lungs that connect the two? I don't know. There's a part, because it's not like the food gets into your lung. There's a little flap, and whatever that flap's doing, I imagine, was the key reason why it conjoins to one. Okay. So we need to, like, not speed the snapping as much. But I don't know how that is, because we're not actually setting the scroll. We're just changing if a child exists or not in that location. So we're setting, or no, we're not setting that. We're getting the V box. We return that, return that. We're just moving the cards, but there's no way to LORP it. So let me just throw this into the code in ChatGPT and see if ChatGPT can figure out a way to LORP this movement. But we got it working. Can you LORP the adding, oopsie, sorry, the moving of cards in this script? I don't think you can. I think it's either there or it's not there. Smoothly LORPing the movement of cards while looping, we need to introduce an animation effect rather than instantly moving the cards. To do this, track the card scroll position. Okay. Smooth LORP using the delta, gradually LORPing the scroll. Modify the card's end and the start position to reposition it. Okay, let's grab this code. Let's do a diff, see what ChatGPT changed versus what I gave it, and see how crazy ChatGPT is. So that's that code. This is this code. So let's do plugin, compare. Oh, they're identical. Cool. They didn't change a thing. There's not a lot, like a split change. Let's just copy this and make sure. Copy this. Like, I feel like something had to change. Like, ChatGPT is not that bad. There we go. unless it copied and pasted in the same place. So we have a LORP speed, we have a total scroll, the position we are LORPing towards. It kept everything else, and then it did get the scroll position and the new scroll position to the target scroll and LORP towards it. In the ready, we also set the target scroll to get the scroll position. And then in the loops, we get the card size, y and minus, okay. And then how do we move cards? Where's the move? Oh, it still does the move. Okay. Let's just grab what ChatGPT does and see what happens. What's the worst that can happen? There's an error at line 59. I guess size.y. Is horizontal is not a function. Yes. Because it's not called that. It's called I guess I could create it. I could create an is horizontal real quick. Is horizontal. Func is underscore horizontal. It takes in nothing. It returns a bool. And it's just a return orientation if it equals orientations dot horizontal. There we go. Oh, it's spaces. I hate that. We'll fix that later. Okay, everything's happy now. Let's see what happens. Do we look? Oh. Oh. What are you? ChatGPT's code is weird. There we go. Retry. It kind of tries. It tries. It tries very hard. It is really not doing great. Yeah, that's not great. We're taking my code back. Thank you. There we go. That is horizontal was a good idea though. So we're gonna add that as a function here. Because I do this a lot of checks. So if we just make this a func is or vertical. Let's spell that right. This becomes is vertical. Takes in nothing, returns a bool. And it just returns the if statement here. Then we can just go if is vertical. And every place we see this, we can just shove this bit of code in. So now we should have what we had before. Hey, Vire, how are you doing? You excited about tonight? Yeah, that looks good. RIP my stomach lining. Well, let me shout out people so they can watch that for you. Busy at work today? Oh, yeah, I can understand that. I mean, I was working this. Literally all today, we've been working this one project. But definitely, guys, check out Viral. Where is the stuff? I have your channel somewhere. There you are. Announcements. Look at this. Viral's about to torture. Look at this. Soup 2 times spicy. Super spicy. There's bombs and everything. Where's the, there's no promo image? I think 4 has a promo image. But definitely check out Viral in the sense that he's about to destroy a stomach that was once there. It's all the way up. Okay, let's see. I'll forward it. No, I'll scroll. There it is. I was just off of it. Look at this. They're doing Jackbox games. I will be there. I will be in the audience trying to steer a seat for these Jackbox games. I'm so happy I am not part of it. I was a little jealous when I saw this. I was like, man, I'd be cool to be a part of this. But then with this streaming for the last 48 hours almost, not 48 hours of stream, but the last 2 days of this constant stream, I don't know what I would do. I fear like I would die. Thinking of all the voice stretching I've done, my vocal cords are open, and then eating spicy food right underneath that, I would have no voice. I would go into work the next day with nothing. There would be nothing left. So I will be entertained. Oh my gosh, you're scaring me. You haven't spoken. I've spoken today for almost 8 hours now, and I still have an hour and 40 minutes to go of speaking. And then yesterday was almost 10 hours. So I've been on the phone all day too. No! I have to do my physical. Oh no! All the hugs, Vire. I wish you the best. But you're streaming. Guys, remember, 7 p.m. PST, 10 p.m. Eastern. So you get a nice little break from me to jump right into Vire's stream and watch it. I will be there. I don't know how awake I will be, but I'll have fun watching them suffer. And Vire, not a PNG tuber, so you get to watch that suffer as well. Where I know 4 sometimes is a PNG tuber, so I don't know if 4 is taking the easy way out. But you get your rest, calm down. You got 6 hours, so just think of cold, relaxing, rest the vocal cords, don't say anything, you'll be good. We got dynamic scrolling working, so that's great. So now I can just load up all the cards at once and have all that. Let's get that working on the vertical one as well. And then we'll start working on other issues. So the vertical one, in theory, I should be able to delete the margin. And this has a bunch of cards still. And I should be able to just change this one out with the loop drag. And in theory, everything should work the same and we should be good. Look at that, almost. It's looping. It's not looping. Never mind. Of course, it can't be right the first time. It needs to have the offset again, which we did in the 2D. So we just need to make it taller. Which is layout, transform, and we need to do a couple of things. We need to make it taller and longer. So 74. All right, that's fine. 0, plus or minus. Actually, we do need to bring it up because we need to ensure that a card is visible. We need to put it right about 205, negative 205. And then on the Y, we just add, oopsie. Guys, what was it? There we go. We just add 205 to it, and that should bring that all the way down. And let's see what all that does. So we still got it scrolling, but it's not scrolling down. And it's not scrolling down because it needs to process the loop. It needs to take the count of the offset. Did we add an offset here? No, we don't have an offset. So let's add a debugger right there and see what's happening. So we scroll down, it debugs. We have a 0. So we don't go in there. That's fine. We go into this one. We go into the loop. We get the card. We get the last card. And we move the last card up. I think it is working, guys. Oopsie. I think what it is we don't have the special Rex, which we need to make these solid. Make these solid. Oh, they are solid. 4. So we should be able to just copy and paste. And then delete all of these. And now we can duplicate these a bunch of times. I don't know why I did 14. I think I'm going to do like 8. And we'll just delete the rest of these. There we go. So now when we run it, we'll see that these are that. Oopsie. Continue. So we got 7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, there we go. It is working. Look at that. Look at that. So now you can scroll through all of these. Kind of sucks that it's covering up the current one. So you kind of have to go there and then be like, oh, actually, I want that one. But I don't think there's a clean way of doing that. I mean, I could lower the bigger cards, but then what do I put on top? Of course, most of the time I imagine people are going to just scroll up. This one is the only one where they might scroll either direction. So, cool. We got that working. There's a lot of a little behind the scenes stuff working, but that's cool. So now you can go find the card. You could select the card, then go up here and find the version of the card you want. We'll have this all update. You can choose what set you want to have it in. We could code up that edit. We should code up the edit, and you can rate the card. So let's code up that edit real quick. And let's name these. These should be cards. Rollable cards. Because that's going to be where those are going to be. And these are going to be rollable alternates. And then this is a placeholder card. Cool. Let me get some lip balm. My lips are getting dry. I only wonder why. Okay. So now card specific, we go into this and we want the set, we want the menu button, and we're going to change the code a little bit because we can go edit. Because edit would just be allows a change. Yep, okay. So we don't want to get the item text. We want to get the current text in it. So we can go text equals, actually, you know what? We'll do it better. We'll have set text. Raw set text equals, actually, it's a string and it equals nothing initially. Oh yeah, string is written str. There you go. Nope. Why do you not like this? Oh, is it string capital? Yep, it's string capital. So we do set text, and then in here, we can do set text equals this, and then set text equals that name. And the reason why we're doing that is so that we can go into here and do some other things. So the easiest one is to, oh yeah, we're not allowing pop-ups yet. That's why we need to do pop-ups. We're not doing pop-ups, but we are getting closer to finishing that. So what else did we have? Because edit requires a pop-up to appear, and technically add new requires a pop-up to appear as well. Right now we're just demoing the code, but that's fine. So we could have a dynamic card set and start loading up the cards dynamically. It's hard to believe that took 8 hours to do. What did we want to move? We wanted to move the cost and move range over as well. Because these aren't really text. These aren't really statistics. These are more of just properties of the card. People don't like pop-ups. Okay, motors that pop up. And it's just so that you can type in the name. So we have a VBox with a grid. We need to set up. We can actually just theoretically grab this container and this container and just drag these down right there. And now you can see how much the cost is, the average cost of the card, and the movement range. And this is just the statistics of that card. Statistics. I feel like I stuttered that word, statistics. So we can, the only thing left to do is put fake real cards in. So I guess we can do that. Let's get some fake real cards in. We need a bunch of things. How many cards do we need to make a realistic fake real card. So it looks like we need 4 alternates and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 non-alternate cards. I just realized the alternates actually might not be all there. But we'll worry about that once we get the card. So let's make a script. It's going to be a built-in one. And we need to make some JSON, which I think we can just make as a dictionary. So var test data equals actually dictionary equals dictionary. Can I do this? Is this valid? Test 5. It's not yelling at me. Let's do a print of dictionary or test data just to verify that's working. Yep, it looked like it printed out the test data perfectly. Cool. So that makes that easy. I don't have to worry about any of this. So, does it handle arrays though? If I made this arrays, I don't think it does because it's not a dictionary anymore. Now it becomes an array. And it's an array of dictionaries. There we go. So that's fine. Because now we'll be able to make card 1. So the card, we need a pop out. We're going to pop this out. Whoop. Oh, doesn't like that. That's fine. We can do that. Okay, so we're just going to put this in the corner right here. And then I'm going to lock it. There we go. And we just now have everything. So we're going to just pretend like things are set up poorly. It's not exactly. So the first thing we need is a card name. And we can just put Viral Counselors card. There we go. Thank you for being here, Viral. And we're just going to make this horrible, but it's going to be easy to manage. So Viral Counselors card. Don't need to worry about the set yet. It does need a default alternate, which I guess we could do that. We could have the default be the first and then grab the last alternate and put it at the top. Okay, let's not worry about alternates though. We need to have an impact score. So yeah, it's going to be impact score. And this is going to be an array of 2 floats, in this case 0.03 and 1.25. There we go. And then we need a use win. So this will be win/loss. And this will just be a float that we will then convert to a percentage. So we'll go 85. And then we need a by scene. Which is 25.25. There we go. Then we need a drawn/play. which is a 0.5. And then we need a I don't like the text of this still. I don't know what we call that. I don't know what we do. We've done this for 8 hours and I don't know what the name for what's the common time you will play that card in your entire hand. If you have 5 cards, you play it first, that'd be early. If you have 5 cards and you play it the 5th card, that'd be late. And if you have 5 cards and you play it in the middle, that'd be mid. But I don't know what to call that. So I'm going to code it up as hand phase, and we'll just have to deal with that for now. And it will be an enum eventually, but for right now we're just label it as late. I guess it doesn't need to be late. It just needs to be a percentage, because I take the enum length, divide that by that, and that'd be a percentage. So yeah. So late would be like 9. And we just need to make a note there. Hand phase is a percentage of when it was used, 0 being first and 1 being last. When we code this up, we should take the length of the enum. Actually, it doesn't even have to be an enum. Length of the array for hand phase names, and choose the closest. And that allows me to put even more hand phases in than early, mid, late. Okay, so what else do we need? We need to have some way to light up this. This is going to be an array. So usage is going to be an array of indexes. So in this case, we'll say it's always used in 1, and we will make note of that as well. Usage is an array of indexes to highlight when the card can be used, typically. Okay. We need a max and min cost. Max cost. Actually, we could just have. We're explicit. We'll be explicit. We should be explicit for the primary score as well. Yeah, we'll fix that. Okay. So primary impact score is 0.3. The secondary impact score is 1.25. There we go. The max cost is going to be 50, with the min cost being 0. The max movement is going to be 15, with the min movement being 0. Is there anything else we need? We need the rating. We definitely need the rating. Rating is going to be 3. And we need a description. Or the effect, sorry. Vi, are you here? You want to give a description? phase sounds right in that context as far as I'm concerned. That's what I'm thinking too. It sounds right, but like when I had hand phase, like so many hours ago, people couldn't understand that. And I'm like, how do I explain when you're going to use this in your hand? So like I have when played from hand late. I don't like that. That's very verbose. But you're saying hand phase could be good. We might make a vote or something. I don't know how we do that. We can worry about that more later, but it will be hand phase in the code. We'll have viral counselor. When you play it, you join the viral council. There we go. So there is a card with everything it needs to be on this board. So now we can take this and make more. So like the skepsis card. Let's do that. Skepsis. D. That's a good test to have spaces. We'll just roll random for a bit. We have it here. Where's my random number generator? There it is. We need some random floats. Yeah, allow the selected. I want, why is this zoomed in? There we go. Numbers, load decimal fractions. Is that going to give me it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, we want some random floats. We need one for each one of these. So generate 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Generate 12 digits. Let's have no more than 2 decimal points. 1 column, 12 columns. And we'll do 3 more cards, so that'll be generate 4. That'd be 48 numbers in total. There we go. Just push this in the corner. It doesn't want to be in the corner. There we go. It'd be nice if this was all the way across. There you go. And then wait, go back. Switch to advanced mode. Can I change how big the numbers are? No. I want mixed digits then. Can I get mix? What's Gaussian numbers? No, I don't want Gaussian. I want numbers that are mixed floats. Let's go random number generator or number float, random float generator. Sure. Do you allow floats? Floats, yes. Precision, 3. They don't need to be unique. It'd actually be quite impressive. Generate 48 of them, 12 of them, I guess. And the max number can be 50. Generate, and let's see. That looks good. So we'll start with this. Primary score, sure, we'll do 35 is pretty high, actually. Let's do 77. Because this is the number of like stars using your card gives you. Secondary could be 22. Because you can get 22 coins in one game, in one turn. This has a huge win. You're going to win 10 times. That's not. I guess that is. You play 10 games, you win 10 games. Your percentage of winning is 1,000. Right? No, it's not possible. Because it's one would be 100%. And if you played another game and won, you'd still have 100%. So sadly, you only can buy one card in game. So no one buys this card, which is quite shocking because you can win quite often with it. However, every time you do have it, you do decide to draw it or play it. And it's generally in the hand phase of 87%. So it's a late card. Usage, we have, let's go 3 and 1. Max cost, it only costs 17, so it's quite a cheap card. Min cost 10, so that might be why you don't buy it, is there's not free ones for it. Max costs 12, min costs 3, and the rating is 1. So there we go. What should Skepsis card effect be? Anything you want. Anyone else here in the chat, if you want to add your card for the test data, just tell me and we'll start adding your card in. Oh, alternates. We forgot alternates. We'll worry about alternates later. We'll do the cards for now. We have the SirLegna of YouTube card, a long name. We'll generate some new numbers. I have a primary score of 37. I have a secondary score of 47.07. I don't think having that specific, so we'll round it to the nearest 2. Let's adjust the precision because I was somewhat of an idiot. Why are you big? I don't get why you're so big. Precision, let's go down to 2. There we go. Generate, there we go. So I'll keep that, and we'll just continue from there. So I have 45 here, 2 here, 43 here, 78 here, a little bit more of a mid card. I am able to do this in the 3rd and 5th phase. 29 costs with a 5 there. Max move 1 and 0. So I don't move a lot. And right now 2. And let's see, what's a good late card hand that gives you a lot of money but nothing else? We're just say gives you how much money do it? 47 minus 5, 42 coins. Gives you exactly 42 coins. Okay. Let's do one more card. And then we'll start worrying about actually getting this to show up everything. We'll have the SirLegna card. SirLegna. And we'll just put the names where the color X are. Let's generate SirLegna's card. It has a win percentage or a primary score of 91. There's 29 stars is insane. 38 coins. 38.22 coins. Win percentage 41. Or actually 42, sorry. Win percentage here, 10. Drawn, it's 50% likely to be used when it's drawn. It's very early in the hand phase, and it can be done in the third phase. It costs 30. Its min cost is 4. Movement is 7 with a low 2. Rating right now is a row 5. Does something really amazing, but you have to only play it every other time it is in your hand. Otherwise, it is pointless. Okay, so we got a few cards there. Now we can take these cards and scale them. So let's do test data equals test data times 10. Nope. How do I add? How do I multiply a thing multiple times like that? I have an array of values that I want to add to another array 5 times. Able to surf the event horizon, granting you 2 movement on the next card you play. Ooh, I like that. I might steer some of that. Let's go with it. Woo! Okay. Discord is doing something, anything of value. Just a spicy noodle reminder, spicy noodles reminders. Cool. Okay, what were we doing? We wanted the ChatGPT. What did ChatGPT give us? That's the scroll thing. Okay. Take it, do 5, do this, that. Okay. Can do. So we do 4i in range of 5. So it'll be 5 times 4 is 20. That's more than enough cards. Test data equal, or test data dot append array test data. There we go. And then if we print out our test data, we should get a bunch of garbage. Overflow, but we got the garbage we wanted. Nice. But no, the +2 to next move is an interesting thing. The only issue with the +2 next move is it could get you over 30, which is a lot of movement. So don't know if we're going to use it, but okay. So the first thing we need to do is we need to generate the cards. That's not card specific. It will be here. Yeah, sus. But I could limit the max movement to 20 minutes or 20 moves. Sorry, to 20 moves, and then have it where you can get an upwards to plus 10. I don't want to be a cheater card. Don't worry about it. I've already considered adding cheater cards because I'll just put the rating to 0, and then if you want it, you can turn it up. Turn the heat up. So maybe that is it. Maybe we have your card or cheater card, and it's just set at 0 initially, and then as you grind, it goes up. Okay. But first things first, we need to store this off somewhere so that we can duplicate it a billion times. And I don't personally want to create the card yet, so I think we're going to kind of just shove it up here, which is going to shove it all the way down there. And then we are going to take the transform. And can I just reposition it? We're just going to reposition this card off the screen. And this will be our dummy card. And then all these get deleted. And then in the scrollable card container, we will grab that and move that into our script. So we just have that down here. I needed to do a control. There we go. So on ready, we get the scrollable, we add this, and then this becomes, we also need our dummy. So to do this, we need to do 4 tests in test data. We need to add, each card needs to store its own test data because we need to have it where we can select it. So the card's going to be a little bit more complicated because we need to add a script. It can be a built-in script, but it needs to have a way to have card data equals var card data. It's going to be a dictionary type, and it's going to equal nothing by default. Cool. And then we just need to do a set card data. So that will be a function called set card data. It's going to take a dictionary object called the data dictionary. It's not going to return anything. So void. It's going to grab its child label, which already had a get parent name. So it just needs to set its parent's name. But this might not run in time, so we'll actually rename this as set my name. Ah, dang it. We'll actually delete this. It won't have this. Close this. So we need to get the label. Actually, we can just go not void, variable my label equals a label object, which is going to be get child of the first index, and then my label dot name text equals test dot test brackets card name. There we go. And that will get us that dictionary object and set the name for it. That's, however, we're not doing that on the card. That is doing it else. This should have been there. Oopsies. Let's go grab this. Put you here. There we go. And then data is going to be here. And hard data is going to equal data. So that all works there. And that should create a dummy card, which is fine. Then here we just need to go and add that. So we need the dummy. We have the dummy. So we need to go dummy card dot duplicate. I don't know what the flags are. 15 flags, duplicate flags. We have one for signals, one for groups, one, sure, it can be whatever it's duplicating. Cool. Okay. Or I could be where you can use it on the third and fourth play to get the second plus second. You balance by a -2 for the last card to balance. That way, it says that they need a +2 to get to something specific mid-game. They can. They could. Just tossing random thoughts. I mean, that's a good one. I'll add it to the test data. We'll roll another card once I get this working. So we duplicated it. We need to set this to something. So this would be var copied card equals this. I don't really care about the type because it's going to be a nightmare to figure out what type it should be. And then the hbox container dot add tired copied card. And before we do that, we should do copy card dot set data. I think is the name. Set card data. Set card data. So let's verify that that actually does what I'm looking for. Nope, that doesn't look right. That's because we're still getting that. We closed it, but we really need to not turn it invisible, but detach it. Now we can close it and not worry about anything. Let's see if we get stuff now. Hey, cool. We're going to put some smart word wrapping here. It's not mandatory because this won't show up anyways, but just so that we can read the cards easier. There we go. Cool. And then if I move it, look at that. Eventually I'll get to the end. Where's the end? 4 times 5 is 20. I should have been at the end by now, but that's fine. That means it's smoothly rolling, so cool. So let's add Skepsicity's second card idea. Boom, copy, paste, and we're just going to generate some random scores real quick. Nope, that's not it. There we go. Okay, this card has a 53% on winning a star. This has a 10.58% of getting you secondary, such as coins. This has a 16% chance on actually winning you the game. You have a Did I have 0? 0. 0. How many times did I do this? 0. There we go. Okay. 16. How often do people buy this, though? They buy it 59% of the time. You play it 92% of the time. It is in your hand for 33% of the time. It gets used on the 3rd and 6th phase of a turn. Its max cost is 31. Its min cost is 30. Its max movement is... I said 15 was the max. You're at 8. So we'll just go 8. We'll go 8. We'll go 15. Your max move is 15. And the min move is 11. The rating is 3. Not 53, 3. And the effect is this one. And I won't fix up the grammar too much, but that'll be a good long one. Let's reduce this down to 4 now. And let's see if we get cards. Oh, I just realized I have double my name. This should be Skepsis D2. Hey, Skepsis is D2. Yay, viral, all that's looking good. Cool. So we got some cards there. Now the question is, can we detect which card is underneath the thing? So actually we don't want to do that, because who's parent on top of everything? Alternates are on top of cards. That's perfect. That means we can literally just check what's below us theoretically. But we should update the alternates. How many cards do we need for an alternate? 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's put 5 here. And let's update the alternates with a way of doing that. So we want it where whenever a card is scrolled over, we need to know what card is underneath here. So if we can get the current card, which is a little hard to do. How can we get the current card that is below us? So we center the card, we get the card. I think it's going to be in the draggable scroll. So once you let go, we have in the last position where your cursor was, we moved the relative scroll, which is setting the scroll value. If we took the scroll value and divided it by the number of cards, do we get where you are right now? Let's see. So inside here, inside the process, I want to do a else print, and we want the current scroll position. So let's get the scroll position divided by the container size. container. I just copy this. So what do we get initially? We get 0, but 0 would be the viral council. So we want it to be added to, but we also want to divide this by a subset of something. Let's see, what can we divide this by? If we knew the cards, that'd be great, but I don't want to know the cards. I want to know how many we did. So let's do a print here of test data dot size. And we'll put a debugger here so that we don't run too far into it. Okay, we hit the debugger. Good. 80. We have 80 cards. Why do we have 80 cards? Oh, because every time we add it, it's adding to itself. So it's actually like a lot more cards. So I think 2 would do enough. We only need like 20. How many did that give us? That gave us 20. That gave us exactly what we wanted. Nice. So we know that 20 is the goal we want to have. So we want this to be divided by 20 to give us that answer. Print get container size divided by 20. And that should get us that answer. We could put a breakpoint here so that we don't go too far. 105. Interesting. That's not what I was expecting. But that should get us the current number of cards. So if we do this divided by that, that gives us 20. Then we need to print get scroll position. We're going to comment out this for now. Get scroll position plus a number of cards. So let's refresh this and see what we get. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards. So plus 0.5 times 7. And that should get us that. But that's times that. And then divide that by 101.5. So that adds 7, and then as we move, in theory, it will add 1 more, giving 8, 9, 10, and so on. So that should work. And then wrap this all in parentheses. There we go. And now if we get this, we should see 7 initially. Nope, that's not 7. And that's a lot of prints. Why is it printing so much? Where's my extra print statement? Because if I comment this out, I bet I'm printing something else. I also need a pass. Okay, nope. I am flipping back and forth. Why am I flipping back and forth? Okay, we need to print out a bunch of stuff. Okay, print. We have a separator. That looks good. We need to print the current scroll position. We need to print the relative container. And let's do the plus 105 plus 7. So what do we get? There's math doing wrong. Because this should be 20 and it's not. That's wrong. Because we should be able to actually get the count. That's what we can do. We can do subbox dot child count. That actually is maybe a better way of doing this. Subbox dot child count print this the length of the container divided by the length of this. Nope, the other way around. We want to take the big value divided by the number of little values and see what we get. That should be roughly 1005. It's not. 62. Why is that 62? Print the length, print the subbox. So now we should see 20 should be one of them. Why is it 5? Why is it 5? It should not be 5. I don't get why it's 5. I saw 20 for a split second. So if we were to filter this for 20, yeah, it was 20 for a split second, but that's not relevant. Yeah, like right here, it was 20 right before it became 5 again. Is it 5? It doesn't make logical sense. Oh, yes, it does. I'm an idiot. There's two things here. There's this one that's 20, and there's this one that's 5. I'm an idiot. Cool. I don't know why you guys have been watching an idiot code, but hey, we're getting there. So this first one is 20, and this other one is 5. That's all makes sense. Okay. So 20, we can get the 20, we can get that, get the 10, take this value. This will be width var width of card, which is a float, and it equals this. So now we know the width of a card. And if we take the card width and times that by 7, this is actually not the card width. This is just the size, relative size of the card. Times that by 7, which is not correct. It should be the relative size of 7, but right now, so 733, that sounds reasonable. Because now, if we take that number, whoopsies, take this number that was just calculated and divide it by relative size. Relative card size. We should get 7. Hey, there we go. And if we go over 1, we still get 7. We get 8.6. That's not great. And that should not be 9. So the math is not mathing. Exactly. It's close, but it's not mathing. It should be, it's 7 here, and it's also not doing the negative. So that's not great. Dang it. That's not going to tell us what, well, no, it might. So it's not going to tell us because of the float. And the float is coming from the get scroll position because this isn't it. Well, no, that should be the scroll position. Maybe I need to add the offset? No, I don't think I need to add the offset. I don't use the offset anyways. This is actually some dead code back when I thought I had to do the offset. No, I need the loop. Where was I? There it is. This is dead code. Don't need it. And that makes these easier to compute. Oh, there's a quote. To recall it anytime. The math isn't mathing. Yep, that is true. And the quote, math isn't mathing. So like, added that quote. Cool. What do you mean? What do you mean shit? What do you mean? No shit. It's going perfectly. Executed the thing. It gave you the response. Added the quote. Now you can do exclamation point quote 3 and you'll be good. If you need to edit it, I think I can go in and edit it. No, I can delete it. So there's no way to edit it, but I can delete it if need be. And I can kind of hard code it back in. Didn't see it work. Yeah, the help kind of spammed at the exact same time. Save. So I don't think this fixes my problem. No. So what is going wrong? The other thing that makes this not seem, oh, no, that's right. So relative card size should be getting the children count divided by the container. But that's not including the margins. So it should also be minus the subbox dot spacer. No, that's adding a spacer. What is the term for it? It's going to be theme constant spacer. Separation. Separation. That doesn't seem like it's going to give me the value times 2. Because there's not a separation on one side and it's not a separation on the other side. Take all this, divide that by the number of children, and that should theoretically get me closer. No. It does not have a key separation. Okay, so how do I get to that? Subbox dot over theme dot separation. Print this. That's a print with a key. I don't know what that's going to do. Okay. Let's see what we get. Did we print anything? No. Okay, how do we get the constraints? Theme overrides. Constraints. Separation. How do we get this? ChatGPT. In an Hbox container, how do, with code, how do I get the theme overrides constraints separation? Constraints with an N. There we go. ChatGPT, please give me an answer. Okay, so that's why I never liked this. It's subbox.get theme constant separation. Separation. There we go. Now we take this and minus it from both sides. We should get 7 still. Good. And we get 8. We're still not getting it perfectly. It doesn't make sense to me. Does it go the right way? No. So either way, we're not getting this. This is a failed venture. It doesn't help anyone. Okay. Hearing dings in Discord. Let's see if everything's going okay. Yep, nothing crazy. Cool. Skepsis, I just realized you never showed what the idea you were having, you were drawing out. You mentioned it, but you never brought it in. Okay. How do I get the current element? Still working on it. Okay. How do I get the current element from an Hbox ref at a certain point in space? Let's ask ChatGPT. I have a scrollable container that contains an Hbox container, which contains a number of elements or nodes, control nodes. I would like some code that can return the specific control node. I can't do anything make half-fast, making a picture. Okay, sounds good. How do I get the specific control that is found visually at the 7th location? Note that the scrollable container is moving nodes to provide an infinite scroll capability. And when I'm trying to do basic stuff, I keep adding on more. I understand that. I completely understand. Okay, so we have an Hbox. We have a scroll offset, which is the scroll horizontal. A cumulative position, which is where I add, if the child is a controller, add the child size.x. All children are consistent sizes. Let's see if that helps any. Okay, get visible control at index. I don't have that. I need to get it at, I don't have that. Get target child at target index. Okay. What do you use index for? Let's see. Index. Index. Why do you get the index? Oh, starting index plus index equals target. Okay. Loop if needed. Okay. Wait, I'm an idiot. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm sort of an idiot. We'll see. Okay, so I think I know what it's trying to explain. Okay, so let's see if I can do this. So we have the scroll container, that's fine. We need to get the offset, that's fine. We can get that. Item width, we have that. That is being gotten by we can get that easily by doing this. That's right. So we can do subbox.get child. We don't care about the child because we just want to do get get rec. Nope. Get. Why can't I think of this? Let's say var test is a colored rec. Cool. So let's say test dot. Actually, it needs to be an instantiation of it. And it doesn't like that. Why not? Okay, var test is type colored rec. Cool. Everyone's happy? Yep, test dot rec get rec dot size dot. So now we can get this guy's width of a card. Card width. Hello, Thunderdine. What language is this? This is GT Script. It's part of the Godot engine. It's a custom programming language they put in. Very similar to Python and Go. I like it because it reminds me a lot of Python with types. And that's something I wish Python had more strict wise. How are you doing today? I'm guessing you're a programmer if you're asking what language this is. We're going to call it card width for now. It's going to make the bottom number weird, but that's fine. We are just trying to get this working for now. So var card width float, get us the size of the card. There we go. So that gets us that. We can get the separation. I don't really think we need to make this a special variable, so we'll just shove it there. Total width of an item is that plus the separation. So we can get the total width by just doing that, and that solves that problem. Okay. So start index is scroll offset divided by, and scroll offset is what we have. Okay, so starting index equals int the scroll horizontal divided by the total item width. Okay, so card width var And this needs to be an int as well. That gets us the index in pixels. Because the width is going to be, the horizontal container is going to give us pixels. We divide it by pixels. Okay, no, that's going to give us the card index. Yes, that makes sense. Then we take the starting index plus index, which is what they are looking at. Okay. So target index. Actually, I need to write this like my code. I don't like the underscores. Index. So var target index will be a int of start index plus index mod the sub box dot get child count. So that makes sense. Why are you yelling at me? Oh yeah, the index is not defined. We know what the index is. The index is going to be 7. Why are you still yelling at me? Oh, I did not put in equals. Equals int. There we go. That looks good. So that's going to give me the target index, which that should give me the print subbox dot get child at that target index dot get child at 0, which gives us that, which is text. So in theory, that should get us the 7th card that's underneath the preview card. Let's see what we get. SirLegna of YouTube. I feel like it's off by 1. So let's do 6. That's going to be annoying because it's very size dependent, but I don't think it's going to be bad. So it is Skepsis D under here. That makes sense. If we move here, we have SirLegna of YouTube, which is where that should be. Remove it here, we get Skepsis D. Remove it here. So it's not accurate to the move. Like, it's not beautifully accurate. And that's the thing I don't like. Because it really needs to be exactly what's underneath this card. Which, to make it easy for us, let's make the placeholder card somewhat transparent. I guess theme, no. Yeah, I can set the transparency. So, to kind of clear it up, why does it say color? Oh, wait. It's because the other guy's on top of it. Right now, we just not see the arts. They are causing headaches anyways. So, Skeptis D, that's correct. SirLegna of YouTube is not correct, and it's because the rounding error. So, if I was to go here, I bet this gets off. But if I turn this to round as an int, actually no, round as a, just round. Round float. It should be a float. So if I did that, we get Skeptis D, we get me, Skeptis D2, viral. Okay, cool. Let's go this way. Yep, all that's looking like it's working right. It looks like it's even looping good. So cool. That was the only thing that was wrong, is it was slightly off. But now that we're rounding it, we clean that up. Cool. So let's revert this color back to, oh, dang it. I wanted it to be red. I wanted it to be red. Can I undo? That's undoing the code. I don't want to undo the code. There we go. We can turn off the arts for now still. So now we could actually get the placeholder card to be more like the dummy card, where when a draggable container goes over it, it needs to get it, but it needs to get it only for the arts. So right now it can get it for the scroller bars, but eventually the code needs to be coded to the art. And because of that, I'm going to just copy the label right now. And we're going to actually add a script that's going to do that logic for us. It's going to be very similar to this bit of code. And to the point that this is going to emit a signal. I'll make a signal to emit for it, because it only needs to do it when it's not dragging or when the card's been updated. So we'll keep that there so it breaks. In here, we're going to have some function called update placeholder. Card data. Everything. Because actually, we're going to do this for a little bit for, it's going to return a void. It's going to do all this code. All this code is going to break. That's fine. Actually shocked it isn't yelling at other things yet. Cool, now it yells at everything. So it needs to know what we're listening to. I'm sorry. My brain's going blank. Export, there you go, variable. Who contains active cards. That's a bad term. We're going to call it active scrollable. That's a little bit better. And it just needs the scrollable object. So this will be scrollable container. There we go. And we aren't going to set it anywhere because it needs to get set manually. So in the scrollable container, there will be a few things. We will have active. Actually, it doesn't need to be scrollable. We can specify this better. It needs to be a draggable scrollable container. There we go. Because now we know that it has a active scrollable subbox, or it should be, because draggable has a scrollable subbox, right? No. It needs to be a looping one. Because loops are the only ones that have the scrollable one. So we need a new class. Cool. That's gonna suck. Class name loop. Drag abort roll container. Yay! Long names are great. We'll just set this to pass for now, because I need to be able to save this so that it saves that class name, and then we'll break it again. So now in the placeholder, we know this needs to be not that. Whatever we do, not that. It should be a loop draggable container. Now we can go activable subbox. There we go. And we can define this as a sub box for sub box equals this. This should be a box container of some type. We know it's going to work, so that all works. And then we just need the active. Oh my gosh. Why are you being rude? Active. Scrollable, scroll horizon, which isn't going to be it. It needs to be the function that calls. So that's active, scrollable, get, scroll position. And there we go. So that's all good. Put that there. So now that gets us that. And theoretically, if we went back here, this just needs to emit a signal now. So we do emit signal. I think I can just read it there. No, I need to call it. I need to create the signal. So signal is going to be right here. Signal is going to be called, I don't know. As scrolled. That's all good. Now we do an emit signal. As scrolled. There we go. So every time it stops dragging, it will emit has scroll. Also, every so many frames, it will emit a has scroll. That's not the greatest because it's going to emit it every so often. We could have it when that dragging becomes false. But dragging is defined in the draggable. When does dragging become false? It becomes false here. And we don't even worry about it here. We need to actually, touch is going to be something that we're going to actually have to play with soon to get everything working right with touch. I don't want the draggables to carry it because it really needs the loop, but I don't want has scrolled to do it. Oh, I know what we could do. It's stupid. We can make a var full has emitted full and reset that to false. Whenever this is set, we do has emitted equals false. And then elif has emitted or needs to emit. It should be needs to emit. So it doesn't need to emit immediately. That's a lie. It should emit initially. And then if it needs to emit, it emits it. And then our placeholder file right here, open that, goes in to here. We draw a connection to this, to the placeholder card somewhere over the air, over the rainbow. Oh my gosh, this is so big. There's the scroll arts, placeholder card. And we're going to actually pick the function. It's going to be that one. Connect. So now when it does the scroll over, it should do the print. And I don't need that anymore. That's not visual, so it's not going to work because there's no definition of it. We need to go here and assign go here. Why are you being rude? Scroll, assign, scrollable cards, which actually is a better place to put the emission. So instead of setting it hard here, we're going to disconnect and we're going to go into the here. We're going to make a ready function. Underscore ready. Oh, dang, it doesn't do that nicely. Ready. We're going to go active scrollable dot needs has stored dot connect, and we're going to connect it to all update placeholder data, not the function but the callable, and that makes it where that's more dynamic and we don't have to worry about connecting it manually, and it's not triggering any. Nice. Why are you not triggering? This should be triggerable at that point. It should have a has scroll emit. We are listening to the has scroll emit, and we are getting the data but not doing anything with it. Okay, that's why, because we need to get this bit of data, which we might actually just grab this bit of data right here, because it's roughly the same thing we want to do. We're going to have some card data. And then in that card data, when we get the element, we can now do we need to get the data from the card. We got the element, so we need to do subbox dot get tired, and that will be target index. That gets us the child, which is the dummy card, which has the card data. So we should be able to do card data, and we should be able to do card data equals card data. So that gets us that. But we actually could just call set card data and then just grab the card data off the low card. There we go. Set card data, that should work. Hey! And if we drag it over, it doesn't update. Nice. That means the emission is not emitting. That's great. Why is the emission not emission? Oh wait, we emit once and never do it again. Needs emit equals false. This should be true. There we go. And now we're kind of doing it. It's a little laggy. Is it lagging because when we go to, no, that's working. It's like when we do it fast, it like doesn't pick it up. But like when we are slow and very monological, we get it. Is it because why is it working now? There you go. It's when we have to slide that it's not working. Why is that? We aren't doing the loop, so we don't care about that. So let's go to the draggable container. If it's vertical, drag. If it's not, that's all fine. Okay, so how do we enter this? We enter this through here. So if the event is pressed, we do that. If not, if it's dragging, we get the current position and set the relative, but it's dragging already. So that should be true. Okay, so if that's true, then we go here and we go, is dragging, it's true. Oh, it's because of this frame count. Okay, so we need to do a special if here. If it's dragging, check to see if it needs a loop. If it's not, it needs to emit once that dragging is done. There we go. Look at that. That looks right. Cool. And the great thing about that is we now can get the data from the presentation to put into the elements from that. We still need to do the alternate. We'll worry about the alternates later. But that is nice. So now you'll be able to see all the cards that you want to see. And it loops perfectly fine. Ah, dang it. It loops as long as you're... Nope, it's not. Actually, no, it might be right. SirLegna of YouTube. It doesn't loop when you do this, which kind of sucks. We could emit a signal every time. Because if you're not looping, then every time we do that, we will check to see if you need to emit it. There you go. And it still handles that well. Emit, 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 emit. And then good. Cool. It's an infinite loop. Awesome. Beautiful. We have 15 minutes left. So if you guys want to extend the timer, you better start chatting. So we got that. The placeholder is working. We need the dummy still because it's being used as a dummy. Eventually we'll have a card to actually pull from. We don't care about the visuals right now. We care about the card specifics now. So now when the placeholder card updates, we need to send that signal even further. So we'll have a signal card data updated. And I like that up here. And we'll actually set this as a special setter. So set value. Just in case later we're setting the values somewhere else, we can do card data equals value. And then we can do emit signal. Card data is updated. So now anywhere the card data updates on this object, it will emit it. Okay. So now we can go into the ratings. We'll do ratings first. That's fine. It needs to know when the placeholder card was updated. So placeholder card, connect. We want the ratings bar. And that looks like a good enough name for anything. Hey, Sonu, how are you doing? Let's show Sonu the craziness we've done. This has been 8 hours to get all this working, plus a little procrastination. But we got it where you have a set of cards. So this is some context. This is the options that allows player to choose. And I've noticed how long you've been streaming. Yes. And you can add more time every time you message. But this allows the player on their phone, so it's phone specific right now, to look through all the cards in the game, see their current stats, which can be seen here, see the actual card effects and details of the cards, choose the rating of what they want that card's probability of showing, 5 being 100%, 0 being 0. Hey, hey, the four, welcome back. I had some work I figured out. I'd check on you for a moment. Well, we're only about 13 minutes away from the end. You can add a set. So the reason why I added sets is you might have a set of ratings that you want to play with your family versus like friends versus like pros versus like when you play with the computers. So you can add sets, and anytime you select a set, it automatically populates that. We haven't coded up the search because that's going to be a pop-up, but we did code up a way to scroll through all the cards you have infinitely. So it goes like this. You can back scroll. You also can scroll through all the alternates infinitely. And that is what we've done for the last 8 hours. But I think the UI is pretty good. Ooh. Anyone want to pop a hydrate? My throat's a little sore still. And we're getting the last bit to get the data to travel from the card to the thing. And we need it to actually pass something. So we're going to code this up again. Wow, this has been the bad boy you've been working on. You put so much work into it. Talking about that, yesterday, we did a 10-hour stream with the chat-a-thon. And this is what we got 10 hours ago. This is the main host UI and the camera working. I turn off the caption. So we have it where the camera focuses on the board and it dynamically zooms in and out and moves. And each player also has their own independent camera. And eventually we'll get coded up the UI elements for that as well. But 10 hours. How is this not on Twitch? It is on Twitch. It's on Twitch. It's in both things, everything. Thank you for the hydrates, Skeptis. We will pay you back. Thank you for the well-timed hydrate. Chief Officer of Liquid Dynamic Administration. I am taking my pill. It does reduce headaches, I will say that. My pill has been taken. Thank you very much. My throat is not much smoother, but I think that's just a suffering I'm going to have to deal with. Okay, I'm going to try to do this quietly this time. Didn't do it. I heard it. Okay. We don't need that. But it's been on YouTube. It's been on Twitch. It's been everywhere. I don't think I sent it to your channel because I only can forward up to 5 channels, and I'm trying not to spam everyone. Okay, so we need to add a signal to the placeholder. Though I've been so exhausted going through that long. Oh yeah, I just wanted to kind of experiment to see about the life as the indie dev. If I had this, it's like a 4-time job, and it accelerates my game project tenfold. I mean, we're putting in, how long have we been streaming today? Almost 10 hours here, so we put in almost 20 hours in total for this. The follow-a-thon / subathon on YouTube did not go well. We've only gotten a few subs, and I overestimated my goals, but we're doing well. Okay, I need to figure out how to do signals again that have value. I think I just changed the emit, right? I can just change the emit with a value, yeah. Value. It actually should be card data to be proper. There we go. So now when I disconnect this and reconnect this to the reading bar, it should come with a dictionary. No, it still is empty. I'm doing something wrong. How do I do this? Signal. Signal. Let's see how signals work, guys. Yeah, you just pass the amount. Constructor, you can just do signal. Connect constructor from signal. Don't care about that. Signal, 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 emit. Emit takes emits all callable connected to signal will be triggered. This method supports variables, number of arguments, so parameters can be passed in as a comma separated list. I'm wondering if that's what I did wrong. As a comma separated list. Do I just need to do this, I guess? But that's not a common. We'll try it. Let's see what happens. Let's disconnect. Let's. Well, no, you see, these are wrong. Let's save some stuff. It's not working. Let's reload. It's still not working. Why are you not happy? I feel like I'm defining it imperfectly. Let's ask ChatGPT real quick. In Godot, how do I create a new signal that also passes a dictionary object? There's the secret sauce. That's how I do it. Okay. I was like, there has to be a way to define it. It's so frustrating. Okay, so signal, we can now do data is the dictionary. There we go. Now we can go card data. It sends it as a dictionary. We connect that to our rating bar. And now the ratings bar can go, cool, I have a dictionary object. I need to get the ratings from that dictionary and set that as the value. I also need to update the ratings back, but that's going to be updating the dictionary object, which is going to be updating the actual backend data. So we're not going to worry about that today. So this should be something as simple as value equals. There's a way to set value with no signal. Does it care if we set the value? Yeah, we should not signal because we're signal on the other stuff. Yeah, we'll do that. Set value with no signal. I think you're expecting something. You're expecting the value. That will be data, square brackets, and I think rating. Did I put that in the right rating? Yep. Okay, I finally posted my idea for the player-generated game maps. Okay, cool. So we're going to check that once we get the tests of the rating stuff. So that should be all we need to do. Yep, that looks right. Oh, we do need to emit the signal. Sorry. So this should be value equals whatever the rating is. because we need to update the number. There we go. And it doesn't save it, but that's fine. Cool. Okay, so we got that, and you guys can kind of grasp that's going to be the rest of it. We're going to create signals for those signals as we need, and that will be good for all these values. Let's go check out the Discord. Skepsis. Oh my gosh. You posted it in the public, so I think you'll be good. Another good day of progress. Yep, just for me to take off for a week or two. Okay, so here's the idea I'm having. The room the player adds to go. Okay, give me a second. I need to collect and talk. Here's the idea I'm having. The room the player adds to their map grids can be saved in an array so that they can save and load. Yep, okay. When running the porters from room to room, it will access that array and send the player to the right rooms. Okay. So we have gravity, fire, radiant, all that. We have common, rare things for room grids. We have a grid. When you interact with the map device, you first pick the element you want. Okay, so I choose fire. Select a map grid in that chosen element and select the rarity you've unlocked. Okay, I choose small. The map grid is in the theme of Super Mario Bros. Zones, and this will be set to track through the grids in areas where Mario selects a lever to play, is where the player can add rooms now. Okay, so let me get this right. The player is traveling through this grid, and if the player is like right here right now, right where that blue mark is, they would be able to change the rooms in that mark, right? I could have explained it better. If you're willing, you can jump on a car and we can talk for about 6 minutes, but the first screen, I think, will be... Okay, we'll work on a better description. The first screen will be just some buttons with a background. The second screen will be a tab container containing map grids, rarities you found. Last will be a chosen map grid where the player can select the rooms. This actually gives me an idea. I'm not going to do it. In theory, instead of having this grid system I had, I could have the ranks as like a tier list and you just move the card up and down. We're not going to do that. We're good here, but that would be funny. I'm good with a card, working on dinner for the wife. Okay, are you good with a card now? And are you good with that being streamed? If so, I'll call you now and that'll be the last 5 minutes. But if not, that's fine. And I'll call you later sometime. Other than that, we got this working, and I'm happy about this. No, I do not need a call. Okay. I meant I do not. Okay. I'm happy we got this. This is really nice. And again, I think this will look good on mobile. We haven't gotten there yet, but I think if we had mobile, you kind of hoard here, like you click and drag. There's your thumb right here. It rotates through. First progress, so you see in Discord. Okay, sounds good. And then if you wanted it here, you hoard and... So the thumb on the left could get complicated. This one is more for precision. Or I guess both of them are going to be annoying. I've loved the progress you made in the last 2 days. Oh, yeah. We have gotten quite far. I am not touching this game code for at least a week. I promise you that. I might the rest of the night, get these dynamically adjusted. But everything else I'm not touching. I'll most likely take some GIFs because I can't get Discord at work and I want to show some people some of this chaos. And then most likely that will be the night. So it's been a good progress. So we're making a lot of good choices that I feel comfortable with long term, and we're getting closer to that vertical. We're getting all the vertical slices, or no, we're getting all the horizontal slices to get that first vertical slice. And once we get that first vertical slice, it will be great. These cards need to be a little bit more adjusted, but we can fix that. That's going to be good because in the prototype, or not the prototype, in the preview, I had like these sets, and I wanted it where it shows you roughly how many variations each card has in it. But right now we don't have that, and that's fine. So let's quickly code up some more of this stuff. Inside, we don't need that. Inside here, inside the panel, let's make sure we know where we are. Inside the grid, we need the vertical. Inside the vertical, we need the second panel to be updating itself. And in theory, we could add the logic there. We could add the logic there. Let's see how are these set? These are set to be labels. So let's create a label updater that is very simple. This one's going to actually be a script. It's going to be card label update. And it's going to be really simple because it's going to be something along the lines of function update card data. It's going to get the data. It's going to have an export of the data key. And it's going to need to be fancier than that. Maybe we just give it the data. Maybe we just update the card, update label. Or if we do that, is there a, let's do function ready. Is there a set text dot, nope. Let's ask ChatGPT real quick. I have a label. I would like to set the text with a variable or with a function. Do I need to write my own? Hopefully I don't. I could do label.text. That's not what I want to do. Otherwise, I do need to write my custom function. Cool, we'll just copy that. I didn't want to do that, but that's fine. This is not label because this is a cell. There's some concepts for some different rooms, adding map grids. Okay. I will look at those. I'm technically looking at those. We have 20 seconds. Let's see if we can do this. Okay, so text. It's going to get the label update. It's going to do set text. Okay, so placeholder, we're going to now do connect. it's going to, dang it. Nope, it's going to be complicated because, no, it's going to be complicated because we need to break it up. I don't want to do that. This should be the dictionary, which means the labels are going to have to do the math to figure themselves out. Great stream. You just added 30 seconds, Steve. Okay, so this actually need to be the dictionary. So this will be function update card data dictionary, and then we need to do text equals, in this case it's the primary, so this will be data square brackets whatever I called that, which for most cases that will be it, but in some cases it's not going to be perfect. So maybe we make this like a global one for just an immediate reach. It's like primary score, that's going to be fine because that's just going to be this. Let's save this. Where are you? Card label update. We'll call that. That's fine. Because the other ones can do that. So now in theory, we add this to the export for key, which is going to be a string. Yep. This is the key. Oopsie. So we can do key, and this is a completely reusable code. So now if we go to label, I can put the key here, and in the placeholder, we can, or just hit it. I'm just trying to get this one last thing as a proof of concept. Card update, connect. We need to go to this label. Yep. We're going to pick it. We're going to pick this one. It's going to update it. And if we run reusable capability, yeah. Why did it? Yeah, because it's a float. We can do string this float. So, dang it, wrong one. Quick second. We just need to disconnect this one. And we just need to attach it here. The key has cleared, so we need to add the cleared key back, which is in the test data. I just turned everything invisible. This is the primary score. And we can just do the quick thing here, same thing. Drag the script, make this, click here. Key is the secondary score. That all works. Let's see if that works. And reusable code is nice. Nope. Why does it not do that? We get the data, we ask the data for the key, we get that to a string, we set that string to text. The placeholder only knows about the wrong one. Which one of these is the right one? This one. We need to add this manually every time. That sucks. But that's fine because we can go to label, pick, attach, okay, connect, and we can go here. We can go to label again. Where is the label? There it is. We can go pick, connect, and now it should work. Look at it, it's updating. Woo! Update. So that is the benefit of reusable code. Would be even more beneficial is some way for the laborers to get that information without coding it. But that will be for after this. Thank you guys for watching this amazing stream. Let's see who we can raid into now. Let's drag this out. Let's go to twitch.tv. Let's heal myself. Heal myself. There we go. Who is streaming right now? Who is streaming and who is awesome? We could go to Biscuit again. That was fun. We can go to Chib. Low viewers streaming Marvel Rivals. We could do Phantomophobia with Elfie Pie. Or we can do Animals, Aquariums, and Zoos with the 4-ball farm. Anyone have any choices? I will open up the wheel for you guys. Spin toggle and spin clear. So the wheel has been added, the wheel has been cleared. Exclamation point spin, add, and whatever you want. I'll zoom in a little bit closer. There we go. Don't worry about the extra channels. We just want these. I don't need my string. There we go. And I will add LV Pie. So spin, add LV Pie. LV Pie has been added. Yay. Anyone else have any choices? I'll give you guys about 30 seconds or so. Minute. I'll give you a minute. We'll do 10:06. We're spin it at 10:06 time-wise. Thank you guys. This has been a blast doing it. It's been insane streaming this long. 2 10-hour streams, totaling 20 hours in total. Okay, we are getting to the halfway point. So if you guys don't want to add anyone, this is the last chance to not do such. You should definitely add someone. There's a lot of viewers out there. There's a lot of people who are excited to get the raid. So let's figure out where we're going. I'll refresh it real quick, see if there's any new ads. No new ads. So we got Elfie Pie, Biscuit, or Chib. And we are getting to the time. So let's spin the wheel, see what we get. I think there's only one option. So that's going to be a very boring wheel, but that's fine. It's been an exhausting time. I can understand it. We're going to go to Elfie Pie. So let's open up Elfie Pie. Let's see who we're going to call. Elfie Pie. It's a shared chat too. Let me unmute it so I can hear it. And then we're going to do /raid. Elfie Pie. Raid's going through. Okay, guys, before we go, guys, please remember that in like a few hours, the Four and Vire and many other people are about to burn their stomachs and do Jackbox gaming in this spicy noodle Jackbox stream. And it's starting at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. PST, and 11 a.m. GMT, +8. So 2x spicy time. Look at all the people we got. Hey, Pin, it looks like the Fool, YOLO, who's an amazing streamer as well, and Vire. If you have not decided to follow, definitely follow now. If you have not subscribed on YouTube, definitely subscribe. I've already missed the hit the thumbs up, likes, and cheer. So we're going to do that. We're going to storm into Elfie Pie. We're going to say hi to her. We're going to be friends. We're going to capture ghosts. Really great streamer. I hope you all have a great rest of your night. And I hope you have a great rest of your week. Remember, next Tuesday, tomorrow, we're not streaming. And this is an ad. And next Saturday is the next stream time. It starts at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard and ends at around 6 p.m. Eastern Standard. 3, 2, 1. Bye,
One.
guys!